to go. Our theme for the summit is cultivating trust to improve the NGO sector in Uganda. Let us stand up. Let us sing the national anthem, the East African anthem, and then I'll invite Mr. Taremwa. Are you here? Our pastor for today. Please come and join me up here at the podium, and you'll say the prayer for us. National anthem, I hope 16 people are ready, and the East African anthem. Thank you very much, Mr. Terema Albert, the Executive Director of LOSCO, all the way from Kabale. There's a microphone just right there. You don't have, yes. Please say the prayer for us, and then we shall take our seats.
With all humility, I take the honor to lead this prayer. Let us humble ourselves. Father, Lord, in Jesus' wonderful name, we are thankful to you for you've gathered us once again this morning from all the parts of the country for the noble cause. Lord, lead us by your Spirit and let us reach that moment where everyone is trustful of the other. Lord, it is you we rely on as our foundation for this nation, for God and our country. We thank you for the far you've walked with us, the far you've brought us, and the far you're taking us. We are forever grateful, Lord. Lead us through these sessions today. Lead the moderator, the panelists, and everyone that is here for this noble cause. Father, fill us with that love, with that comfort, with that confidence to decide the fate of the CSO sector and the nation at large. We give you honor and glory. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, Albert. Again, Albert is the Executive Director of LOSCO, all the way from Kabale. Thank you so much, Albert. You can now take your seats. My name is Sheila Mwanga. and I'll be your mistress of ceremony this morning at the first annual Talk to Your Regulator Summit. Thank you again for coming. Again, on behalf of Defenders Protection Initiative, DPI, and Civic Advisory Hub, now known as CAR, would like to warmly welcome you again. Our chief guest again is in the house. Alicia, you're very welcome, and you'll have a time to welcome us. Thank you so much for coming. But I would also like, in a very special way, to welcome the regulators. We don't take you for granted. Mr. Stephen Okello, my good friend, I always meet at these summits only, so all my problems I will share with you in this summit. Please welcome Mr. Stephen Okello. Stephen, very well known to us. Thank you so much for always making it for this event. I would like, in a very special way, to welcome the Manager, Welfare and Community Services from Kampala City Council Authority. Mr. Godwin Gumisiriza, are you here? Godwin, thank you so much. I rarely see Mr. Godwin. I just see the alerts, KCCA, property tax, now. Thank you, Godwin. Thank you so much. Please give him a hearty hand clap. Thank you, Godwin, for making it, and we do not take that for granted. I would like, in a very special way, I don't know if Patricia Opoka is here from URSB. Patricia, there is Patricia. Patricia, we didn't see you there. Please welcome Patricia. All our online problems are now solved. Filing annual returns, Patricia is here. We are in good hands. Thank you, Patricia, for coming, and thank you again for your time. We have the Deputy Executive Director of the Financial Intelligence Authority, Mr. Lazarus Mukasa. Mr. Mukasa, you're welcome. FIA, normally we say fear, but today we want fear. Mr. Mukasa, welcome. Thank you again for making that time, and we don't take it for granted at all. I would like, I don't know if we have Uganda Revenue Authority, if we have a panelist this morning. He's coming in. I don't know his name right. If there you are. There. Please stand up. I'll get your names. Or you could introduce yourselves there. Two of them. You are air taxes, now tax penalties. Everything is solved here. Please introduce yourselves. We don't hear.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
At URA, my name is Twaha Kayondo, coming in from the Domestic Tax Department, Business Policy.
Do you remember that name on those Twaha? That is the name we see mainly on the signatures when you're sending us the emails. You're very welcome, Mr. Twaha, and then your colleague today.
Thank you, team. I'm Dorothy Oroma from the Business Policy Office. I oversee the NGO sector, those who are interested in applying for income tax exemptions.
Wow, we are here. We are many, Dorothy. Dorothy, you're very welcome. Did you go to Gayaza?
Yes.
Hey, you're a Gayaza girl. Dorothy, please warmly welcome Dorothy and Mr. Twaha. Thank you so much for making it. I have introduced Mr. Stephen Mugabe. Are you here? The Manager, Data Protection Affairs. Is Stephen here? Stephen, where? Yes, Stephen is there. Stephen, how are you? You're welcome. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for honoring this invitation. NSSF, do we have a representative? Oh, and you came on time. What's your name? Please introduce yourself.
I'm called Bernadette. Bernadette Nasuna Semakula.
NSF, very gentle. Bernadette Semakula. Please welcome Bernadette. We are here midterm. We want our money, so we are coming. Thank you so much, Bernadette, for coming, and you are here on time as well. Again, our chief guest, those are the regulators I know we have in the house, but please help me, Hilda, if you have any more, please let me know. We have the booths right behind there. Please feel free to consult one by one, even as the sessions go on, so that we don't crowd the sessions. Thank you so much, the technical people who are behind there. Thank you so much for your time and coming to assist us. Our chief guests, we also have the ECAO of Gulu. the assistant cow of Gulu. Are you here, Mr. Oriem? Mr. Oriem is there. Please welcome Mr. Oriem. It's not many meetings that you have cows in meetings like these. He's been very supportive of the regional engagements with the talks to the regulator. So thank you so much for coming, Mr. Oriem. We also have the RCC. Where was, sorry, I didn't write this right. But we have an RCC in the house. Maybe not. From Hoima, yes. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming. And of course, you've been very supportive of the regional engagements in the talk to you. Thank you so much for coming, sir. And we'll give you an opportunity.
And there is one from Mbale City.
And there's one from Mbale City. Mbale City, where are you? The RCC Mbale. Thank you so much. Please welcome them. Thank you so much for your time, and we do not take it for granted at all. Our chief guest, we have in the house NGOs. Really, as we know, the concept behind the T2R is to engage the regulators and the NGOs. NGOs from 9 regions and maybe more. And these regions have been, we have traversed those regions engaging in the regional engagements on the T2R. And I would like to introduce the regions without really introducing the people. But I have a list of the regions here with me. Jinja, please welcome people from Jinja, Busoga region. Where are you? But Jinja, you know my, there's always a, that is Jinja. You're very welcome. We have Mbale, that is Bukisu, Teso, Bukedia. Are we here? Thank you so much for coming. We don't take that for granted. Moroto, Sebei region. Here we are. Thank you so much for coming, and that's Karamoja as well. Thank you so much. Mbarara, that's Ankole, Chigezi. But Mbarara doesn't wave. They stand. Exactly. Thank you so much. Mr. Kakuru, I see you and your colleagues. Thank you so much for coming. We have Masaka from Budu. Masaka. Okay, but that is Budu, Masaka, but also Central. Central and national level, where are you? There we are. Thank you so much for coming. Fort Porto, that's Toro, Renzori. Where are we? The Impacos, those are the ones. Those are here. Hoima, the Albertine, are we here? Oh yeah, Uncle Ben, I see you. Thank you so much, Vera. Thank you so much for coming. Gulu, that's Acholi, Lango, Kopango. There you are. Thank you so much for making it. And you came here very much on time. And of course, West Nilas. Oh yeah, and they start to Ngonio, that is Ngonio. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Those are the 9 regions, chief guests that we have been engaging in the regional engagements, and they are here. We have our development partners, and I know Yona will speak to them quite a bit, but we have our development partners. Of course, our chief guest, as we know, from the German embassy. We have those are development partners who are supporting the regional engagements and also here supporting the summit. Again, our chief guest, thank you so much, the German embassy. But of course, the wider EU, and I was told the EU, German government, implemented by GIZ. I saw GIZ, Diana, I've heard a lot about you. You're here, and GIZ, Ben, I met you this morning as well. Thank you so much. So please, let's also warmly welcome our development partners from GIZ. We have Elizabeth from the EU. Elizabeth, you're here. Thank you so much for coming as well. EU delegation. Thank you so much. And if there are any other colleagues, again, thank you so much for coming. We have colleagues from the Danish embassy. I saw Gladys, my very good friend. Please, Gladys, you're welcome. When we're welcoming, we are clapping. We forgot to clap. Taking very long, I'm almost done. We have East-West Management Institute, if they are here. If Fan is here or somebody else. Thank you so much as well for the support. Supported by USAID. They've also supported the regional engagements. I think last year, they were very instrumental in supporting the regional engagements around T2R. We have CIFSOS, if they are here. They are also very much acknowledged in the same vein. And then we have our partners, the Global Center on Cooperative Security as well. Those are our partners, and if I've missed out any, I know I'll be alerted. Thank you so much again for making it. We have the media taking pictures, relaying news. Thank you again for coming. So that's who we are this morning, our chief guest. I would now like, in a very, very special way, please join me in welcoming Mr. Yona Wanjala. Mr. Yona Wanjala, as you see, is the team leader, Defenders Protection Initiative. Yona, come and welcome your guests. And when you're done with that, Yona, you will then welcome Alicia to make her opening remarks. So please join me again in a hearty clap to welcome Yona. Hilda has informed me that if you want to get pictures of this event, please register your WhatsApp number with the reception, with the desk there, and then we shall send collective pictures to that group, just in case you want to be part of that group. Yona?
Habari zenyu. Mko poa. Habari asubuhi. You sang the East African anthem. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Sheila, for this very important moment to invite me to give welcome remarks to our dear guest present. Our chief guest, the head of the German Corporation, Miss Alicia, you're welcome. Representatives of the authorities, regulatory authorities present here. I start with the representative of the NGO Bureau, who is the executive director, none other than my brother, Stephen Okello. You're welcome. Our dear financial managers, Sheila has spoken about the age 45, the National Social Security Fund. I know my brother Patrick Ayota would so wish to be here, but I think he had heavy schedules. And he has delegated yet a very important person in our midst, Miss Bernadette. I know we've walked with you this journey together. Our Financial Intelligence Authority representative, we are honored to have Mr. Lazarus Mukasa, who is the Deputy Executive Director of FIA. Please, you're welcome. The Data Protection Office, represented here, you're welcome. The Uganda Revenue Authority, my comrade Twaha, you're welcome. The Kampala City Authority, represented by my brother Godwin, you're welcome. Our dear RCCs, I'm happy that my brother John Asia Achila has made it from Bale. You're welcome. It's quite humbling. And my brother Badru, all the way from the oil region. He has our oil. You're welcome. All government representatives present, our key partners in this journey of the compliance and regulatory talks, Deneva, represented by the Executive Director, Peter Magella, you're welcome. Members of the private sector, amidst us we have bankers, because when we talk about regulatory framework, there is no way you can exclude the bankers. Please, you're welcome. Our key organizers of the summit, that is Defenders Protection Initiative, small team, and the Civic Advisory Hub, small volunteer team. Thank you and you're welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my task is simple, is to welcome you to this inaugural event when we are hosting the first of the kind, that is Talk to Your Regulator Summit. Madam Sheila, allow me say one or two things that talks or speaks to the summit. We launched the Talk to Your Regulator series on the 18th of August, 2022. What inspired us to begin the Talk to Your Regulator series was a simple thing. For some of you who lived in the times then, there were elements before the August of suspension of NGOs. Did you hear about it? The suspension of NGOs from operation. And DPI's main focus is contributing to a favorable working environment. So what was actually ringing in our mind was one, why the suspension? Why the 54? We followed up some of the organizations, then we realized there was a compliancy problem. There was a deficit in the knowledge on compliancy. Besides other things, of course, we are not writing everything into here. Then we realized that one of the ways we can contribute to this challenge is maybe the regulators need to listen to us, but also maybe we need to listen to the regulators. And this gave us a craft of Talk to Your Regulator. This was sold to several people, and we gained overwhelming support for this initiative. So 2023, we moved around the country, region to region, highlighting and bridging the knowledge gap when it comes to the compliancy agenda. It yielded impact. We realized we should broaden it further. But we had limited resources. Here we go to, again, our partner, GIZ, that appreciated the idea as a key driver to improving the compliancy and the regulatory knowledge among NPO actors. This particular year forms part of already constructed initiatives of bridging the knowledge gap, of improving compliance and operation of the sector. There are several initiatives by other regulators. We have the quarterly dialogue with the minister, organized by the NGO Forum, the NGO Bureau, and Human Rights Center Uganda. We have one organized by the National Coalition. We have another organized by Human Rights Center, but all in the quest for improving the operating environment. This summit today is a crowning of several series, both online and offline, that have been organized by Defenders Protection Initiative in collaboration with the Civic Advisory Hub. This particular Talk to Your Regulator is unique because it's happening, one, in the month of May. Today South Africa is voting. And we are here also discussing and dialoguing with our regulators. The second is, it's informed by one unique element. As we organized the series, one of the things that came out eminently was the trust deficit. That there is a fermented element of mistrust and suspicion between the regulators and the NGOs. Trust is a common word spoken by all of us. And evening hardly yields without someone mentioning the word trust. It's at the core of every relation. And we realize that trust has a very big bearing on the level of compliancy by the regulated. During this series, we opted to explore and dig deeper. And we conducted a trust survey with clear parameters, exploring the level of openness of the regulator, the level of fairness of the regulator, the responsiveness by the regulator, credibility and integrity. How do we measure this to inform the discussions in the House? We moved to 9 districts, 9 regions, as the survey, preliminary findings of the survey shall reveal, and gathered very good information. This information is very relevant to improving the regulatory landscape of this country, Uganda. And that's why I consider that this Talk to Your Regulator Summit is pretty different from the other ones that we had and the ones that we've been having, because we are now trying to understand, deepen our understanding and broadening on the trust as a driver on the regulatory landscape. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to address our minds with this. And I pray that during the process, you are able to interact with the regulators again, but you are also able to ask them questions and give them feedback. Please, before I leave this platform, please note that in our Talk to Your Regulator series, there are certain rules and procedures that we follow. You might have realized that we are not too much into protocol. I call Godwin, Godwin. I call Stephen, Stephen. I call Lazarus, Lazarus, because it's a free environment. It's not an environment to attack. It's an environment to provide solution. It's an environment to cultivate trust. It's an environment to listen to each other and raise concerns. Regulators have concerns against us. We also have concerns against them. So it's a feedback environment. It's not, so the language I request that it should be civil. Not to gag you though, but it should be civil. Feedback must have a sandwich mechanism, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to highlight that. And allow me at this point in time, not take a lot of time because we have a lot on our plate, yet limited time, to invite our chief guest, who is none other than the head of cooperation, German Embassy, Miss Alicia Van Don Boom. Please, you're welcome.
Yeah, I first need to adjust it. I'm not as tall. And thank you very much for having me. And maybe for my name. So everything is fine. You can pronounce it as you want. It's a Spanish first name. It's a Belgian last name. I'm German, so I'm used to a lot of different pronunciations. So thank you very much. Representatives of the regulatory authorities and the districts. Representatives of civil society organizations, academia, private sector, faith-based organizations. Team leader of DPI and his team. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, let me say I was introduced as the chief guest, but I think I'm the least important person in this room because this is about the regulatory authorities talking to the civil society. It's not about us development partners. But I would like to just give you a little bit of an understanding why we are supporting this process, why we as Germany and the European Union, because I do also represent my colleague here today, think that this is important. It's my privilege to address you in the name of the funding partners, the European Union and Germany, at talk to Your Regulatory National Summit under the theme Cultivating Trust to Improve the NGO Sector Governance in Uganda. So the goal of this meeting, as you all know, is to foster a constructive dialogue between civil society organizations and the regulatory bodies in Uganda. If you're a member of a regulatory authority, you might have asked yourself why there is a need for dialogue with civil society. As a regulator, you can just set the rules and the NGOs have to follow. Believe me, I'm also a civil servant, and the dialogue with the civil society in Germany is not always easy. So I asked myself the same question before. But I would like to explain a little bit why in Germany we're persuaded that the dialogue is crucial and why civil society is needed for the functioning of the state. Civil society organizations are the link between government and the population at large. On one hand, they collect voices from the people, in particular the most vulnerable, to bring them to the attention of the government. On the other hand, they also help to disseminate and explain government policies to the people in a way that everyone can understand. In Germany, civil society organizations also help to bring social services to all parts of the country. For example, most ambulances are run by civil society organizations. The German state supports these organizations financially, but leaves the management to the CSOs. The German administration would not have the capacity to organize all the social services by itself. So civil society organizations, yes. I'm too close? Okay, good. Sorry, I hope you could still hear it. So civil society organizations are important for the state. But then why do they not just comply with the laws and regulations? In total, I spent 10 years studying law and working in legal practice. But when I read tax laws, I'm happy if I understand half of it. So how can you expect volunteers that did maybe not finish secondary school to understand all the regulations covering CSOs without any support? That is just not realistic. Sure, there might also be cases where CSOs ignore laws in bad faith, but in my experience, it's mostly because they don't have the capacity, they don't understand, they're not aware. Hence, in order to have a vibrant, well-functioning CSO community, it is crucial to enable them to comply with regulations in place. And sometimes it's also important to explain the unintended consequences of some of the regulations to the regulators. And as it was mentioned before, trust is very important. So there need to be an exchange on the issues, because otherwise there's a lot of false ideas, of prejudices, and so on. So thank you very much for being here today and engaging in this very important dialogue. This summit is a culmination of regional engagements in the same format that have been held in 9 regions since the beginning of the year. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Defenders Protection Initiative and Civic Advisory Hub for organizing this significant event and for their unwavering commitment to foster a constructive dialogue between civil society organizations and the regulatory bodies in Uganda. This dialogue comes at a crucial time, as we see the reintegration of the NGO Bureau in the Ministry for Interior. To ensure a smooth transition, it is crucial to continue the exchange along the way. Through the GIZ implemented civil society support program called CASP, the European Union and Germany will continue to support the engagement between government institutions and civil society to foster a vibrant, dynamic, inclusive civic space. Through this forum, we embark on breaking barriers of communication, replacing misconception with facts, aligning falsities with truth, replacing mistrust with cordiality and collegiality, collectively confronting challenges, reconstructing burnt bridges, and ultimately mending fences. I thank you very much for your attention. I wish you meaningful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Another round of applause for Alicia. Thank you again for framing this kind of support and what you envisage for this platform. Thank you, Yona, for framing the objective and taking us as far back as the launch, but also the regional engagements that we've had. Talk to Your Regulator, cultivating trust to improve the NGO sector governance in Uganda. The basics and the major highlight of this summit is that study, the research. Today we shall be hearing from Dr. James Nkubi on the preliminary findings. Are we trusting? Are we not trusting? What are the issues? What's affecting our trust? James, are you here? Please welcome me now. Welcome, join me in welcoming Dr. James Nkubi with a nice hand clap. Dr. James Nkubi, very well known to us, but I just learned today that he's the executive director now of NetPIL, the Network of Public Interest Lawyers. So James, you're welcome. Come and give us some highlights. What did you find in the regions? Are we trusting? Are we not trusting? What are the questions we are asking? Thank you, James. We also have onliners. Hilda, please advise me. Onliners, if you can hear us, you're very, very welcome. And we shall be interacting with you during the Q&A. So James, feel free. And the floor and podium is yours. 25 minutes, James.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Like Sheila said, my name is James Nkubi. My name is not James. It is James Nkubi. Somehow, the beginning discussion has laid to rest some of the things I had to discuss in this study. I got an opportunity with the Civic Advisory Hub to try and infuse in this talk to your regulator an aspect that we preliminarily thought was a non-starter, but on further inquiry and from the previous discourse that we have had, we thought it was important to interrogate it further. So together with DPI, we commenced a regional tour with the research team that sought to interact with a number of you here, particularly the regions actually that have been mentioned here. So actually, when Sheila was mentioning the regions, she was practically talking about our geographical scope from which we have these preliminary discussions that we thought are important to infuse in our discussion today. I must say that this is an ongoing discourse, and we believe it will be largely embellished by the discussions we're going to have here. But our study is fundamentally informed by an ethos of trust. The idea behind is that most of the time when we have been discussing regulation, we have been dealing with it from a punitive-based approach. In essence, what we are having currently in civil society in Uganda, in the regulatory spaces, is an intrinsic behavior by the regulated that you comply, not necessarily because you would have loved to comply, but actually because you fear the repercussions. So in essence, it is fear-induced compliance, or punitive-induced compliance. Contrary to emerging discourses elsewhere from Uganda, elsewhere from this country, where they are debating voluntary-based compliance. Voluntary-based compliance is largely, actually, informed by the levels of trust that an entity may have with regulators, or the trust between the regulators and the regulated. So our study, therefore, is based on the ethos, on the hypothesis that there is a very big linkage between trust and compliance. Okay? That when just a minute, state-oriented vagaries. No, I don't. So the idea was that, I'm sorry about that, was that we wanted to establish or to find out actually this hypothesis that there is a linkage between trust and compliance. The idea being that the more the regulated trust the regulator, we are likely to tend towards voluntary compliance. Okay? Likely to tend towards voluntary compliance. And this is where I think all of us would want to be. And now, voluntary compliance is underpinned by one single aspect. It is an aspect of belief that actually what I'm doing not because I am fearing the punitiveness that is going to come with it, but I'm doing because it is right to be done. In essence, the transformation from complying because I fear to complying because I have found it right and important to comply. Now, our preliminary findings speak to 6 things, if I may say, okay? When we looked at trust, even if it is you and me, we know that trust in its own context is an abstract, okay? So in our simple methodology, we came up with 7 aspects that connote or that have been used over time. Scholars elsewhere, psychologists elsewhere, regulators elsewhere, they have used this phenomenon, these 6 phenomenons or aspects or attributes to actually speak to what it means when we are discussing trust. Because someone would say now that how do you measure trust? Okay? These 6 aspects, if I should speak to them, one is about openness. Okay? The level to which a regulator is open proactively to the regulated. Okay? And openness here also connotes accessibility. Some people call it the open door policy. Okay? Number 2, we looked at the attribute of fairness. Okay? Fairness when it comes to decision making. Fairness, the way a regulated is treated to invoke perceptions of unfairness or fairness. And even beyond regulation of the Bureau, of the NGO sector, once there is a disconnect between fairness and perceptions of unfairness, people tend to withdraw their compliance, or they tend to withdraw their allegiance to a particular entity. So we also looked at fairness, the way how civil society or the not-for-profit sector perceives their treatment by the regulator. The third aspect involved or revolved around impartiality. Okay? If there are contestations, the level at which these contestations are solved, the level at which the regulated is listened to by the regulator, and perceptions of impartiality. I'll give you very interesting examples we are picking from the field by Muslim-led or Muslim servicing organizations and how they're sensing and they're giving off of all these perceptions of being treated as, potential terror organizations. Okay, we're going to go deeply, slightly into that. So impartiality was also another aspect. The other one revolves around responsiveness. Okay, and here we were interrogating the level at which, or the extent at which, the regulators are responsive, not only to when demands or needs or questions or queries come from the regulated, but responsiveness in the context of an onward-looking or an expansive way to look into the dynamics of okay, thank you. Thank you. So in essence, we also dealt with that responsiveness question. Now, to buttress what I've been saying very quickly, is that a typical format in which contemporary regulation is done, when you look at even beyond Africa, you will discover that as long as you have institutions, you have human resource, you have policy legal framework, that is done. But even it is important for us to note, and we find, that even the institutions, what is inbuilt in them is an enforcement ethos, not a regulation ethos. And that ethos permeates from the institutions, of course, to the human resource, the individuals that are in these institutions. Okay? And then, of course, even the policy and legal framework has been built around the arena or around the sphere of punitiveness. Okay? That's why you don't see a lot of rewards for people who are complying. You just see sanctions, 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 penalties, penalties, penalties. The intrinsic behavior that is sought when you comply, like awards, like waivers, like exemptions and all that kind of stuff, continues to miss in the legal framework. Now, for us, we thought that one of the missing links here to make this discourse more palatable and more deeper is the question of software. We are arguing in this hypothesis that it's not enough to have institutions that carry an enforcement ethos, that it is not enough to have human resource that embodies this enforcement, and it is not enough to have a legal framework that is largely punitive. But rather, if we infuse in here the aspect of trust, we could reduce on the current not hypothetical, but the current ideology of enforcement. Now, in our study, we thought that we would contribute to 3 or 4 objectives. One, we wanted to provide a framework, a platform, which is currently now ongoing between the organizations that we are here, and then, of course, the regulatory sector, based on these findings, which we're going to share shortly. But also, we thought that it is important to inform internal reforms within the entities that are responsible for regulation. And we have found very interesting best practices, particularly in HOIMA, where some of these institutions are, interestingly, making very, very progressive steps based on trust, as again, some of this information was relayed by some of you comrades who are here. So the possibility of facilitating that internal reforms. And then the aspect of interagency cooperation. Again, we are picking very interesting best practices from districts. Okay? An example would be in HOIMA again, where you find one regulator is calling on other regulators to use the office as a center for all of them to make the one shopping center. You know, all of us have been clamoring for a one place where we can do our regulation. One single place, you know, sharing of information and all that. And we find some of these best practices in the districts, where URSB is saying, I have an office here, URA, can you come? NSSF, can you come? And we sit here, and if someone comes in here, is practically coming in to meet all of us without moving left, right, and center. And then, of course, the other aspect was for us to use this data to inform our discussion here, based on evidence. Now, our study had silent features that we were looking at. We dealt with close to 300 people or organizations, if I may, spread in these regions. But we were interested in those people or organizations that had an interface, a practical interface with the regulator in the last 24 months in terms of time scope. We also looked at key players within the sector, but we maintained anonymity in our study. We didn't want to carry, you understand this. And then, of course, this was we came up with a questionnaire, almost 16 pages. Some of you, again, we related with you. And it was self-administered at one point. Then at another point, we just had discussions. What do you think is the aspect of trust in this centerpiece between the regulator and the regulated? And then, of course, we relied very largely on personal experiences of the people that had interacted with the regulators. Because, again, an NGO or an NPO cannot be just a building, but rather the people who make it. And in our conceptualization of trust, we dealt with the simplicity of a belief that another person or institution is acting consistently with the expectations of positivity in terms of behavior. You have a genuine, legitimate expectation that if I go to NSSF, I'm going to be treated fairly. If there's any issue which requires adjudication, it will be impartial. They will be open. They will be responsive, among the other aspects that I was talking about. Now, further, this particular study that we were looking at trust of the regulator as had by the regulated, not the other way around. Maybe another time we shall find out, do the regulators trust the regulated? But for this particular one, we had it one side, that what is the view of the regulated on the regulators? Okay, so I wanted to make that very clear, and hence that's why we're tapping into the experiences of the regulated. Earlier, I had begun discussing what we coined as determinants of trust. These are variables that we looked at to move away from the abstraction of trust itself. We looked at the three things I've been talking about, the six: satisfaction of the NPO's actors' expectations, to what extent were actors satisfied. 2, the availability, openness, the availability of information, and engagement opportunities. Okay, engagement opportunities. And here I must sound a very interesting best practice from the Data Protection Office. I think all of us here have been in tandem with them on their webinars. Everywhere we went, the Data Protection Office and the webinars was the flagship. Those people are engaging. Those people are engaging proactively, as we're going to see. And then, of course, integrity, the absence of petty corruption, bribes, and facilitation fees. The word kept coming, facilitation fees, for one to do his or her job, which eventually becomes perceived corruption. We were also interested in looking at impartiality, like I said earlier, and then fairness when dealing with these institutions, and then lastly, responsiveness to complaints, to queries, to questions. And the ethos here behind is that when the NPO actors perceive the regulators as doing enough to smoothen relations, then we were digging that into trust. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at these determinants, in our view, we make a conclusion on progressiveness or digression when it comes to trust in relation to a particular entity. Allow me now to go very quickly in the next 10 minutes to some of our preliminary findings in relation to those particular determinants. Our study does not come here to begin a demonization agenda and then we come up with a hierarchy and say the Bureau, you're less trusted. Reform, NSSF, you're badly off. No, we were guided by these aspects because you would find that in some situations, some institutions are scoring differently in fairness, while at the same time, they're not doing well in openness for obvious reasons, some of them even beyond their reach. So we opted to go with these aspects of determinants of trust. One of them is satisfaction. We are picking from the respondents. They are satisfied. There's increasing satisfaction. Particularly, they put it out the example of the Data Protection Office with the efforts at mass sensitization and awareness, and the progressive efficacy of the online registration system that has, at the minimum, facilitated the ease of access for registration as a very progressive, satisfactory, satisfying determinant. And then there was also, there is increasing gradual improvement in terms of responsiveness to the NGO clients that decide to call or to engage with the Data Protection Office. I'm using the Data Protection Office as an example because it repeatedly came up in all the regions as a very interesting, progressive online agenda. Now, when it comes to openness, some of our respondents intimated the limited avenues of inclusiveness. And this one was cutting across. It was cutting across. That whereas all the regulators are making efforts to reach out, but there are glaring aspects of inclusiveness. Particularly, this came from the disability organizations and refugee organizations. Some of the refugee organizations, refugee-led, refugee-serving, were very emphatic at the fact that they are seen as not necessarily having a contribution to make. So the question of openness is challenged by the limited inclusiveness or the evasive inclusiveness that was being picked. And one of the participants from Ginger, who had attended a number of trainings online, both for the Bureau, for NSSF, for almost every regulator, they confessed to having never seen a translator before. Yet they insist that some of these organizations have heads or program directors who are actually persons that have disabilities. To them, therefore, it becomes easy to conclude that they can't trust someone who can't include them, who's not inclusive in communication to them. Low levels of trust because they argue lack of inclusivity. And then there was, again on openness, there was a question of technicality. This came in particular with FIA, where information apparently is too technical, full of jargon, that some of the respondents were saying that they speak to us purposely to confuse us. You know, they're not open. Someone comes here and talks about FATIF, SMLAG, you know, and they were repeating some of these terminologies. And the argument was, if you really want me to understand, can't you be simplistic and I understand you, unless you're hiding something, okay? In essence, communication and openness tilting towards the simplicity that is adopted to make this communication through. The other aspect was on fairness. I'm going quickly because we shall have an actual launch of this report. Fairness, and here we're looking at flexibility or fairness of regulatory practices across the board in relation to registration and renewal fees. Now, dear regulators, there's a big issue here. There's a very big issue here. The repeated belief by the respondents that the current regime of registration and renewal fees is not fair, largely because of two or three aspects. One, the argument that the regulators are not responsive to the terrain of funding, for example, to the terrain of the economy, and questions that we repeatedly found were, if I'm depending on donor funding, why would you penalize me when you know I had no vote when I was writing my proposal, a vote of penalties? You know, why don't we go into the discourse of exemptions, of waivers, etc., etc.? Okay. Two was the aspect of what is determined as a good penalty. Okay. What is determined as a good penalty? How do you make a determination and say this organization, over and above the fact that it is in the law, in the statutes, what informs penalties? Is it regulation or actually coercion? You know, and a penalty is necessary if we are to build trust. I mean, of course, there are other schools of thought in other jurisdictions where penalties are different, as we shall discuss probably during the debates later. You know, and then questions like how fair is payment of renewals or penalties when I even have no funding to pay staff? Okay, how fair is that? How can I trust someone who is telling me that I should look for the money to pay fees, penalties, when I even am laying off staff because I have no funding? And to some of the members, they were reading into this kind of practice, unfairness, lack of responsiveness, inhumane conduct, you know, and just the attention to get revenue. And then there's this very interesting debate here that we engaged some of the members in, that can the regulators think of a possibility of administrative fair practices, such as waivers? If I can prove I've not had funding, can you waive penalties? Can you waive renewal fees, for example? You know, if I can prove, case-by-case basis, longevity of status quo. Because in our field, we found that some organizations have spent 5 years without receiving funding. But the regulators keep knocking. Okay, they keep knocking. And this perceived as unfair speaks to the distrust that emerges in that kind of context. So these were some of the pieces that we picked and so forth, for which I'll save you the burden. No, there was this particular aspect from URA, repeated taxation even after error rectification. And there were so many cases in the field where if an NGO has filed in error a particular aspect and then it seeks to rectify it, URA does not back down. I'm sure URA will have something to say, because this information, we provided it earlier to this conversation, such that the regulators can have the information earlier and speak to us on the same. And then there were also very interesting misgivings around the URSB, the unfair procedure registration-related practices. Particularly, it was very prominent in name reservation. Why are there rejection of names without justification? Or where the justification comes, it is incoherent. I mean, it is not, you know, you don't feel it. You don't feel, okay, I say, you don't feel it. It has no vibe of an actual justification. You know, you don't feel it. I'm sure you get me. You know, you don't feel it. And this ran across all the regions we went. Why does URA reject acronyms? You know, why does URSB reject business names with a component of forum, components of the word security, and so forth and so forth? Now, we noticed that the regulator may have justifiable reasons. But what we are discussing here, dear regulators, is the communication, the openness to sit down with the people who have actually had these misgivings to sort these matters. To some people, when you reject without justification, it is read as unfair, and of course, backtracks on the levels of trust such people could have in you. And then, of course, there were so many others. And then, of course, there was this very interesting aspect from Mumbale. URSB are gatekeepers of the right to freedom of assembly and association. And the current name rejection practices, unfounded in law, connote unfairness. And this is what is important, that the regulators, beyond regulating the NPO sector, they are actually gatekeepers. If URSB rejects your name, it means you can't associate, it means you can't assemble, because you can't actually begin the entity you want to begin. So we must also approach this discourse from a bigger aspect of the fact that these are not only gatekeepers of compliance, but they're also actually gatekeepers of you entering the arena of rights enjoyment and freedom promotion, if you may. And then quickly, as I come to a conclude, tax exemption and tax waiver regimes allegedly clothed in unfair practices of delays and sketchy information about the two. And I think URA that is here will probably shed more light on exemptions and waivers. In the areas where we went, there were over 15 organizations that had attempted to seek exemption. Some of them have not heard from URA for 3 years, 2 years. And hence the question, why does not the URA apply the same efficacy in explaining and processing tax exemption and waivers as it does to tax compliance and collection? The effort you use to collect money and compliance quests, why isn't it the same efforts to actually explain exemption and waivers? And to some of the colleagues, that was unfair and connoted mistrust from the regulator to the regulated. Then, of course, the unfairness of intimidation by security forces or officials. And for some reason, some people believe, and I think Stephen is here, believe that this intimidation is sanctioned by Stephen here in Kingdom Palace. You know, so many beliefs that the man sits here and then he unleashes missiles of intimidation. You know, and I think later on when we are discussing the limited abstraction between the bureau and the district monitoring committees continues to cause a lot of havoc in terms of severance of activities. And then the third last, Sheila, I'm with you. There was this civil society network suspected of financing politics as the repeated unfair adage that continues. And we picked it up from Kanungu, from Mbarara, where if you implement a program and you call an MP who is the opposition leaning, just because he's the area leader, you're blacklisted. You're blacklisted. Why did you call that MP who has a leaning towards a particular ideology that is not the ideology of the system? And then, of course, change of names, as we said, earlier. And then this aspect is from FIA, where some NGOs argued that the unfairness is seen in the witch hunt by FIA. And there was a very interesting question here. If the FIA is not about witch hunting NGOs, are there success stories, in quotes, examples whereby the FIA was able to detect NGOs involved in money laundering and terrorism financing in Uganda? Is there a list? Okay, Comrade Mukasa. Is there a list, that can be shared? Because it kept coming, that much as NGOs are being seen as risk factors, but there is no concrete data to that effect. And hence the formation of the term or the thinking that this is witch hunt. Lastly is the aspect of responsiveness. Respondents that we have talked to maintain that there has been, yes, progress, but it is not full-scale, full-throat progression, and therefore a lack of technological responsiveness to new methods of work that correspond to easing operation burdens on the sector. There's this thing of ERSB, of postal address. Everywhere we went, people were asking, in this era, if you're asking for postal address, there are two things you want. Either you want to close me, or something is up. Because by the contemporary digital transformation going on in the country and in the world, someone can be sketched where he is by a simple Google map, Google Earth location. And members believe that the regulators must not only respond to queries, but respond to the changes happening in the world that could ease regulation, that could also ease responsiveness on behalf of the regulated. And I'm sure URSP is already party to this discourse. And then, of course, the question of multiplicity of regulatory compliance agencies continues to come. Again, the question that is being repetitive is why are there no interagency efforts to respond to this compliance question, interagency? And like I said, that we had a very interesting best practice in Hoima where 3 or 4 entities are sitting in one office to ease the work of regulation, which we think could probably be replicated beyond Hoima. And then the question of integrity as a key stumbling block to trust. Ladies and gentlemen, without even mentioning names or here and there, the question of facilitation fees, which for us in the study we connoted as petty corruption, almost permeated through, I think apart from the Office of the Data Protection, almost permeated through the regions. In fact, the belief is people delay registration to invoke facilitation fees. Respondents are saying that these delays are not genuine. They are delays that are crafted by officers such that a moment can come of, but I can expedite this if you can facilitate the process. This we found almost in every aspect of that. And then the last aspect is the impartiality. There's a general belief amongst these respondents that regulators are yet to appreciate the current nature of the environment of work, especially when it comes to funding. And people are arguing, or respondents were arguing, that the regulators are not alive to the fact that even if it's delay in renewal, even if it's delay in filing particular returns, there are delay factors that go beyond just sheer lack of compliance that need to come out, which can only come out if there's trust and reach out from the regulators. And for them, these decisions of 2 million, you've delayed, so we're imposing, they are decisions that are reached unfairly and not impartial because apparently they come without an appreciation of the current situation that the regulated go through. I want to end with this aspect, which was so much common in Busoga and in Mbale. Perceived religious bias by some regulators. And I think particularly FIA was mentioned. Some of the respondents arguing that because they have a connotation of Muslim or Islam, they are sensing perceptions. Of course, we ask for evidence, but they are saying they are perceptions. The way we are treated, we feel we are treated this way because we are a Muslim organization. We feel when we ask our members, our organizations elsewhere, if they're treated the same way, they are not. Yes, there is scrutiny, but when it comes to us, it is so high. Is it because we are servicing Muslims or, Islam communities? Or is there something that we are not clear about or sensing on that? And there were quotes on that, quite a number of them. I will skip reliability and I will end with the aspect of, Sheila in a minute, with the aspect of what we have always missed out of the district non-governmental monitoring committees. One of the respondents called them the dangerous orphans. And it is a very interesting metaphor. When we interrogated deeper what he meant that these people were put in the law, they were created, and after creating them, everyone ran away from them. Everyone ran away from them. Now they are on their own, and they are deadly. How? One is that much as we know them to more or less be the handmaidens of the bureau, they seem to be detachment from the bureau. And probably Stephen will come in later to lay these fears. But also is that these committees are so vulnerable because of the poor financing they have, that for them to do the work that they're supposed to be doing through government support, they will always ask for NGOs to actually facilitate their sittings. And we captured two very interesting pieces from Gulu and Barara. NGOs and CBOs at the district have often been asked to fund the sittings of the committees. And in West Nile, unless you finance the committees, they don't sit. What does this mean, regulators, comrades? It means that you will not access the services you need to access to proceed with what you're supposed to be getting. I think this discussion today will have or should dedicate some time. And I'm glad that the Human Rights Center is here. It's been doing a lot of work with them. How this entire crisis of the committees could potentially be laid to rest. And then, of course, lastly, this is a dangerous, often because of the inadequate accountability and oversight over them. They are creating fees that can be paid. We found fees as high as 2 million if you want the DNMC to sit, to offer you a certificate. But remember, comrades, that some of these people are the gateways for us to enter into some of these districts. Meaning that if we are not careful in the deliberations today, you will discover, if you go deeper, that every aspect has a gatekeeper. You see, we have been looking at compliance in the context of those people who are already there. Okay? If you're already there, you're registered and everything. But there's now this emerging, funny, gatekeeping, deterrence, compliance. Okay? Which is seen in these MNCs, but also seen in the ministries when you're looking for recommendations. Because again, Stephen will tell you that unless you have a recommendation, I can't process you. The ministries inherently become the gatekeepers of the right to assembly, to association. You know, we got examples like from gender where one person apparently from our respondents, only one person is responsible for that. And if he's not available for 3 months, kaput. Case closed. Case closed. Okay? So we need to interrogate this new aspect. Gatekeepers, not necessarily in the law, but we can't reach the main regulators because the gatekeepers are actually become a stumbling block to that process. And like I said, the committees and the ministries have become a key aspect in this issue. I want to stop here. We intend to complete this piece of work with the views that we're going to pick from here. And the way this work was done, it is in such a way that we went per region. Hopefully, we could even scale it down to that level because the report is done in such a way that you can extract what we found in northern Uganda, in Acholi, for example, in Karamoja, and probably just do a regulatory discussion there alone, because some of these issues, again, were region specific. And then, of course, when we eventually done is the debate that we are having internally of the best practices, especially at pushing or selling to the regulators the power they have of inculcating or coming up with administrative and soft enforcement that does not deter the aspect of trust that we wanted to build here. Sheila, I'll stop here, even if I know you wanted me to go on for 2 other hours, but sorry. Please take back your time. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
A big clap for James, Dr. Nkubi, cultivating trust to improve the NGO sector governance in Uganda. Thank you, James. Thank you for sharing those findings. I heard Stephen say, wow. I think it was Stephen. And I could see that the room was eager, to hear. And then when we came to the dangerous orphan, that was another terminology. When we laughed, when the URA were wondering the enthusiasm at which they are collecting the taxes. And then the tax exemption, then the breaks are, Mr. Twaha, and hey, what happens in those spaces? But also the good practices. Yeah, I think let's clap at the good practices because it's all not bad. And then that's the most beautiful thing, that the narrative keeps changing. That everybody everywhere is making effort to make things a little bit better for everyone. So thank you again, James, for that very, I'm thinking, very balanced report. And we look forward to discussing the preliminary findings and also launching the report. I understand that the report will be launched at some point. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Mrs. Margaret Sekaja. Mrs. Sekaja, very well known to us. Mrs. Sekaja, you're very welcome. She's the Executive Director, Human Rights Center Uganda, representing us on the NGO, the board, the NGO Bureau, but also the former UN expert on the situation of human rights defenders in Uganda. Mrs. Sekaja, you're very, very welcome again. And thank you for the effort. We spoke about the Human Rights Center in the morning to say that you have been championing the engagements between the ministry, between some of the regulators and the NGOs, region-wise as well. So thank you again. And for the other people who have also come, and I may not have noticed, our guests, our new guests, thank you very much for coming. So we're going to break. The program is not very heavy, so I want to make it light and then leave at 4 to avoid the jam also, okay? So we're going to break. We're going to have a group photo because we need to have a record of who was here, if that's okay, and if you're comfortable. We'll go for tea for a few minutes, 10 minutes, and then come back and then constitute our next panel, which we shall have Stephen, Mr. Kello Stephen. We shall have a colleague from KCCA, and then, of course, URSP. So let's quickly come up. The podium won't fall. It's actually very strong. So please come. Let's have the picture, and then go for tea, and then come back for the panel. Okay? Great. The booths are open. Please consult the booths. Thank you so much, technical people. We see you. Thank you for being around. Please consult the booths as and when you want to. Geneva is also here. Geneva is a development network of indigenous voluntary associations. They're doing a compliance check. Go speak to Geneva. They'll tell you how compliant you are. Yes, legacy, yes, thank you. Let's do this very fast. Stretch a little bit. Bernadette, you're welcome. You're very smart. Anna. Hi, Alicia. Ben, please come. Okay. Thank you. Let's lean in. Jofia, how are you? Yes, Sakakuru. Photo people, are you ready? More chairs. Thank you. Please, more chairs. Assistance with more chairs, please. Let's do this very quickly so that we can have some tea. Hi. Church. Okay. Hey, we are many. It will not fall. It's very strong. What do we do? Shall we do phased out approach? No, go. No, on the sides. We have the Zoom cameras, those ones which catch everyone. Yes, please. Some more. That is talk to your regulator, national level. Okay, are we ready? Cameras, are you ready? Okay. This side is not... Bashir, I see you. This side is not balanced nicely. We have one more seat here. Okay. Are we ready? We have a seat there. Alfred, why don't you sit there? Oh, you're now. But these ones, this side is actually empty. Our friends from Karamoja, this side is empty. Okay, that's a nice picture. Well, photo, where do we look? Photo. And we are saying, does trust come nicely with a smile? Trust. We have to force it. You try. Okay, we're saying trust. 1, 2, 3, go. Trust. Yeah, that's a diplomatic smile. Another one. One more. Sebo. Sembela Ken. Okay. One more and then they go. 1, 2, 3, go. Trust. You prolong the word. Nice. Hey. Okay, we can come for tea. Let's do tea. In 10 minutes, be here at latest 11:15. Careful. 11:15, tea is served. Our colleagues, we are so many. Serena, our Serena colleagues, I hope you're set for us. We are so many, as you can see. We don't want to be so many on that line, so please do quickly. Careful. Let's move that line. Serena colleagues, Serena friends. The line, we don't want a long line. Let's do very quickly. Let's be back at 11:15 for the panel. Careful as you come down. Serena, that line is too long. To start. We're ready to start. Please take your seats. Please come along with your tea. Please feel free as we invite our panelists to take their seats around that very interesting table. We're ready to start, friends. We're ready to start. It's 11:20. I would like to invite our panelists to come and take their seats. Mr. Stephen Okello. Mr. Stephen Okello is the Executive Director, the National Bureau for NGOs. Mr. Stephen Okello, please come and take your seat. Mr. Mr. Godwin, our Manager, Welfare and Community Services, Kampala City Council, Kampala Capital City Authority. My apologies. Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Patricia. If you're here, please come. Are you ready in the room? Miss Patricia Opoka, please come and take your seats. Those stools are comfortable. They are okay, sir. And then the FIA, our Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Lazarus Mukasa, please come and take your seat so that we start. We'll give you 1 minute to take your seats. Those around the cocktail tables, please come and take your seats. Come and take your seats in the front. Hilda. A minute for us to settle down, because our panel is very ready. Okay, our panel is ready. Just a few minutes for those people on the tea. Please grab your cup of tea very quickly. Take your seat so we can start. We want to start with everybody. Our online participants are very active. We have questions already flowing from Dr. Nkubi's report. We have over 70 to 90 people attending this event online, and we acknowledge our onliners. We see you, and we will give you a time to speak to us on some of the issues. Okay, I think we should start. We'll start with Mr. Stephen Okello, obviously. Obviously, but in no order after that. Again, please join me in welcoming Stephen. It's these few times that we call him Stephen. But in the other meeting, we have Mr. Stephen Okello. So Stephen, you're very welcome again. Again, that's our ED, the National NGO Bureau. Thank you so much, Mr. Okello, for always attending such dialogues. We don't take that for granted. Mr. Okello, you have heard from the trust report. We shall call it the trust report. And I saw you shaking your head, and at one point you said, wow. When I said it was objective, you smiled. Sometimes that smile, I don't know what that smile means, but you smiled. But I also know that we have also given you some guidelines to talk to, some points to talk to. So as you speak, there are many questions around the NGO Bureau. I know that conversation today is the rationalization, that whole word. And there are already questions in the room around what is the future of NGOs? What's the future of renewal of permits? What is the future of all that? So Stephen, you have been at this game, in this space for quite some time. You've been with us in the regional engagements. You were there at the launch. You have seen the trends in terms of NGO compliance. What, in your view, how do you see this compliance thing going? Are we improving as NGO, as a sector? What challenges are you seeing both from our side as those who are being regulated, but also what challenges are you experiencing? But what are the opportunities, including the issues that were raised in relation to trust? So please join me in welcoming Stephen yet again with a clap. Great. Stephen, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Sheila. Let me start by thanking DPI for organizing this event, because it's a very good opportunity to have all these stakeholders in the room to discuss all these issues. But also I want to thank Dr. James and the team for the survey. I listened to everything he was saying, as you said, attentively. And I think it is a very spot-on exercise that they carried on. But of course, it's good that he said they will conclude after listening to also the other side that they're going to pick from this room. So that gives it a more balanced angle. Because if they had already concluded without listening to us, then we would say, okay, there's still something missing. So let me start from the general angle you asked from. What is the compliance like? Before 2016, we had a compliance level that was at around 62.8% of NGOs in this country. That meant that NGOs were not compliant. And that is something that actually should have worried everyone at that time. But from 2016, when the NGO Act came into play, and to date, the compliance level has risen from 26.8% to now 62.4%. And I think that is a very commendable, steady rise. And of course, there are so many factors coming into play here. One of it that, of course, also helped contribute, all of you remember that in 2019, there was a verification and validation exercise for all NGOs in this country. And I remember when we started it, we first had an internal exercise to get to know how many NGOs in this country. According to our register at that time, it showed us that there were 14,207 NGOs, but we conducted an internal exercise to find out how many NGOs had valid permits in this country. We found that 3,811 NGOs only had valid permits. It meant the rest did not have valid permits. Now, after that, we moved to an online exercise that all NGOs in this country participated in, where it was more of a census, that if you're out there, please just declare you're out there and you let us know. By the time we finished that exercise, only 2,113 NGOs were able to say we're out here. And all of you are aware that from that day onwards up to now, every Monday morning we publish a list of the NGOs operating this country. And from 2019 to now, it has helped us track a lot of things and see the improvement. And that's how we have slowly seen that from 26.8%, the compliance levels have risen now to 62.4%. And I think that is a good direction we are going. We are hoping that after a few years from now, if it's very clear that compliance levels are improving. Now, what are some of the key compliance areas we look at as NGO Bureau? The first one, of course, is that every NGO in this country must be a body corporate, meaning you should have been incorporated. Whether you start within the country or you're coming from out, you should already be incorporated. The other one is that you should be registered. There's only one national register for NGOs in this country. That means you should appear on that register. The other one is that you must have a valid permit, meaning that you can apply for a period not more than 5 years. Once that period is done, you can always come back and renew. The other one is that you should come back and renew. And those are some of those obligations. I had James trying to emphasize the 2 million somewhere. I knew where he was speaking it from. The law says that 6 months before expiry of your permit, you are supposed to apply for renewal. Should your permit expire before applying for renewal, then you are subjected to a fine of 2 million for every month of default. And so many NGOs are falling victim to that. But of course, another legal obligation that NGOs must comply with is that you are supposed to apply for review in case you have any changes. Like if you decided to change your objectives, change area of operation, any changes that occur, you need to apply for review and let the Bureau know. Or it's a way of notifying the Bureau. But so many organizations will change over area of operation, change objectives, change so many things, but do not notify the Bureau. So those are some of the legal obligations. But also others are that you are supposed to maintain a very high standard of governance, transparency, and accountability. The other one is that also register. But also a key one is that every end of the year you must file returns with the Bureau. And those are just a few legal obligations that I've pointed out that are required that every NGO must comply with. But also, we also have some of the challenges which you requested me to talk about. What are the challenges that the NGO Bureau is seeing when it comes to compliance? The first one, which is affecting so many NGOs, is the mindset and the motive at the point of forming an organization. Why are people forming organizations? Do they even appreciate what they're getting themselves into? Do they know this regulatory framework that is in place? Do they know all these legal obligations? We see a lot of people driven by passion. Others are driven because they want to survive. Others, it's a job they want to create for themselves. Others, it's a financial gain. But amidst all the motivations and the mindset you have why you want to form an NGO, do you appreciate all this regulatory framework you're getting into? So many NGOs do not pay attention to that. What they do is that they decide they want to form an NGO, get a lawyer to do all the paperwork for them. All they want to see is just bring us a permit from the Bureau, bring us a certificate from the Bureau, bring us incorporation certificate from URSV. The rest they do not mind about. But you see, at that point, it's easy. But as time goes on, the legal obligations start to catch up with you. Whereby, at one point, you're supposed to apply for renewal. You don't even know you should apply for renewal. You're going to continue operating normally. So that level of also ignorance and lack of appreciation, but also the mindset of why you are forming and where you want to go at the end of the day, does not come out clearly when people get into the arena. But of course, the other thing which I had in the opening remarks, capacity. So many people form these organizations, but the question is, what kind of people do you put in these organizations? Starting from the members, if you're a membership organization, who are the people you're putting as your members so that they can guide the organization to be compliant? Who are the staff that you're recruiting who can help with the compliance issues? Who are the people you're putting on your board who are going to ensure that the organization is compliant? So these are some of the compliance issues that are key. But of course, another area which is also a challenge is that a number of NGOs or organizations out there operating think that the responsibility of compliance is with the head, let me say the executive director. Meaning that it's only the ED to know when our permit is going to expire. Now the ED also gets carried away. Those are not things to look at all the time. Now a number of NGOs don't have a compliance officer. Someone who is recruited or has a job description that makes them even assess risk levels, compliance issues within the organization. At the end of the day, the organization gets carried away into operations. And one day when they wake up, they already have a 4 years default. And that is almost a fine of 24 million per year times 4. Now, at the end of the day, you want to go and start blaming the Bureau, and yet you had 6 months before its expiry to actually do the right thing. So there are so many factors at play, right from the point of forming it, capacity issues, not having the right people in place to ensure that you're doing the right thing. But of course also, a number of organizations don't have automated systems that can keep reminding them and telling them, okay, your permit's about to expire, so many issues. So at the end of the day, you find that you're running into trouble because all your systems are manual and there's nothing to remind you. Now, some of the recommendations you have asked me to actually touch on is that first, we appreciate that so many stakeholders are coming on board to sensitize organizations. That is something good, which of course is yielding results. That's why we see compliance levels are growing up. That's why you see NGO Bureau, DPI, so many entities out there in the field trying to build the capacity of so many actors so that everyone's up on board. But as the sensitization goes on, for both the NGOs, district authorities, and all stakeholders, NGOs need to start investing in capacity building too. They need to build the capacity of their staff, their board, and their members too. Because if you have people who are part of an AGM, who are taking decisions, they need to have a thorough appreciation of what their expectations are and what kind of questions they can ask, how they can hold the organization accountable, because they actually report to them. So it's important that the capacity building is done at all these levels. But also, as I've already hinted, it's important that organizations recruit compliance officers. Because if you don't have a compliance officer and you think an ED is going to be the one to remember each and everything, then you are going to always find yourself on the other side of the different laws that are actually in place. So I think sensitization, compliance, and more capacity building is needed. But also automation is very key for all the entities so that they are actually having systems that are helping them in so many ways. Now, you also requested I touch on what James had presented. I think overall, as I've said, the issues he raised are really some of the issues we have also seen as we conduct reflection meetings out there. I wanted mainly to emphasize, I think, 2 or 3 areas. The first one, of course, he said that there's a feeling that NGO Bureau sends out security officials to either go and bulldoze them or intimidate them in a way. I just want to say that is not true. We are not that kind of regulator. We are not even only a regulator, but also we are an enabler. If you see the spirit in the law, if you see the way the current NGO Bureau operates, we are there to support the sector grow. We are not there to also tell, because I'll tell you that in 2019, after we concluded this exercise, the numbers risen from the 2,000, and as we talk now, the number is close to 6,000 NGOs. Now that means that the environment is one that attracts organizations to continue growing. What we did in 2009 was just to weed out those that quietly closed. But you see that there's a steady rise. So the NGO Bureau is an enabler of the sector also. And so there's no reason why NGO Bureau would send security people to either go and bulldoze or else intimidate an NGO at the end of the day. But something I wanted to emphasize and spend more time on is the dangerous orphan that he talked about. I will tell you that, and he really gave a good description that government put in place an entity, structures that are there, but there's a lot that needs to be done. And I fully agree that from some of our engagements with all the stakeholders in the field, we find that we need to actually design a special project for this dangerous orphan. We have structures there that if you go to some districts, you actually find a number of them are also in a comfort zone and are using even the old law, things that are not current. And that means that some of the things they picked in their survey are actually correct. There are areas that need to be urgently addressed. The first one, even before you give them the money, is to build their capacity. You need the right people sitting. They will understand what an NGO is, the legal obligations and all this. Because if you start by giving them the money as is being requested, you are still going to give money to an individual who does, or a committee that does not understand what is the right thing they should be doing. All the things he raised, that the fairness, the openness, are things that need to be at play. Are you listening to these NGOs? Are you appreciating why they're there? Or why they are there to even complement the government, all the areas? So first thing is, can we really invest in the capacity building of these DNMCs? But apart from capacity building, there's also operationalization. I had Dr. James mainly focus about DNMCs. But there's a bigger community that he did not touch on, and how I wish you would tell us whether it is in some other report. There's also the SNMCs, Sub-County NGO Monitoring Committee. For me, actually, before even you talk about the DNMCs, start with the SNMCs. Because those are the committees that were actually established to be in every sub-county. Now, the fact that the work of each and every NGO and CBO in this country ends up in a sub-county somewhere, you need this SNMC first operational. Now, we are seeing that the DNMCs are operational, but they are struggling in a way. But can we start this whole project with the SNMCs? Once the SNMCs have the right capacity and are doing the right thing, then definitely expect the DNMCs to also gradually pick up everything that's coming up. And then from the DNMCs, it will reach the Bureau. Now, that's the first bit that build the capacity and operationalize the SNMCs and the DNMCs. The other one, he correctly put it, funding is a challenge. Each time we go out in a meeting and we are talking to all the DNMCs and the district officials, first thing they ask us is money. And yet I will tell you that the spirit of establishing these DNMCs, first by cabinet in 2010 when they were passing the policy, was that do not recruit anyone to be in those committees. Can you use individuals who are in those districts, who already paid, already have a salary, and if possible, who sit almost in the same area? If we listed the membership of the DNMC, you'll be shocked that go to a district, almost all of them sit within the same arena. And the spirit of cabinet at that time was for them to even call a meeting. Cost them almost nothing. They have a hall somewhere. They just have to mobilize, go and sit in a room, consider these applications. But you see now there's this whole spirit of allowances. Before we sit and do anything, please, you need to first pay us the allowances. Now I think if we could go back to the original spirit of cabinet and also request the accounting officers at district, who are the chairpersons, the cows, to help us with this, that please, first of all, talk to these committees, and just as Dr. James brought it out, NGO Bureau is counting on them. If they are not working, you know that there's already a gap being created. People are going to end up accumulating fines because they're either waiting for a committee to sit. And at the end of the day, they are going to try to explain to the Bureau. And yet the Bureau is having a gap between when these committees should be up and running and them doing the right thing. But overall, much as the spirit was that they don't need the money, the financial implications is zero. They already want. I think also that to some extent, some money must be provided. They may need a bottle of water in their meetings. They may need to have lunch if the meeting stretch. They may need to go to the field. They need at least some money for some fuel to go to the field. So it's important that let also some budget be appropriated to them. Now, originally, they kept looking at the Bureau, saying, NGO Bureau, give us the money. But you see also the Bureau is also struggling to get its own ceiling raised so that they have adequate resources. So it's important that the country as a whole, Parliament, then also together with the Minister of Finance, if possible, the fact that these are well-constituted entities, both in a policy and an act of Parliament, should appropriate the money to ensure that these committees have the right funding. But also apart from that level, the districts themselves need to also budget for these committees. I'm sure districts have budgets. But also you see that districts will also say they don't have the resources. Just like NGO Bureau will say, we cannot also pick money to give you at the district level. So it's important that at the end of the day, these committees should also be adequately funded, not only at the district, but also sub-county levels, so that at the end of the day, they have the resources in play, so that we don't have the frustrations people complaining about and all these lists. All those things that Dr. James raised are all results of lack of those two things. Lack of the capacity building, lack of giving them resources, because if you don't give them the money and you're pressurizing them that you want to go and submit the Bureau, they will then tell you, give us the money, because we need to either go and see where your offices are, we need to get some water to have in the meeting. So it's a very interesting arena, that so many things have to be put in place. But everything that Dr. James brought out, we are going to take note of them. We had already picked a number of them, but we would love to see the final report so that it helps us in so many ways. Remember that there is also a process of reviewing the current policy and act. A document like this would inform a lot of things. Some of the discussions would be that, was establishing the SNMCs and DNMCs a mistake? Did we think through very well? Have we created a structure that, as it said now, may turn into a monster from another angle? So it's important that if you have a report like that, that comes at a good time when you are reviewing these documents, the better. The good thing also is that the process of reviewing this policy and act was halted a bit because of the rationalization process, where the act was still undergoing some processes. So we hope that by the time the whole rationalization is done, and we go back to look at those documents, this report will be out. And I can tell you that it's going to feed a lot into that document, so that by the time we go to cabinet or parliament, we have all those things that are picked right from the grassroots. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you so much for making us wiser. Stephen, on that issue of rationalization, there's been so much talk around NGOs. Actually, in this room, somebody was telling me, hey, Sheila, next year they are not going to allow even NGOs to register. Even those permits that are expiring, no renewal with this rationalization. What are the real implications? I know you're reflecting on this.
Sheila, all I can say is that there's a process still ongoing. It's not concluded. So it would be unfair for me to start giving those positions when there is a law that has been sent to the president. He's yet to assent to it. There are so many things that are yet to come out. It's important that we need to have that conversation when the final document is out from the president. Because I may sit here and talk right now, then a totally different document comes out. So I would think that let's seize that conversation for now. Once that document is out, we shall come back and have that conversation. Thank you.
Hey, you see diplomacy. That is Stephen. But Stephen, thank you very much. And that's important, and we shall be really on the lookout. So thank you again, Stephen. I'll turn the chair now to Godwin, to Mr. Gumisiriza. KCCA. Somebody said, do you get those SMSs on your phone? Property tax, now the valuation, now the drones. I hear KCCA has drones. They even just see your building there, and then they see that one, 6 million per year. Like, when did they come to now evaluate my building? So, Godwin, we have all these perceptions which James has in his report about KCCA, about the municipalities, about, all that. But what are the real obligations for NGOs in terms of compliance with regards to KCCA? And what challenges are you seeing that we are facing as NGOs, but you are also facing as regulators?
Thank you, Sheila, and thank you, my brother Stephen, senior brother at that. Is it afternoon or still morning? Good morning, colleagues. Straight to the point. What are the obligations of KCCA when it comes to the NGO monitoring and compliance issues? I will not go into the legal gymnastics, but we know that we have the NGO Act, we have the NGO regulations that guide us. At one time, I will remind you when we were in the regional meeting for a discussion like this, I did confess that I was one of the key people that were resisting to implement some of the things that we are doing until we were guided by Stephen, and I will continue thanking you so much. As he has rightly put, I will not repeat, but I will look at what do we do as KCCA. What is the process? But I want to first put a disclaimer that the work we are doing as NGO monitoring committee is not charged any coin, unlike the NGO bureau that charges fines, that charges fees for registration. Us as KCCA, we are required to monitor NGOs and recommend them for registration or the renewal of the registration, and also sign an MOU with the NGOs before we can recommend. So the NGO Bureau expects two things from KCCA. One, the MOU between KCCA and the NGO, as well as the recommendation letter. But there is a process. We just don't receive an NGO application and then we just sign an MOU and issue a recommendation letter. Once an application has been received from the NGO, first of all, at a division level, the division handles the NGOs that operate within a particular division, just one division. For instance, if the NGO is operating in Makinde division and doesn't cross to any other division, the committee at Makinde division is obliged to attend to that NGO and issue a recommendation letter to the NGO Bureau as well as the MOU. But should the NGO's activities cross from one division to the other, or even an NGO is based in Kampala, either conducting activities in Kampala but also outside Kampala, or even based in Kampala, doesn't have any activities, it has activities outside Kampala, but as long as it is based in Kampala, it is still required to come to KCC, and that NGO now comes to City Hall, or what we call at the authority level. So you can imagine the number of NGOs that we handle, because most of the NGOs are at least based in Kampala, a good number. On a daily basis, we receive quite a number of applications at division and at authority level. As he rightly put, we do not have any additional resources in terms of manpower to do this work. It is using what is existing. So once we receive the application, we go through the desk appraisal of the application to see whether all the required documents that the NGO Bureau expects are on file, first of all. And once we are done with that, we also have to do a field appraisal to establish whether this NGO really exists or it is a briefcase NGO. And I can tell you in some cases, we find briefcase NGOs. You find that the NGO doesn't exist on ground. So we have to make sure that we first visit, and even if we find that the NGO is there, we also go through several other things of compliance. For instance, policy compliance. The things that they are doing, are they in line, are the objectives in line with the, for instance, the NDP, KCCA strategic plan, and other government frameworks. Then we also look at the visibility, because some NGOs are hidden. And I want to share with you the real experience. Our biggest challenge comes from the faith-based organizations, or what we can say, without fear or favor, churches, who are a number in Kampala, just like they are in other districts. And most of them, they register as NGOs. Sometimes you struggle to find out where these ones are. Some of them are. Or to find out what they are doing, whether they're in compliance with government policies. They don't even understand. Then you take them through what that one is. So you have to go on ground, check whether they are visible. Sometimes they don't have the signpost. They don't have. Some of them, by the way, even the phone numbers they put, you call, they are not available. All those cause delay. Then we also check for internal checks and balances. We find out whether they have, for instance, boards, and are the boards functional? Do they hold AGMs? Do they have documents to show that these ones sit? Then we also go and look at accountability issues. Do they have audited reports? And by the way, they are even supposed to be filing with us, to be submitting to us periodic reports, annual reports, their work plans, their audited reports, so that we are able to see that this NGO is doing the work. We are supposed, beyond actually recommending them, we are supposed even to monitor what they are doing on a daily. What are they doing? Then we also look at issues to do with the certificates of incorporation for those that are going to register for the first time. But even those that are renewing, we want to make sure that their previous certificate is on file, because they might say they want to renew when actually they have never registered. We also ensure they use relevant forms when they're going to register, so that they don't use irrelevant ones and then they get issues. But even the relevant ones, do they provide the information that the NGO Bureau actually wants before we recommend them? Because you might find, in most cases, there are some areas that they skip. If I will give an example, source of funding, budget for your annual budget, and you find that this information they have skipped. If you also are not keen, you will find that maybe the identification of at least 2 people who are local residents here, who are nationals here, who are promoting the NGO, they are not providing their details. So we make sure we check all that. After we have checked all that, now the NGO monitoring committee sits to review and take a decision. Remember, this NGO monitoring committee is composed, as per the law, of people that have very busy offices. So they came up with a schedule and say, at first, sit once a month, until we discovered that once a month was not enough, twice a month. But I can tell you, for to meet the demand, maybe every week we should be meeting to consider, amidst other engaging activities that you have. So, it takes time, is the point I'm trying to explain. An NGO thinks that they will come to KCCA in a matter of 1 or 2 weeks, they will get a recommendation. I am very sure that even before I leave here, one of the questions that must be raised, and has been raised everywhere, the delay. And what causes the delay is what I'm explaining. It is a process for you to get this. And if I were to recommend, what do you do to make sure that you avoid the delay? 1, don't wait for your permit to expire, then you submit. Start early, because it is a very long process. After all, even the application is addressed to, some addressed to the executive director, some addressed to the chairperson of the NGO monitoring committee. By the time it comes through all the levels until we are to start working on it, you might find you are spending 1 or 2 weeks' time, depending. And as I have explained, these processes, to go through them and finish on time, you need to have really good time, because we just don't rush. But also remember, with compliance, there are several other issues. On the NGO monitoring committee, as per law, we have security represented. Sometimes security requires that I want to first make sure that I review this file. That will also take another process for you to wait and get the feedback. So my recommendation would be that the NGOs start early, so that we can go through the processes and get the report out. And once the committee approves, then we have a minute. We start a second phase after the committee has approved, signing the MOU now, which has legal issues. You will draft the MOU to capture the obligations of the 2 parties and make sure that the 2 parties are in agreement. That will also take some back and forth reviews. Once that is done, then you have to submit it to our legal experts to go through it, and they may also come up with some recommendations, change here, work on this. That takes time. And unfortunately, as James did mention, you don't do always people who would exploit certain challenges that you are going through. Time constraint. Someone really wants this. They are telling you, NGO Bureau is going to charge us 2 million. I want the registration, the renewal very fast. You never know. Some people might say, I can quicken the process. Some people have mentioned that they have fallen that, but I have mentioned that all this that we are doing, we don't charge anything. The other challenge, if I may share, is that, as Stephen did mention, the issues of facilitating the committee. I don't want to repeat what he has said, but let me add that my experience and our experience as KCCA, our major challenge is transport to the field to do all this. Otherwise, you risk someone sitting in the office and issuing a recommendation when actually the NGO does not exist. So our major challenge is transport, because the assumption was that you are going to use what is existing in terms of resources, the funds and the personnel. He did mention that districts should budget, but districts have what we call unfunded priorities. This is one of them. What you call the dangerous orphan, I will call a very important and vulnerable orphan, not dangerous. Is always a non-funded activity. For us as KCC, we managed to succeed in getting funding last financial year, but this year we did not. But we'll keep struggling until we can be able to get to that level. The last thing I want to mention is that the NGOs are supposed to have a representative on the NGO monitoring committee, which is a very critical issue, and it is in the law. And I would recommend that the NGOs should also think about how do they coordinate themselves. If I wanted that representative, how can I quickly get that representative? Where do I go? I don't have the funds to call all the NGOs, put them at Serena like you are here, and say, choose among us your representative. So what we did as KCCA innovatively, we asked the NGO forum to help us in that exercise. They underwent the exercise and came up with a recommendation and said, you can appoint so-and-so to be on the committee. The person was written to, and the person declined. So we went back to square one. As I talk, we don't have a representative of the NGOs on the committee, which is a critical issue. And I request that NGOs here, if you can take it up, and we see, especially those that work within Kampala, that this is closed. I want to stop at that, and I thank you, Shia, and the audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Godwin. Please appreciate Godwin. Godwin, so at what point should we start complaining on this issue of delay? Have you set some standard even for yourself where you say, you know what, at least in a month's time, this recommendation should be out? At what point should NGOs start to become jittery on the question of delay?
Thank you very much, Shira. We, as I said, targeted to have 2 meetings a month, expecting that if we receive a file, an application, we should be able to work on it in a month's time. But in most cases, there are challenges beyond our level. For instance, during that month, you didn't have a vehicle for the officers to visit and come up with a report. But in addition, you will find that, as I have said, security piqued interest and they are vetting these NGOs that applied. You don't have any control. It's a matter of cross-checking how far they have gone. Before I walked in here, an NGO was following up, and I was telling them, give me some time. But what I didn't tell them, I'm waiting for a report from ISO. So some of those things are beyond our control. Maybe the last recommendation I should have made, and I can make now, maybe the NGO Bureau should also think about putting in consideration what Stephen mentioned, assuming whatever document comes out in future, maybe we should have some periodic discussions with the regulators, maybe coordinated by the NGO Bureau, in my opinion, to look at some of these things, so that the NGO Bureau calls us, for instance, KCCA calls you, ISO calls you, URA, and all the rest, and discuss some of these things and come up with strategic ways of addressing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godwin. I think you're re-emphasizing that point on interagency collaboration that Dr. Nkubi also picked up in his report. But thank you very much for your time. I know you're also, running against time, so we'll try and get some questions for you before you actually leave. I would like to turn now to Patricia. How are you, Patricia? Get Godwin's. How are you, Patricia?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. Patricia is the manager, documents, registration, and licensing. Is that it? Yes. That's Patricia from URSB. And we must have all interacted with Patricia or Patricia, another Patricia's Patricia, or Patricia behind Patricia, somebody, when we are filing the online system and so on. Patricia, we've been in this space for some time. You've interacted with the NGOs here, some of them. What is your experience now in terms of compliance, with legal compliance, particularly with URSB? How are we faring? James also mentioned in his report this issue of names. Now, that issue of names has really become controversial. Even the last, Stephen, you remember when we were launching, the issue of names came up. Any name, initiative, they will ask you, what do you want to initiate? That name is not good, you go back. Any name, change, what are you changing? Any name, foundation, what foundation are you founding? So every name becomes difficult. And the thing is, for people who have been asked to change names, you know what it means. You've had this name, it's your brand, you have to go back to point zero. What is in the name, Patricia? Please join me in welcoming Patricia. Patricia, in trend, how are we faring? But also, what is in that issue of name?
Okay, thank you. The compliance of the NGOs is low, but from last year, since we began the online, the data update, it's improving. I think it's steadily growing. Just to give a bit of background to those who might not know how we come into this space, NGOs in Uganda are incorporated as companies limited by guarantee, as one of the types of the companies under the Companies Act. And all these companies have obligations, right from incorporation to their operations. Companies are required to file returns every year. And then these companies have meetings, the board meetings, the AGMs, and the different operational matters. Probably you have a meeting agreeing to open up a bank account with Bank X. You have a meeting to appoint someone a signatory to your account. You have a meeting admitting new members. All these decisions must be filed with the Registrar of Companies. Now, on the name issues, a name is very important to anyone who's opening up any company, because we're aware of the importance of your name to your vision, to your dreams and everything. But you need to comply with the law. Now, I'll just give you like basic things. Use of Uganda national, unless you have a recommendation from the line ministry. Let's say you're into health, you're into communities. If you're dealing with communities, it's Ministry of Gender. If you're into probably ICT and everything you get from the line ministry, it really depends on what you're doing. And then anything that is a government mandate. We have had a situation where someone was looking at labor export, and they said they were the labor export something, making it seem like it's part of Ministry of Gender. That we cannot pass. And then anything that is illegal under any laws of Uganda, because the Companies Act is clear. A company is set up to do lawful activities. Now, On the names, of course, for companies and limited by guarantee, the common words used are foundation, initiative, association, network, forum, and all. But to demystify this, I think sometime last month we attended an NGO forum. It came up again, and also the feedback from our regional offices on the name. We are coming up with guidelines so that you can be able to know what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And with our online business registration system, it was rolled out on 9th December 2022. It enables you to access our services from the comfort of your home. Within that system, if it's a name reservation, for example, and you're not satisfied, or you think the reason for rejection is not valid, you have an option to escalate. So if you escalate this name, it goes to the managers, to the directors to review. So that mechanism is there. So please don't suffer in silence. You have an opportunity to raise your issues. And in James's report, he mentioned something about payment. Your payment is valid until you get a name. So please don't pay again. So if your name is queried, in that system you can put up to 3 names, option in order of preference. We have had situations where someone puts, it's 1, 2, 3. So number 1 is reserved, and the person says, no, I wanted number 3. Put what you want first in order of preference, so that if we look at option 1, it doesn't pass. We'll look at, of course, we'll give you what is similar, and then we look at option 2, and then 3. If you're not satisfied with the decision, you can still provide new names, or you can raise your issues. You even have an opportunity we have had situations where people attach a letter. You can attach a letter explaining certain things, why, or to create clarity. Because maybe someone will ask you, what is this? We do not reject abbreviations, but again, your abbreviation can't be a name of another company. We have had someone who had a name, it was another company, and many times you'll find such people are related. And particularly with NGOs, we have times where there are disputes between the parties. We have this NGO, I'm aware you have not incorporated, because prior to the 2016 NGO Act, they were reserving names and going, they were not incorporating. So I'll run and incorporate a company. When probably James goes to the NGO bureau, they tell them, go to URSB to incorporate. When you come to us, we're like, but this name is here, and it's the exact name. So we have also those scenarios where there are those issues regarding people related, incorporating the names, or we have a conversation. Before I know it, one of the people in that meeting rushes and reserves the name. Yet we spoke about this thing that we should come up with and all. And then we also have an issue with, now with the update, one of the realities we're having, people set up companies, they do not know where these people are. Someone will tell you, yes, we did it in the 90s, we're no longer in touch and everything. So we tell you, look at your articles, because in your articles, you have a provision on removal of members. And some of them don't even have grounds. Now, that is one thing would really encourage you. What is the criteria for removing members? There are those, yesterday I had a conversation with a client who came and they were removing a member. And I told him, but the reason you're putting here, because he just had a resolution, he hadn't read the articles. You said it was in 8A. They had A, B, C, D. A was a non-payment of annual fees of 500,000 per year. So I told him, so have the rest of you been paying? He says, no, that is the lawyer who put that. Would really implore you to read through these documents before you sign, because some of the things you put there, there's some of, in your articles, you'll say you'll have a minimum of 5 directors, yet you don't even have the 5. So would really implore you, before you sign these documents, please read The person you have as a company secretary should be someone who has an idea on compliance, because there are timelines. If it's a members meeting, a special resolution, a board ordinary resolution, they're supposed to be filed within 30 days. Short of that, there's a penalty. But you see, you'll find people saying, no, these people were removed 10 years ago, but you never filed with the Registry of Companies. Or you have another issue is companies where all the members have died. Now that one where all the members have died, we have there's a difficulty in distinguishing the role of the members and the directors. You'll find there's a particular company where it's really old, like 86. They kept on appointing directors. In their minds, they thought those were members. So they kept on filing resolutions, doing this, running the company, but without actually admitting these people as members. So they reached a point where there was no member. And where there's no member in this company, it means this company has to be wound up. Now, we have regulations of 2023, where in the event that most of the members have died, the surviving member, so one member can admit new members. Because remember, companies limited by guarantee are not for profit. So it means when I am a member and I die, it ends there. It's not transferable to my family or my administrators, unlike in the case of companies limited by shares. So those are some of the things, if we address, we can do that. Maybe just the last thing, probably we have seen NGOs and generally companies limited by guarantee. As a registrar of companies, we have quasi-judicial powers. We can listen to petitions, disputes in companies. Now, we have noticed the majority of our disputes are from companies limited by guarantee. And it surrounds one major thing: mismanagement and money. There's a particular one where one of the members was removed, and he was not a Ugandan, he was deported. Now, he sorted out his issues. By the time he came, things had been changed. He had been removed as a director, bank accounts, money had moved, and all that. So, as we also have set up these companies, we should also know who we are working with. We should have that level of trust. It shouldn't be looked at as a money-making venture and out there to probably cheat one another or do that. Because, as I said, most of them, and these are around churches and all, on the leadership issues. Now, if that can be addressed in your articles, if you're going to have directors serving for this number of years, especially those companies that have very many people, you'll find that some of them will say, you'll serve as a director for 10 years. Or some of them will say you'll serve as a director for 5 years with an option of re-election once, to avoid that monotony of one person running the show and doing everything to the detriment of the other members, and of course, to the detriment of the vision that it was set up. Thank you.
Patricia, thank you very much, Patricia. You raised, you kept talking about regulation number 22, but you're talking to lay people. You know, lay people, regulation, guidelines, we are starting to learn that space. But you also say, and Stephen said it too, we have to recruit compliance officers, people who know. We don't have money for compliance officers, Stephen. Patricia. So, and I know that you have been participating in these regional engagements where you're raising that awareness amongst spaces like this, of the URSB, the regulations, you know, when somebody dies, when you can't trace the founder, when you can't trace the subscribers, what happens. Are you developing, over the years, like you said, you're doing the guidelines now on the name. Are there other guidelines or Q&A, frequently asked questions that you're developing so that people can then go to those based on the experience that you're seeing?
Yes, Sheila, we have that. We are trying even to make it easy to extract certain decisions. What decisions require probably a special resolution means 75% of the members vote. Ordinary is 50. So we want to make it easy so that you say, okay, we want to do this. What kind of decision is that? What kind of resolution is this? Of course, we are aware of probably generally the compliance and also the way some of these companies operate. That's why we have regional offices. And also we have a collaboration with URA and KCC and local government. You'll find a URSB officer in 44 municipalities spread out through the country. As far as Koboko, as far as Kisoro, Moroto, you'll find someone from URSB. And of course, for the regional offices, we're in Hoima, Mbale, Mbarara, Masaka, Gulu, Arua, and those. And then within Kampala. So we want to, there are those companies, people who come to us, we walk this journey with them. We always have client relationship officers who are there to guide you. Someone will come and tell you, we want to do this. Or there's this issue, how can we go about it? We're there to guide you and to enable you comply. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. I think James mentioned the decentralization and how it's emerging as a best practice and how people are also appreciating that service. Okay, last but not least, as 12, Lazarus. That was John chapter, James, Lazarus was John chapter 11. James, stop him. John chapter 11. Lazarus, FIA. How are we faring? We've tried to understand FIA, we've tried to file the annual return, certificates. James talked about the issue of responsiveness. Even as we come to you, submit documents, we're not hearing back. But how are we faring? The positive aspects as NGOs, what are you seeing in terms of legal compliance? Are we better? Are we still stuck? What are those challenges? How are we faring, Lazarus?
Thank you, Sheila. First, I want to appreciate DPI for initiating these engagements. You'll agree with me, they are creating constructive feedback, and we are grateful. Yona and team, please keep this up. In terms of how the sector is faring in terms of compliance, I would say there are varied indications of how you are complying as a sector. Because looking at the various compliance requirements under the law, is the first one of registration. I would say this one we are faring quite well. We are faring quite very well. Perhaps because Stephen and team have made it a requirement for renewal of permits to have this registration. But I'll commend you for that effort. We see a lot of registrations with the authority. And the other obligation where we're doing quite well is the filing of the annual compliance reports. And the issue has come out about feedback on these compliance reports. You will realize that it's quite a huge number of NGOs. And internationally, they recommend a risk-based approach when we are dealing with such big numbers. Because as we know, my colleague here talked about unfunded priorities and limited government resources. So even at the authority, we are using a risk-based approach. We focus more on the NGOs which are identified to be at higher risk so that we can be able to effectively give feedback. But I'm also happy to report that we have since enhanced our capacity internally. So you should be able to see a lot more feedback in this regard. Regarding the other obligations, there's one where you're required to do capacity building, training your staff in terms of understanding money laundering, but especially terrorism financing. Because the risk faced by NGOs mainly is in relation to terrorist financing. And like Stephen indicated, most of the sentiments or the feelings which have come through the report provisionally presented by Dr. James relate to limited capacity. Some of the things I mentioned, it's because of lack of awareness, lack of knowledge on the workings of the Financial Intelligence Authority, and obligations in general. So we think if we step up capacity building, we can be able to meet some of these identified gaps. One specific thing which I wanted to speak to at this point is the issue of delays in registration, and the feeling was that it was because people were trying to solicit some kind of facilitation, and they commended one entity and left the rest of us in a pool. I felt a bit aggrieved because at FIA, we do not charge anything for any of the services we offer. And indeed, we've gone ahead, at least for this specific area of registration, to automate it. You don't have to interface with any FIA staff, so there's even no opportunity to ask for facilitation. You can sit in the comfort of your offices, up country, in your home, and complete the registration seamlessly. So since you are given an opportunity to contribute to the report before it's finalized, I hope we can move to the other pool of those who don't ask for facilitation.
James.
Yes, thank you, Sheila. The other compliance obligations we are looking at is you are expected to have policies in place to make sure that your systems are not abused to fund terrorism. Here, most NGOs are not doing very well. We've done some on-site inspections. We've worked with Stephen here. And we find a weakness here. You know, policies are the high-level statements which state what the entity intends to do, and it is inculcated into the employees, and it eventually becomes culture. So when there's weakness in policies, we believe there's vulnerability in terms of the entities, and they can be exploited to finance terrorism. The other issues is periodical reporting to FIA when you see suspected acts of terrorism or money laundering. We've not seen this happening, but I believe they are suspicious either transactions or attempts. From the provisional report, someone reported being approached by someone who wanted to fund the NGO, but in the same approach, they requested that a part of the money be sent back. That is a suspicious attempt to transact with the NGO, which should ideally be reported to the FIA. So it has come out from these engagements, but at the authority we don't have any such reports. So in that regard, the compliance obligation of reporting, I would say the NGOs have not fared quite well. The other issues of record keeping, KYC, basically knowing who actually funds the NGO, there is some room for improvement in terms of these compliance obligations, but we are aware that this is a journey. We have to work together. We continue our outreach activities, working together with the Bureau to ensure that at least you have knowledge of your obligations. And until we are sure that you have knowledge of your obligations, I'm sure you are all aware that we have not sanctioned any NGO for failure to comply with anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism requirements. So I was surprised when I had the issue of witch hunting, because if it was that, we have a lot of ground to penalize, but like I said, it is better to create trust-driven compliance rather than forceful compliance. So that is the paradigm we have at FIA. So the issue of witch hunting, Sheila, does not arise, and but we pick these findings. We think it is constructive feedback. We can look at them and try to establish why is there this feeling. For example, there was a feeling that FIA targets is biased, has the religious bias, specifically mentioning that we are targeting Muslim-based NGOs. This is not true, because targeting would mean that probably we've sanctioned some of them, and like I indicated, we've not had any sanctions against any NGO. The only place where I see this could have come from is the terrorism financing and risk assessment that we did, and was released in May 2023. This assessment looked at a whole entire spectrum of NGOs in the country, trying to identify which ones are more at risk in line with international standards, because resources are not infinite. We are supposed to focus our resources, our energies on those which are at high risk of terrorism financing. So when we conducted this risk assessment, the results showed that all NGOs broadly were at low risk of terrorism financing. But within those low risk categories, two specific categories were identified to be at a higher risk than the rest. The first one was NGOs which operate madrasas. Those are teachings of the Quran, but also NGOs which operate in areas prone to insecurity, or those with high terrorist threats, for example, on the western border of the country. So those are the two categories, and that's where I see the first insinuation to religious bias. But I must also communicate that this was not the work of FIA. It was the work of a wide spectrum of actors, including NGOs, including government, including the Bureau. So if it is biased, probably you should say that the entire country is biased against such. But I would say it's not true. And indeed, it has come out previously. This is not the first time. So I admit that those sentiments are there. And that we've taken initiatives to ensure that we kind of correct these biases. Just last month, we signed an MOU with the Interreligious Council of Uganda. And one of the tenets of that MOU is to reach out to all these religious entities, the faith-based organizations, to really understand the risk that they have as entities, so that when there are enhanced surveillance measures, they don't think it's a target, but actually it is a requirement that where there's high risk, then you focus some bit of more resources there. There was the issue of us being very technical and using a lot of jargon. I hope I've not been a victim to that, but I must confess, yes, this is true. The ML CFT regime, jargon again, is quite complicated. It's new to the country. So it is up to us to actually reach out more so that this so perceived jargon becomes common speak. It becomes even worse if you go to our traditional languages. Money laundering is not there in Uganda. You struggle. So you may have your technical stuff on your fingertips, but actually laying it to the common person is a bit difficult. We take it as an area for us to improve, to be able to deliver our communication effectively. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Lazarus. Lazarus, thank you for making us wiser and helping us understand the scope and the challenges also, but also responding to the issues that James is raising, especially the issue of the religious bias, because it's the first time it's coming, as you have said. I want us to thank Lazarus. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Godwin. And thank you, Stephen, for your time and for that information. With a big clap. I'll send it to you now. It's 12:30. I know, Godwin, you have to leave. So any questions going to KCCA, you will answer first, and then you can dash out, okay? So I'll give you an opportunity. We'll take maybe 5, and then go from here. But we know the rules of engagement, as Jonas says. We are listening, we are asking questions, we are being diplomatic. Yeah. So somebody help with a microphone. Tassilo, you're very welcome. Head of Programs, Governance, and Civil Society Program, GIZ. There you are. Thank you. Your name, that's Tassilo? Just that?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh, that's
my
fine.
full name is Tassilo von Rosted zu Hülshoff,
That-
but that's,
Yay.
I think, your tongue twister.
Tassilo, that one I can't even handle. Now at least that one, that T. But you're very welcome. Thank you very much. Head of Programs at GIZ. Okay then, let's start. Microphones, yes. I have one here, but I can't jump. So let's do how? Let's go here, and then there. Okay, but let's...
Okay. I start.
Thank you so much, Sheila and DPI, for bringing this together. And thank you so much, our panelists, for bringing us to speed, especially enlightening us on a few other issues that probably we did not know about. I want to first of all thank the regulators. At least there's been a positive change, a positive trend towards the regulations and also the enhancement of the capacity for different NGOs. Let's be realistic that we still have some key issues as far as timeliness and also the openness is concerned. And for this, I would like to throw a question to URSB. What's with the PO box I know there are issues to do with digitalization of the economy. We are moving from analog to digital, but we are still being forced pushed to the wall, as far as info, office box numbers is concerned. What's so special with it? My name is Daruma Albert. I lead a team at Local Sustainable Communities Organization based in Kabale.
Kabale. Albert, thank you. So we give each one question, just one, okay? We're going in circles. Please introduce yourself and the organization and where you come from in terms of district. Okay, next, behind there. Hilda, where are you?
Thank you very much. My name is Badru Mugabi. I'm the resident city commissioner for Hoima City. I just want to share some information to guide. 3 things happened in Hoima City, which could be a good benchmark. The first is the government of Uganda is piloting a one Uganda service center where all ministries and regulators have been put in one room to serve people and respond to NGO related and other services. So once it is successful and it's already operational in the city, it's going to be rolled over in the other districts or regions. Then the other thing I would like to share is the NGO Bureau and the FIA on an annual basis come to Hoima and bring us in one room with the NGOs and have all issues brought to table, and we respond to them. And that's why you've not had issues coming out of or observations from Hoima. But also I want to note that there is an NGO that facilitated foreign would-be journalists who came as students or journalists for tourism, and they got tourism visas into the country. But the moment they got to the country, they became either investigators or researchers. And of course, this should be noted to the NGOs not to drift from the mission. But on a local scene, which I want to also share, is we have issues in local governments where they point at security stakeholders, where NGOs are not compliant when it comes to signing of MOUs with local authorities. And then they come back to us when they want us to make recommendations or to sign for them as they're processing renewals. And then we put it back to the authorities where they have MOUs, we put it back to security, the DSOs, and that delay sometimes is caused by the NGOs. And then, as I conclude, we have an issue of non-declaration of budgets to inform government on the amount of the off-budget support. As we rationalize, we also have the very last one, where CBOs tend to function as NGOs, that is working outside their jurisdiction. We had an issue where an NGO operating in Central Region brought very many people from Central Region, Northern Region to the city. And of course, security had to interest itself. And through checking here and there, the NGOs tend to cry foul, which should also be appreciated. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the RCC. Thank you for sharing those good practices and of course the challenges that you see within the sector. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, please. My name is Ismail. I also come from Hoima. My question is to URSB. There is a challenge. Banks deal with us as NGOs. And remember, as NGOs, we register as companies limited by guarantee first, and then to the NGO Bureau. So there is a challenge that because banks deal every day with the other types of companies, which are more of business, they rarely understand how NGOs work. And at times they will be asking for too much. I mean, not too much, but things that they should be asking the other companies to NGOs as well. So I only wanted to know your relationship as URSB with these banks, and especially how you are covering these gaps, knowledge gaps from banking officers and understanding how to deal with NGOs and their banks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name again?
My name is Ismail Kusemera. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwestern Region and Corruption Coalition of Hoima.
Thank you, Ismail. Hoima. Okay, anyone that side?
Gender balance.
I'm coming, McLean. We are done with this side. Kakuru, no question today. Okay. Let's start with you. Your name?
I'm Frederick Bombo. I'm Executive Director, Kalamba Community Development Organization in Butambala District. Mr. John, DPI, I wanted to suggest that we also have a parliament representation in this kind of forum, because they are the ones who pass the laws. They sit back, relax, and they don't come to monitor as we go through the frying pan. So let them also be represented when we have another session of this.
Okay.
Secondly,
we agreed one.
Let me just pass this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that both our regulators and we, the regulator, we are still incapacitated to to implement these laws that they have put up. I want to give an example of the authority. We have issues with their systems. They always update their systems. And some of our people may not be able to actually keep up with the updates. And for example, in SSF, when you go there, they tell you you have to do it yourself because they don't trust their staff. And if we are talking about trust, that's where the mistrust starts. Because if they cannot trust their staffs, then how can we trust them in terms of our money? Revenue, I wanted to find out, besides, you are not on the panel, but revenue, I want to find out, besides the contribution we are making towards the government programs, as NGOs and civil society organizations, what is our contribution to the government's budget in terms of tax? Maybe it is somehow we are not visible. That's why we always eyes are on us in a way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Those questions, you will keep them for the afternoon. We'll have NSSF definitely on the panel, including the URA. But thank you.
Thank you, Sila. The men are talking alone.
No. I'm coming. I'm just being systematic. I'm getting to you. Everyone will speak. Everyone will speak. Yes, Kamawang.
Thank you very much. A very quick one to KCCA and my brother from NGO Bureau. I think, Godwin, you've talked about security and how sometimes the security may take an interest in the renewal or registration of an organization. And my question is, these engagements with security institutions like ISO and the others, is it a structured engagement? Are there rules on how you engage with security in case it's interested in a certain NGO? And the reason I'm asking this is so that the committee or even the NGO Bureau is not as intimidated as organizations by security. And is there a mechanism of reporting back to this institution that has put in an application and telling them the truth about their situation? Kindly provide some information. Thank you.
Did you introduce yourself, Bashir?
My name is Bashir Atwesije. I work with the Civic Response on Environment and Development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bashir from CRED. Okay, yes. One question.
Only one.
Only, short one.
Sheila. Thank you so much. Mine goes to the Executive Director, Mr. Okero. Mr. Okero, Dr. Okero. It's called Dr. Okero.
Doctor.
So I'm requesting that NGO Bureau should set up a monitoring team to come in the district, like in comparison with the National Drug Authority. If you set up a clinic, you'll find National Drug Authority coming in to monitor. But we request that let NGO Bureau set up that kind of team so that they can come direct from the headquarters I've been telling people in every meeting that I'm in that the majority of the people who are working in this civil society organization, they are people directly new graduate from Makerere, from the universities. So they need to be supported. So if you set up a committee like from maybe the RDC's office, locals, parish chiefs, those people may not understand. So we need to support these people. Like me, I'm Dr. Solomon. I work for the National Medical Alliance for Prisoner Support. It's an organization which is strengthening health in prisons. We work with Ministry of Health, UPS, and the Ministry of Gender. So when you set up a team, people come from the district, fine, they know. But we need you, we need to understand you. Like the way you say, National Drug Authority, for them they come and they say, do this, do this, do this. However, I had questions for all panelists, but I've been given only one question.
Thank you very much. And we have the booths there. You can ask them as well. Thank you, Solomon, and for the work that you do. Okay. McLean. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kiomia McLean, and I work with the Alliance of Women Advocating for Change. We work with grassroots communities, and we are an NGO. For me, my humble request, it's not even a question, but it's a humble request. We've seen so many other service providers providing awards beyond the emails. I know NSSF, URA, you send us those emails appreciating for filing the taxes. Can we now get into the tangible? I see that award as I get into the office and I touch, I feel, I said, okay, I tried my best to comply and this is the payback. I think it's very important. So for all, even NGO Bureau, please do it to us so that it inspires and motivates other NGOs to actually comply. Thank you.
So award them money cash or this play?
If they have money, well and good.
That one
social
is nice.
Responsibilities, but I mean those how
the plaques. Thank you, McLean. Great. I saw a hand here. One question.
I think, yeah, my mic is on. Okay. My name is Alan. I'm from Gulu, and I'm working with an organization with women with disabilities. Now, I also work with Light for the World International, Uganda. I had some two questions, but I will ask the Executive Director, URSB. And I also had one for Patricia. But let me start with Patricia. I remember we had a meeting in Gulu. I think it was last year. URSB staff informed me about when we are coming up with an organization, never to use the word Uganda when we are coming up with the name of our organization. So I fail to understand when you come up with something like Western Uganda something or Northern Uganda something, if there is a word Uganda, she advised that we never use that word. So I failed to understand why shouldn't we use Uganda in registering our names? What's the problem with using the term Uganda? Then, coming to the director, the executive director, when you talk about capacity building, yeah, it is very, very clear. And it is also important for you as the regulators because you also have, I may say, low capacity in some areas. For example, when it comes to disability inclusion, I think you also need your capacity to be enhanced because we are finding challenges. So you also need to build your capacity as the regulators to see how you're going to help we, persons with disabilities or organizations for persons with disabilities. I think it's also vital for you to build or enhance your capacity in addressing issues in regards to persons with disabilities. And also this issue of, you've been talking about the 2 million fines. Why don't we maybe reduce this 200K? But sincerely, 2 million, it's not fair. Maybe you can extend the period that you're giving us, but 200K could have been fair, but 2 million, really, it is not fair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What's our name again?
My name is Alan Nume Okwang.
Thank you very much, Alan. Those are really critical issues that you're raising. And the interpreter, thank you so much. What's your name, interpreter? We normally forget.
Raymond Tanena.
Raymond, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Good questions. We are going this side. Okay, one brief question. One brief question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Muya James Jemo. I come from Karamoja, Moroto. I work for ASEMP, Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy. My question is to KCC and URSB. One is, we talked of no fees being charged for the services that have been said. So my question is, what then should we do to ensure that those charges are avoided?
Thanks.
Is there any helpline maybe we are giving to the people so that they can call in case any staff asks for those charges? Then to URSB, it was still the issue of the names. I think other people have already said it.
Have emphasized. Thanks, Jemo. That's nice and brief. One brief one.
Thank you very much. My question is going.
Your names?
My names are Weche Robinson. I come from Lira. I work for Serve Uganda. My question is going to Dr. Stephen. I just wanted to know how it came about the 2 million. How did you conclude to 2 million? Thank you.
Stephen, how did you come to 2 million? Thank you very much. We're moving. One last one, two, and then we go.
Okay, thank you so much. I am, call me Frank Lepeko-Moski. I am from Moroto as well. I stopped asking questions, but rather I just have to make a few inquiries. But this one goes to all the regulators. I truly appreciate the innovation that we are pushing on as a country as far as we're talking about digitalization. I want to talk about the digital platforms, just like Madam had said that you can do anything at the comfort of your own home. Thank you so much, but sometimes we want to talk about the efficiency or the effectiveness of these systems. Like if I don't push her without me knowing someone from URSB and I want some document to be maybe, I want a true certified copy in a short time possible. Without anybody there, it takes too long. Maybe I request, since we already have the top heads here, maybe you could also make sure that you get a way to be following up people who are responsible, who are supposed to give a service, but rather they sit on their desk without playing their part well. This one is just a request to make everything that the people are accountable. I don't have questions for you. People will ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your name again?
Frank Lepeko-Moski. I work with the Kayese Community Organization. Kayese came from Karamoja Youth Hotel Environment, but because URSB limited us from our old name, so we remain Kayese Community Organization. So we are we're also victims of some services.
Patricia now, another victim. Even Kayese. What? Kayese, that one.
Thank
Patricia. Okay, thank you. One brief question.
Thank you very much. Orim Orik is my name.
Eric.
The Assistant Cow, Gulu District Local Government. I just want to put the perspective of Gulu District. In Gulu District, it is true we have had challenges with NGOs rushing for letters of recommendation, which my senior has already put it very well. Inadequate planning on somebody's side should not constitute an emergency. That is very clear. And we have had that challenge, but notwithstanding, DNMC is operating. We do not ask for money for facilitation, but all we do is we make them present in form of an inception. The inception meeting is organized cross-cutting. It brings on board the TPC, the Technical Planning Committee. It brings on board the District Executive Committee, and then the Office of the RDC and the DISO. So after the development partner or the NGO intending to acquire a recommendation presents, then the team will recommend and the process continues. Then I will also request that somebody should say something about local service tax. by NGOs. I also request this one on a very serious note that the law should be harmonized. You find the Local Government Act, 5th schedule of the Local Government Act still talks about sources of revenue as licenses and registration of the CBOs and CSOs. And on the other side, I'm also very much aware that that is the mandate of the Bureau to register. So we need to cascade this information across all the districts so that there is uniformity, so that certain fees that are not charged on these people are not charged cross-cutting. Then finally, allow me also put this very clear that NGOs are supposed to be encouraged to participate in budget conference and budgeting processes, because this is where they will see and observe the unfunded priority and support the government in the right cause and putting in consideration the district priorities in the various districts that they operate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oriem, and of course, thank you for making the time and for supporting the regional engagements as well. Okay, I'm moving this side. Panelists, should we take all the questions and then we'll answer to go? Godwin, I know time. Do you want to say something before you leave so I can let you go? Okay. Let's just give Godwin a chance for a short response and then, yeah.
Thank you very much, Sheila, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the questions and comments that you have raised. You will bear with me. I am supposed to have been somewhere else in an equally important engagement at midday. This is why I'm requesting to respond. There were two areas that required my response. One, is there a structured way when it comes to security vetting? Yes. Mr. Bashir, we formally submit the NGOs that security may have to vet with a writing. They receive it formally, and once they do their vetting, they also report back to us formally, and they state whether we should go ahead and recommend or we shouldn't go ahead and recommend. And when it comes to how they do the vetting, that is the work of security. But what I know, they also engage with the NGOs in question physically. They visit and have some discussions. If there is any feedback, they give it to them. But should we now get a negative response, as in terms of a negative report where they are saying, don't go ahead, we also give this information, this feedback to the NGO, stating the reasons given by security, but rarely do we have that. Secondly, the issue of those who request for some kitu kidogo, I don't know how to call it, that the service is free, but someone says, give me some facilitation so that I help on the process. I would like to encourage you to report such in confidence, but you know, the reporting will only be helpful if you have some evidence. Otherwise, the person will still deny. And in the modern times, the phones are helping us. Kindly record this person. Record and report in response. We would be able to deal with that person in confidence as per the law established. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very, very good meeting and resolutions.
Thank you very much, Godwin. Please join me in thanking and appreciating Godwin. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your time. The booth is behind there.
Yes, can I request my team to stand? I have two members, my colleagues. Mr. John Michael Lloyd is here, and Mr. Majidu Wadamba Mwonge. They will respond to any other questions that we may still have.
John is here, Majid is here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Godwin. You can slowly leave. Thank you very much. Okay, one question behind here, just brief. Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Christopher Chandia of Naomi Children's Foundation, Omoro. My question or my concerns will go to Dr. Okello Stephen of NGO. Our problem as NGO in Omoro is one, the access to the information that NGO relates to the NGOs in that region. One, we don't have good network. We don't have electricity that is reliable. We don't have good telephone network. And most times the NGO expects us to use internet to communicate. So we have to come to Gulu 35 kilometers to be able to access good internet and maybe other services like printing and things like that. So my request to the NGO is to find other communication mechanisms. They have our telephone numbers to communicate to us directly. But we also have challenges of they don't communicate at all. When you have any concern, they don't bring back feedback. We don't receive from them. We are a little bit perturbed.
Okay.
And we now my Children's Foundation, we have processed our renewal permit, including the payment of the fines of 6 million, and every document has been tendered in, but since for over 1.5 years now, we haven't received our permit, and we travel all the time to the office, but nothing happens. So we are requesting that this kind of process be made like the one of FIA, which is really very swift, and then URSB does things very well. So we request that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're in the right place. Naomi Children Foundation. Going, did I say? Okay, Peter, one question, brief one.
Thank you so much. I'm Majela Peter Guayaka, the ED of DENIVA, which is a network of indigenous organizations. My first comment is to my friend Patricia from URSB. Lately, URSB is encouraging people to use forms, which is makes registration easy, incorporation easy, the incorporation form. But one, the form requires people to adopt Table C of the Companies Act. I don't know how many people in this room have read Table C of the Companies Act. And they adopt the form, the option which says adopt with amendments, says the amendments can only be 2 pages. So when you advise, like, people should put these things in their memorandum, a lot of times I've seen it practically hard because some people just adopted Table C and it's hard. They don't even know they've never even heard of that. Another issue I want to talk to is the rationalization, which I've not heard many people talk about. My friend Stephen Okello avoided it, and we understand why. Colleagues from the NGO sector, if you look at your certificate right now, your permit, it is signed by the executive director of the NGO Bureau. And the new law, which is yet to be signed by the president, is removing that position. In effect, the certificates will be signed by the NGO Bureau, which is a committee now. And in effect, you'll have to sit and wait until that committee sits and it decides whether to probably renew your permit. Right now, we have a backlog. I don't know how long, but from my practice, it takes you between 4 months to 8 months to get a permit from the NGO Bureau. When this thing is signed by someone who sits in the Bureau every day. I don't know how long it's going to take. If it's going to be signed by people who will be meeting probably once every 3 months or something, I don't know how long it's going to take. And that should be a major concern. Could I say one more?
One brief one, Peter.
Okay. James's report is very interesting, and I've always found this thing which is interesting, and for the security people in this room. You see, district NGO monitoring committees are supposed to monitor NGOs, and for us as DENIVA, we really want NGOs that are genuine. We don't like to have NGOs that are flash disk NGOs. The guy carries everything in his flash disk. Now, when you put NGOs in a situation of funding you, if I have to pay for you to meet, to pay for you to come and monitor me, chances are that I will pass. Because I'm the one funding. And that has been the problem. And it is a problem that has actually promoted a number of NGOs that don't exist. Because all you need is fund these guys, and they give you a document, and you don't have any office, you don't have anything on ground. That has been a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much, out of your own experience. As we move, there's a question here, changes in names, I think to Patricia, or changes in names, if a CBO is to graduate from CBO to NGO, at times their original names are rejected. Why? Okay, where was the hand? Okay, very brief, one question, and then I'll move here.
Okay, thank you. I'm James Malinga, the Director, Mountains of Hope. Mine is about the postal address. I think this is URSB. I have a church registered as a company, by guarantee, limited by guarantee. And then I also have an NGO, Mountains of Hope, limited by guarantee. And then I have a business, limited by shares. And I'm the director of the three. I'm required to have 3 postal addresses in order for me to renew to file the returns. Unfortunately, this has halted or hampered my registration process. And I'm thinking by the time I go back to renew, I will be fined 2 million. Is there a way that these 3 can be merged into one postal address? And also, is it possible to waive off the 2 million if I asked, just like the president waived off the IFRIS 6 million? I don't know whether it's possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Very interesting question on postal address. One brief one.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Bine Zerohirwa Gilbert. I am the Fundraising and Partnership Officer at Let's Help International and the Publication and Social Media Manager at Chakatu Refugee-led Organizations Network. My question goes to Dr. Okello Stephen. Why you have been talking about capacity building for CBOs and LILOs and NGOs, but at least you have capacity building and people are capacitated. You even talked about resources, lack of resources, because most of the time for us when we even get fundings, they are budgeted. And to employ an auditor or a compliant agent needs money. And this money doesn't get budgeted in the budget we get from the fundings. And sometimes we are obliged by funders. We have some other obligations they give us. So why don't you maybe have someone you put in every district to be helping us down there, because you know at least you have resources. You just maybe pay one in every district, you put him there. Another one goes to Patricia, URSB, in rejecting names. We face this. Why don't you put someone to the district level? You go to the district level, they register your name, but when you reach to URSB, they reject the name. Why don't you work with district officers in charge so that when we begin from there, the name will be the same name at URSB? Because sometimes even our funders may think we are doing fraud by changing names, and it creates problems to us.
Thank you, Billy. Issue of name, issue of capacity building. I'm moving on here. One question, brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Bira Chiwanuka Nasa. I work with Recreation for Development and Peace. My concern relates to first the research that was presented by James, but also us, all of us on the panel, to maybe pick a leaf. Local governments have recently been assessed on certain parameters of compliance, gender, youth inclusion, environmental sensitivity, and the like. What if the Bureau engaged the local governments as part of their compliance mechanism to have timelines, not timelines, schedules, so that the district NGO monitoring committee, the sub-county NGO monitoring committee, we know they sit maybe once a month. Like we know TPC sits this and this time. We know council sits at least once every 2 months. So such that there are schedules upon which actors can fit in, as opposed to waiting, because my organization sits on the NGO Monitoring Committee of Masin District. But I'm telling you, whereas we also support, but sometimes you find the NGOs really struggling to have their documents that are recommended. I thank you.
Thank you, Bira. Thank you very much for that proposal. Anyone this row? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Sheila, what I'm about to say is very important, and as a politician, I may need some small time.
Your name first, politician.
Yes, I am Judith Drale Rumaturu, Project Lead, Partners in Community Social Action, Moyo District. Let me just give my own opinion that we are all dangerous orphans. The NGOs, the district, the regulators, there's really a gap in capacity and knowledge. I just want to say that let's add FIA in the good book. We came to know about them after the NGO Bureau telling us, do you have the FI certificate? And this was urgent. They supported, it was less than a week. We got the certificate and it is free. Lazarus only forgot to tell us that the punishment is imprisonment if you don't follow the law. And then when we come to URSB, names, we don't have problems, but I want to acknowledge that they have moved. Recently, I saw them in Germany. I almost called my husband to come and register our marriage. And then when I moved to Koboko, they were there. It shows that they have reached the region, and you can get your problems, walk to them, or engage them online. To me, that is credit. We must give where it is due. And then when it comes to the NGO Bureau, Dr. Okello, thank you so much. I'm giving a good one first. That I took over the organization as a project lead when the certificate had already expired. I only concentrated at the district level, not knowing that there was a permit needed until when we are supposed to land a good money, and they say, give us the permit to operate national. And we had 21 months. That's mean a 42 million fine outstanding. And this is an organization that didn't have the money. And then when I reached, actually, even entering Kingdom Hall is like, I don't know if heaven is like that. It was not easy, you stagger. But the policemen there were welcoming. And then on reaching there, they told me, Madam, 42 million. Somebody even advised me, say, I saw an NGO, say, why don't you change the name of the NGO? I said, how can we change the name of the NGO when we already have a 200 million standing somewhere to be received? It is impossible. Then another one told me it will be too long. I have a lawyer you get. I said, no, I don't speak to lawyers. I don't know. I want to meet Mr. Okello. Yes. And indeed, we had a privilege to put down, said a waiver explaining that the NGO started, it never had funding. The lockdown came in. And now his conclusion was, there's no ignorance in law. Since you have defaulted, we cannot leave you like that. He scrapped off 40 million and we paid 2 million. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Yes.
You're lucky.
Yes, I must speak it. And then I don't think the issue now is, Mr. Okello, URA, people take them as bad. But to us, when we walked to their office, they said, you have ABC. I said, we didn't have money. They said, okay, we're now charging you from March 2023. Be able to pay this. And when you do not have money as an NGO, you don't have funding, please, 0 tons, give us. Inform us earlier that we do not have the funding until sometime. The same thing with NSSF that moved from Arua to Moyo just to talk to an NGO that has 5 staff in office. And then we are just begging the NGO Bureau that just as URSB has moved to region, engage your guys to move to the region. Ask the government for money, because you must rest assured that we are taxpayers. Yes, we are giving money to the government and we must be listened to. Justice for the dangerous orphans. The district local government, I am not at them, I'm not bribing them. I must tell you, I've moved from Jumani, Moyo, Koboko, Maracha, Arua district and city, including Yumbe. They've never asked for money to sit to give us a recommendation. But what they demand is you submit your reports earlier, explain to them what they are doing, and there are some NGOs who these guys do not know about. And now starting an NGO, we thought was like selling shop. It is not. We have that gap of knowing about the laws that come, that follow us, that you need to work on, because you also need money from us. The more NGOs you get, the more funding you will get as a government. We don't care where you'll put the money. We need that justice.
And lastly?
And lastly, kindly, you can use the NGO. I see NGO forums in the district. Why don't they bridge the gap between the NGO bureau up here and the NGOs down there in the district? You could work with them so that they are aware of what is going on and also talk to us, because these NGO forums will also give them 100,000 annually. They must appreciate it, and we need that. Yes, there are cases where local government will ask you for money. They say, we have time for sitting, maybe quarterly. In case you want something urgent, they don't force you. In case you need something urgent, give us this much. Where you don't even sign. So when you don't need it, that means you have to wait. But let me tell you, NGOs, let's wake up. Tell the government, local government, what we're doing. Let's be on the side of the law, and the law will be on our side.
Thank you.
Yes, my salary is 800,000, but I still pay URA and NSSF. Why? Because I feel it is important and we're obligated to do that. Let's stop being defects. Let's get the right information, and Mr. Okello, go with your guys, educate us.
Thank you very much. Here you have the URA, but they are clapping for you. Now, tax exemption, you come and ask for it, they'll give you. It's too happy here and everything. Okay. Thank you very much. One question, very brief. I gave her an opportunity because she forewarned me.
Thank you, Sheila. I'm called Masumbuko Charles.
Yes, Charles.
From Afford in the Renzo region. I'm glad that I'm talking to my regulators, but it's kind of a combination that goes from URSB to NGO Bureau. It's something to do with maybe like RCC had noted that there was a CBO which went and had a bigger meeting in the region. I don't know whether you noted that there are some CBOs that are richer than NGOs. But the challenge is, even if you want to be more compliant, you can't get, for example, a National Intelligence Authority certificate without entering into URSB. But URSB portal doesn't permit that. And then there is also something to do with the lack of coordination, especially when you look at the trends, how some of our organizations start. You start as a CBO, you can operate as a CBO for the last 10 years. But when it comes to reservation, you want to reserve, now this name gets issues. The technicality is what happens next. URSB team will tell you, come back and change the name. And this is a name you've branded, you've formed, it has been in existence. Basically, everyone knows the name as a service provider in the community, and then URSB gives you a provision. My take is, we are glad that we are now talking to you other than waiting for parliamentarians to discuss this. I am thinking that let you streamline the process of URSB. I think there could be some coordination, how you decentralize this to start down from the sub-county NGO management committees. If you are to improve the NGO sector, and I am happy that we are cultivating the trust for better governance in the NGO sector, let's start it from down, that before a CDO at the sub-county registers an organization, let that be reserved, such that we don't have that technicality in the end when you're trying to become an NGO. Then lastly, Sheila, it happened that there's an organization which was registered with a certificate, but because of the COVID, at the end of the day, when they went to renew, they were told to go and reserve and do the reservation. Because at that time, reservation was an option. But people would get certificates from the NGO. By then, it was NGO board. So I tend to ask, what is the implication here that this certificate, because some people got the certificates that are just ending last year at NGO level. Is there room for URSB and then NGO Bureau to let this organization move on with a very name?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you so much for those queries. We'll move this side. Yes, Uncle Ben, one brief one.
I'm Benon Singwide Abok, and I work for Navoda in Hoima. I must appreciate the National Bureau, Mr. Okero, we really appreciate. You have moved us from very far. The challenge I have faced that I need to share with you and other friends is that it took me a long time to get our certificate renewed. Almost 1 year, and I was wondering what we can do. I even tried to pass through the Human Rights Center to help me assess the Bureau for that renewal, but it took a long time. I was suggesting that maybe there should, we wait for automation, we could assign somebody a desk to make sure dealing with us expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Ben. Thank you very much for that very brief one.
Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Bakari Kwira Philip Eric from Jinja. I have one generic observation to the regulators. All your mandates are given by Parliament, and you do the implementation of the mandate. You've listened to the voices of the key stakeholders in the sector, informed by a report from Dr. Nkubi. How best do you utilize this summit to make a pronouncement of your preparedness to utilize the report, the voices of the key major stakeholders in the sector as a bargaining tool to make reforms in the sector? We don't get time to interact with the Parliament, but I see, Stephen is very good at PR. And when he speaks, sometimes you say the man is near to God. When actually at operation, the narrative is different. Yes, we appreciate some of the regulators are doing super good. I have no problem with URSB. The big ups for URSB colleagues.
Okay.
But other regulators, you will still have a long way.
Okay.
And today, as we sit in this summit, we have a document which we think, pronounce yourselves, that the voices, Dr. Nkubi, and the voices from the people here, we need those reforms to ensure that we have a sector which really does not only serve the interests of you, the regulators, but also must be anchored on what we think, how we think the sector should be.
Thank you, Philip.
Then the very last one, Shira. This is one summit which comes, big ups to EPI. Can we speak?
Yes, sir.
Then two, the colleagues have amplified the fees, Ndugu Stephen. At what level do you, when you're preparing guidelines internally, and other colleagues, the regulators, at what level do you involve the stakeholders in making decisions? You sit, you'll tell us 2 million is parliament. 2 million is parliament, we may agree. But even then, for social accountability, where does the 2 million go? And what does it do to improve the sector? We may not be having a problem of giving you the 2 million in terms of penalties. But take a cent a wall over. I give you the 2 million, what is it going to add value? Because at the end of the day, we are the key stakeholders. Without us, you have no job as regulators. I thank you.
Thank you, Philip. 2 million, take a cent a wall over. Translated, put your money where you see it. Okay. Thank you for those issues, but also the issue of commitment. Where are we and how are we taking this report or the preliminary findings of the report? Okay. Thank you, Philip. Briefly? Yes.
Thank you very much, DPI, for putting this conversation together. My name is Namasa Juliet Faith, and I'm from Busoga Governance and Social Accountability Network. We are based in Busoga, and to be particular in Jinja. Mine is a message to Stephen. Stephen, in very many forums, I think I've even given you calls about the issue of having only one person in the Ministry of Gender to be in charge of giving recommendations. This time around, we are kindly requesting you, because among the regulators here, you're the one who's closer to the Ministry of Gender. Can you please take this message of ours? We are in pain. Sometimes you go, you want a recommendation, the person has traveled out of the country, and you have to wait. Please take our message. We are in pain. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, you have had the pain. Judith, thank you very much. This row will move now to this one. One question, brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. My name is Paul Mlindwa from Chitara Civil Society Organizations Network. And to Stephen, I think I want to re-emphasize the need for digitization. We've raised this quite a number of times. And we used to know local governments as being too analog and too slow. And we feel bad when our own enabler, when our own main regulator, requires us to move miles and miles, hundreds of kilometers to come and file just a return. And sometimes there is something missing, very small, and you have to move back and come back. I think it's long overdue. We need to digitize, and we should have digitized yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Very brief and also very concise. I'm just coming back just because. One brief one. Okay. You have a microphone in front of you.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm called Ida from United Religions Initiative. Mine goes to Patricia. You talked about the due dates for filing resolutions. I would like to inquire more light about that. Actually, I was not familiar with it, because one time we were filing a resolution and we were given a penalty. Actually, we didn't know that we were going to receive one. So they told us, pay such and such amount because you've really delayed to file this. So I would like to more light in regards to that. Then a last quick one. Also, this goes to URSB too. That lengthy process of maybe filing an amendment or a resolution, because of recent, we were amending our MAMATs. Our admin would take our admin would take the MAMATs, and then she would be told that this needs to be amended. Then she comes back the following day after amending what she has been told to amend. Then they tell her, please amend this again. It took us 3 months for our MAMATs to be approved. I kindly request that that should be looked into.
Thank you very much. Your name again?
I'm Ida Baligasa from United Religions Initiative. We are based in Ntinda.
Thank you, Ida. Okay, one last brief one.
Thank you, Comrade Stephen Okero. My name is Blair Musasizi. I work with AFCOD Uganda. My issue, NGOs, we are partners of government in development. But when it comes to the issue of penalty, it is really affecting us, and I would advise that at least as the Bureau come up with a mechanism in that we could interface like it is done in URA. If I'm being demanded, that means 100 million, you sit with URA and they tell you, do a BCD. So I request that come up with a mechanism of helping these NGOs than just letting them to die off because of the penalty issue.
Okay.
Then lastly, although much we like to be compliant, but some of these domestic policies end up scaring the development partners and they run away. So as a government, kindly think about that. Because when you are given this money from abroad, it's not for our personal use. We spend on the community beneficiaries, your people, the wananchi. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Thank you very much for those questions. I'm going to turn it now to our panelists. It is impossible to respond to each and every question. You are going to try, but you're with us. We have lunch. Some of the questions, please, you're going to reach out to the regulators. But I have some of the online questions here very quickly, and I'll summarize. Peter online is saying, wondering why the NGO Bureau requests the same documents such as operational permit, certificate of incorporation, TIN certificate annually, even though these documents have been previously submitted to the NGO Bureau. This goes to, URA is not here yet. Lastly, please clarify the role and mandate of the NGO Board, Bureau, Forum, and so on and so forth. I'm curious about when the NGO Bureau will transit to an online system. That has been emphasized. In a situation where an organization finds itself cannot continue to operate, what does it do in the case of URSB? Dr. James, in the study, did you come across appreciation of the QAM, the called NGO Quality Assurance Mechanisms by NPOs? Anybody said anything about it? Also, submission of annual returns and reports can be to several entities. Why can't this be streamlined? There's URSB, NGO Board, KCCA, District, FIA, and so forth and so on. I would like to ask Patricia, why URSB uses archaic methods to decide what a company can even be called. My name, not your body, was rejected as a promotion of prostitution and homosexuality. Will we ever get over this? Dr. James Nkubi, I'll pass this on to you. It's my concern. Let's see, one more one. Do organizations need to file annual returns at the Data Protection Office? That one we shall handle. Yeah, so we have quite a number online, but they revolve around that. What is URSB clear position about registration of international NGOs and the beneficial owners? So to our panelists, in any order, like I said, it's impossible to answer any of these. Pick up the highlights. Let's keep the conversation going. You have had them documented. So, Dr. Stephen, you want to start? Sorry? Do your parting shot as well. Yeah, and this is your message as well. I don't know where it's coming from, but okay, I'll come. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Sheila, and thanks to all the participants for the questions. I will answer as many as I can because of the time. The first question was on monitoring teams, why we do not have teams that are moving directly from the headquarters to the field. We are supposed to have branch offices all over the country, which of course is not yet in place because of the limited resources. But we hope that once these branches are there, you are going to have monitoring teams that come directly to your offices and do not even have to come from the head offices. But as we talk now, because branch offices are not there, we still have a team that monitors directly from the NGO Bureau. but because of the limitations in the resources, they cannot be everywhere throughout a year. That means that not every NGO gets that opportunity for being monitored all the time. But let's hope that we get more funding and we can open these branches so that this issue of monitoring directly within the district is addressed. There was a comment that came out on the issue of tangible awards that was being asked for. Sometime around 2016, we had a similar idea that it's high time we started giving awards to NGOs. But, and I remember, I think we even secured some funding from DGF at that time to see whether we could give awards. But when we started looking into the process of giving awards is not as easy as you may think. Because you may give awards to some individuals, then you are going to spark a very huge conversation. The criteria you used, why that one and not why that one, the level of fairness. And so we realized that for us as NGO Bureau, we can only start giving awards at a time when we are fully digitalized as is being asked for, because awards need a very careful analysis of so many factors and also very clearly designed processes. So in terms of awards, one day we are going to get there because it's important that we need to give awards. We need to thank the NGOs that are doing a great job. But also, if the NGOs also demand, we may also need to expose the NGOs that are not doing a good job. But it's important that these awards are actually introduced, and we are looking forward to that. On the issue of taking into consideration the disabled, I think that's a strong point. It's something which the NGO Bureau is already discussing. We hope that, that if we can have resources to recruit people who can actually cover that arena, we can do it. We have tried to look within the staff that are there who can help us address that gap. But as per now, I can say that we don't yet have someone. But we hope that if we can recruit someone to handle that category, then we are going to do that. There have been so many questions and concerns on fines. And I think I need to respond and say something about those fines. There are so many questions around how it was arrived at. Now, the 2 million fine is contained in the NGO Act. For all of you who are there in 2015, when Parliament was discussing the NGO Bill 2015, you'll clearly see that when that bill went before Parliament, we had used the same rate that had been there since 2006. From 2006 to the time we were discussing this bill, the fine was 1 currency point, which is 20,000 shillings. And when we were on the floor of Parliament, the conversation was, let's continue fining NGOs the 20,000 shillings. But it was on the floor of Parliament that there was a strong objection that if you want to have serious NGOs in this country who can be compliant, because the conversation is about compliance, then you need to put a fine that compels them. However, also, the fine should not be so abrupt. It means that give them a window within which they can actually sort out that fine. The law that was there before, the fine that was there before, provided that if your permit expired and you did not renew within 3 months, then you started paying the 20 million. The Parliament rejected that. They said that if you can accept someone to operate illegally for 3 months, then you are, let me say, promoting and encouraging people to operate for 3 months without a valid document. So they said instead of making it 3 months after expiry, give them a 6 months period before expiry for people to be able to go and apply for renewal. Whoever does not take advantage of the 6 months period before expiry, then must be able to pay the fine. So the 2 million was an amount that was arrived at on the floor of parliament. It did not come out in the consultations because consultations had maintained the 20,000 shilling that was there. So you should take note that that is something that came on board. Someone was proposing that please reduce the fine to 200,000. We can't because it is in the act. But I've already told you, we were already reviewing the act, and one of the key areas that we need to look at is that particular provision. But I told you because of the rationalization, we had halted the processes. So we shall inform all of you when the process resumes, because we are going to further consult and ensure that that you let us know, do we maintain the 2 million? Is it something to do away with so that it is addressed? Someone was asking for a waiver, and also someone gave an example of what happened at the NGO Bureau. What's happening now is that, one, it is a requirement in the law that you need to pay the fine. But what we're also taking into concern are some of the things that Dr. James pointed out about the orphan. We are talking about our dangerous orphan. That at times, some of the reasons that an NGO delays is not their own making. It's because either they submitted an application, no one looked at it, and they spent months and months waiting for either someone to issue them a recommendation to come to the NGO Bureau. And also, they spent a lot of time waiting for a stakeholder either to sign an MOU with them. And also remember that what NGO Bureau has done as an enabler to help you become more compliant, what we have also done is we put a roadblock for you that if you want to apply for renewal, we also request you to first comply with other laws. Otherwise, if we do not do that for you, it means we are going to clear you, we are going to renew your permit, you are going to go and operate as if there's no problem, and yet at the end of the day, you're going to realize actually you did not register with FIA, you did not register with the Personal Data Protection Office, you did not register with any office that you're supposed to. You did not sign an MOU with the district. So what we do is that we make it a condition that please go and get these instruments and documents before we can actually serve you. So what we do is that if at all you have accumulated any fine, and you can show us evidence and justifications that there were reasons that were beyond your control, then we can consider. And what we do for these fines is that people have heavy fines. One, we can tell you, draw a payment plan within which you can actually appropriately pay over a period of time. But also, if we realize that it's because either your application delayed in someone's office and you had no control over it, then we treat you the same way we treated the example that was brought out here. We say, okay, much as we understand, at least it was not your fault, but there is this amount you can either pay, and that is considered. So the question was, how do we involve the sector on this fine? I've already told you, we are going to review this law. You need to start planning and also taking that into account. The question on the benefit, how do we benefit from that money? That money is paid in the consolidated fund. Anyone who has ever paid that fine, you did not give it to the Bureau. It was in the consolidated fund, meaning that it is appropriated to all the government entities and whoever is being funded after appropriation from the Parliament. So, and of course, for those who followed the discussions on the NGO bill, we had once at some point requested that they should give us opportunity to spend some of these funds at source, but it was totally rejected, and that meant that all monies should go to the consolidated fund. Let me just say the questions I can pick. On the issue of the access to the information that was raised about the concerns of non-network and how do we engage the NGO Bureau in such a circumstance. Right now, the main communicators at the NGO Bureau is the communications department. And right now, even within this meeting, we have the whole communications team. We try to ensure that their contacts are all put out there, and you can always reach out to them. And in case of anything, they will always reach out to you. For the concern that was raised that you are finding it hard to communicate to the Bureau, ensure that the NGO Bureau team takes note of that, because you said that for almost 1.5 years you have not received your permit. The communications team coordinates all that. I wanted to answer that together with what Peter said about how long it takes to get a permit. Under the NGO Act, if you go and read the provisions there, you will find that the NGO Bureau is given 45 days within which to ensure that you get your permit. If you have not received your permit or your certificate within 45 days, then it means there's definitely a problem. And what we always do is that we ask the communications team to always communicate whatever is delaying it. But in case you have not received any communication, my request is that you always reach out to the NGO Bureau, mainly through the communications office, so that that is addressed. In most cases, you find that each time a query is even raised to an NGO, the period they take to respond to that query also has a bearing on how fast that query is responded to. Because if an NGO takes their own time to respond to a query, and it takes months to put together whatever is being asked for, then it definitely means that it will take a much longer time. There was another concern that there are no budgets to recruit compliance officers. Why don't we put people at districts? We hope that once the branch offices have been operationalized, then we shall have individuals at districts who can help with that. The issue of consulting the local governments on issues of timelines in terms of schedules for actually sitting, I think that's going to be a very core area for conversation during the consultations on the review of the policy and the act. We need to give clear timelines. It's unfortunate that when we developed and put in place these committees, writing the policy and the act, there was a total mission on issues of schedules, timelines, all that were left out. We hope that with this review, we can now do a thorough job and have clear timelines that actually penalizes whoever does not look at those applications within the time. The other question was in terms of CBOs. So many concerns are being raised about CBOs. Actually, the next quarterly dialogue meeting between the minister and the sector, we have dedicated it to CBOs. CBOs have got serious issues. As a country, we need to all sit and discuss it. And that means that I will not answer it so much right now, but I hope that the people in this room are present in that engagement. I don't know how many will get lucky to be present in the next, at the quarterly dialogue meeting with the Minister of Internal Affairs. That's going to be a meeting where we are going to bring, actually half the number is going to be people from the local governments. Meaning that even some of the questions being raised here, you're going to have so many cows in the room, so many RCCs, so many DCDOs. The right people can actually answer your question. But the main focus is going to be on CBOs. Why are CBOs a very big focus to us? Some of the reasons are raised here. That CBOs are supposed to be small entities that are operating at only sub-county level. Meaning that they don't have the capacity to do so many things to the level of an NGO. But it has correctly come out here that a number of CBOs operating out there actually have the capacity to operate as a full NGO. But they are more comfortable there because either they are not directly within the docket of the Bureau, they are not required to register with FIA, they are not required to go to Personal Data Protection Office. So there's a reason why they are remaining there. So it's high time that we started to pay attention to CBOs. But also, we're also seeing that there are CBOs that are moving from sub-county level to county level to district level, then even districts. You may find a CBO from some, let me say, sub-county somewhere in Kitgum, is now operating almost in the entire north. But if you try to look at what they're using for the operation, it's strictly a registration to operate in one sub-county. So there's a lot to be done when it comes to CBOs. So I request that please let's discuss the issue of CBOs comprehensively at the next quarterly dialogue meeting. So soon you'll receive communications on when it's going to be. On the issue of the mandate of the parliament, in terms of how they're going to utilize this report, I had already given a commitment even before it was asked that once Dr. James produces the final report, we are going to use that report to strongly and comprehensively enrich the policy and the act that are being reviewed. All of you should take note that when you go to cabinet, they want you to attach evidence of consultations, evidence of documents you looked at. Those are some of the documents we are going to look at. Now, there are also other documents we are putting together, like FIA has told you, there was a risk assessment of the sector that was done. All these issues are things which we need to put together. So this report had already requested that the faster it moves, the better. If it takes long and the process resumes and is concluded before the final report is out, it becomes difficult. So I cannot authoritatively say that we have already picked all the issues. I am convinced that what Dr. James did was a summary. There are so many details that actually will be very informative to the cabinet and also to the parliament. So we just hope that they will help with the reforms and also help enrich the NGO policy and the act. On the issue of Minister of Gender, this has been a cry that has been there over and over again. It is something we are going to take up. But of course, I also wanted to give the rationale. Why do we have only an individual that is handling issues of recommendations? One thing is that in the line ministries, it's supposed to be a PS to recommend any organization. But what the PSs have done, they have identified a particular officer to handle this. Now, why are we sticking on a particular officer? It is because we want to minimize forgeries. A number of NGOs do not know, or even the people in this room, you do not know the level of forgeries we deal with. NGO Bureau encounters a lot of forgeries. I don't know about URSB or FIA, but I can tell you there are so many organizations forging letters. And so it is safer to ensure that there's one person doing that. But for the concerns raised over and over again, we are going to engage Minister of Gender and tell them their concerns being raised, that can we at least have more individuals who can be available in case they're needed when it comes to the recommendation. There are so many concerns on the digitalization of the NGO Bureau. 3 years ago, we started pushing for digitalization of NGO Bureau, but it's unfortunate that we have not yet received the funding that we are hoping for. For those who have access to the ministerial policy statements that were submitted to Parliament, you will see that the first priority for NGO Bureau for next financial year is automation. We want to ensure that all these concerns are addressed, and automation is the main way it can be addressed. There are questions about why are so many regulators asking for so many documents. We hope that once the NGO Bureau, that is the main regulator when it comes to NGOs, once they're fully automated, its system can be integrated with other systems to save a lot of that hassle and also that hardship of having to submit documents in every office. And I can confidently tell you that once the Bureau is fully automated, then the Bureau can talk to its other sister entities and tell them, please don't ask them for information, just access it from this angle and you'll have the same information that you're asking them to submit. So automation is our top priority next financial year. Let's hope the resources come. If they do not come, then it means that we shall further push it on ahead. On the issue of I think a number of them I have already answered. I think let me go to my parting shot so that I can really close. First of all, I want to thank everyone for at least being part of this, because I will tell you that for me, any opportunity that involves speaking to the sector and also listening to them, I think it's an opportunity that I don't let go. And that's why you'll see me in different forums and also around the country engaging the sector. But once again, I want to thank DPI for this particular exercise and request that please continue pushing for more funding so that this exercise goes. We should not have a one of them next time we don't see one, because I can tell you having this exercise is a very important one. But also I want to thank Dr. James and his entire team that carried out this exercise. I only have one strong point I want to raise to Dr. James when it comes to the survey they're conducting, that the focus appears to be more on the regulators, because if you are cultivating trust, let that trust not be looking at the regulators only, at the government arm. I think let it start at the basic level. And this was my first point I raised today. Why people form NGOs, their motives, why they're running into trouble. I try to say something about that. How I would request Dr. James also includes in his survey, can you find out how many NGOs even know what is in their own internal governing documents? I will tell you that I have had the opportunity of chairing the committee at the NGO Bureau that handles complaints and resolves disputes. But I will tell you from all the engagements I've had, I can confidently tell you that to give a very fair number, 80% of NGOs in this country do not even know what is in their own internal governing documents. I have even said it's a fair number. Actually, I should have put it at 98. That if you picked any NGO, actually if Dr. James went and conducted a survey without giving people room to first go and hide in a corner and read what is in their own internal governing document, you're going to be shocked that the ED of that NGO does not even know what is in their internal governing documents. The board does not even know what is in their own internal governing documents. The members who are sitting in the NGO do not even know. Now, that is where the compliance starts. The basic level of how you can promote compliance. You are looking at the NGO Bureau, URSB and everyone. My request is that, I do not know if you want to conduct a separate one, but you should start with that basic level. If an NGO is not compliant with their own internal governing document, how do you expect them to be compliant with national laws of the country? So my humble request is that please go back and start there. Get us figures of how the compliance levels are. But of course, I've already told you from my interaction with NGOs, the situation is bad. People are hiring lawyers to develop these documents for them. People are hiring middlemen. People don't even participate. But when it comes to the time of registering, a lawyer will bring it to them. They'll just say, show me the part I should sign. They are going to subscribe to it and endorse it that that's their document, but they don't even know the content. Now, the moment you sit in a meeting, and by the way, for everyone in this room, each time we are handling a dispute or a complaint involving an NGO, before we even go to laws of this country, we start with your own internal governing document. We sit you down and say, okay, we have listened to this complaint, let's go to this article in your own constitution. And someone does not even have a clue of what we are talking about. Now, how do we even talk about capacity building at the national level or laws of the country when an NGO internally has people founded this NGO, people are working in this NGO, people are subscribing to this NGO, but they don't even have a clue. So I would request Dr. James that that's an arena that please look into it so that I do not know whether it will affect the amount of time you have. But overall, I want to conclude by saying it is very clear that handling issues of NGOs in this country is a shared responsibility. It is collective. You can see that's why I'm happy that all of us are seated here. I'm happy that in the afternoon, more stakeholders are going to be seated up here. And that shows you that you cannot look at the beer alone or even blame the beer alone. There is a long chain. And that's why Dr. James correctly put it, that if someone frustrates a process down there, you know that you are causing a bigger problem at another level. So it means that collectively, we need to holistically look at this compliance issue. It's not about the Bureau, but it is the country as a whole, involving all the NGOs. I've already hinted that we are going to drag CBOs when it comes to compliance issues, and that is going to start from our next quarterly dialogue meeting. But overall, thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen. Please hand clap for Stephen. Thank you for the effort you have made in responding to the questions and making this talk to your regulator really a talk to your regulator. Patricia, I know it's a tall order. Somebody here mentioned, very quickly, Patricia, what is the timeline for filing a resolution? That's the question to URSB. Then very quickly, Patricia, just one more. While the current laws require beneficial ownership registration, even for NGOs, URSB turns applicants to go back to the NGO Bureau under Section 34 of the Act, and even advises to reclaim registration fees from the URA. Why does URSB refuse to register INGOs, international NGOs, as branches of foreign companies under the Companies Act? Please clarify to resolve the gray area. Thank you, Patricia.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. And thank you, everyone, for your questions. We had a question on the postal address. It's currently in the law. So for now, every company is required to have a physical address and postal address. Of course, we are alive to the fact of the technological developments all over the world. And together with Posta, they now have virtual addresses. And they're working on a project to have so that we can have an address of service. An address of service is not a postal address. It means they'll have to map out the country based on your location, so that if X company is located here, we'll say we are located at Serena, first floor, room this, that. And it can even be traced on GPS. So it's something ongoing. So in the interim, it still stays. There's someone who raised something from the banks. Unfortunately, you did not say what things. But we should be aware that banks are regulated by Bank of Uganda. So they have their know your client requirements. So unless we can have a chat after this and you tell me exactly what, that's when I can be able to guide. We work closely with the Uganda Bankers Association and Bank of Uganda. Stephen spoke about the awards. Of course, giving awards have a cost implication, and it has there's a budgetary constraint on that, but we take that feedback. And basically on name reservation, we got feedback on different issues. And for example, use of Uganda, Alan, it's not true that you're not allowed not to use Uganda. We have had NGOs that have Uganda in their name. As earlier said, I said that in the event that your name starts with Uganda or national, you need a recommendation from the line ministry. So that should actually, I hope it creates some clarity. Peter spoke about the simplified MEMATs. We are working on it actually, because the purpose of the one-pager was to simplify registration for our users. But of course, now we're aware that many people adopt these tables and they don't even know the content. So we are looking at having you able to download and have this whole table there so that you can see what you're complying with, and if there are any modifications, you're modifying it against what you're complying to, not blindly just sticking table C and you're not sure. There was an issue on the CBOs. Unfortunately, non-registration offers you no protection. So if you intend to operate a company, any of the types under the Companies Act, you're required to register. If you come at any one point and you're saying, I've been using this name for 10 years, it's against a register that the name is searched. So if there are issues of similarity and all, it won't pass. But of course now this is an area we need to engage Ministry of Local Government that is registering these CBOs on the legal implications of what they're doing, because you make someone comfortable thinking I'm a legal entity and all this, and you go operating, yet the reality is you're not. We appreciate the feedback given. It's an opportunity. There was someone who spoke about the timelines and effectiveness of the system. It's an area we're working on. The whole purpose of going E is to simplify work and ensure turnaround time. So it's something we're working on. Our turnaround time is 8 working hours for whatever service or less. Now remember, it's Monday to Friday. So in the event that you submit your work on Friday at 6 p.m., please don't count the time. It will run on Monday because of the working hours. And then there's a question on the resolutions. Resolutions, they're different. If it's a special resolution, ordinary resolution by members, by shareholders, they must be registered within 30 days. That's where the penalty arises after, if you don't comply with that time. And also on the queries management, there's a lady who said, Judith, I think, who spent about 3 months. We appreciate that feedback, and it's an area for continued improvements from our teams. And then there was someone who said, if you're unable to operate, under the Companies Act, if you're not able to operate, you come and apply for dormancy. But it's before. You don't come after saying, you see, last year, I didn't have money, I didn't. If now we are going probably towards, let's say we're in December, and you realize that the funds are not coming in, you apply for dormancy. It means during that year, you're not required to file annual returns with us. And in the event that, let's say 3 months later, you're back on your feet and you think you will operate during that year, you can come forward. But if you go beyond 12 months, then you might go opt for voluntary winding up of this company, since you're unable to operate. The annual returns, as Stephen mentioned, for us, all government, to be able to speak to each other, it means everyone has to be automated, so that whatever you file to us is accessed by the NGO Bureau, by URA, by NSSF. So until all government is automated, that might not happen. And then there was someone who said, mentioned something to do with LGBTI prostitution online. And it's very clear, a company is set up for a lawful purpose. So if there's any law that makes anything an offense, you cannot set up a company for that, unfortunately. And then international NGOs that go directly to the NGO board under Section 34. That came up in 2016. I think it's an area for discussion with NGO Bureau, because what we register are branches here that come to set up, to do their business and all. And on beneficial ownership, it only applies to entities on our register. Once you're not on our register, we cannot take your information. And just to end, I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. Just to remind those whose companies were struck off last year, time is running up. As of 30th August this year, we shall begin the deregistration process. Once a company is deregistered, it means you will be taken off the register, and your name will be available after 12 months to someone who wants it. So it's important that we avoid getting into that situation. And also for those who have not updated on our online business registration system, please do so that you can be able to operate from the comfort of your home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Please appreciate Patricia for the effort in responding, and we have taken heed of that information that you've given us around the company register. Yes, Lazarus, last but definitely not least.
Yes, thank you, Sheila. Briefly from me, I appreciate all the feedback we are receiving from the NGOs, and we take this as an opportunity to improve on our services. Most of the issues raised were comments, which we've taken note of. My team is behind there taking note, and we are going to take the necessary action. I'll just address myself to 1 or 2 issues only before I conclude. On the issue of awards, I think Patricia and Stephen have addressed it well, and I wish to associate myself to their submissions, so I'll not go into that. I only speak to the issue of capacity building raised by Alan, that we are focusing on building capacity of NGOs, but even regulators, we need to build capacity. This comment is spot on, and at least from the perspective of FIA, we take the issues of capacity building very seriously. Because like you may know, there's only one FIA in Uganda, so the people we recruit don't have experience from anywhere. So it's upon us to build their capacity from the onset, but also to sustain this capacity given the ever-evolving face of crime. So this is a spot-on comment, and we are cognizant of that fact. The last issue I want to address is how are we taking the findings of this report to foster reforms. The specific questions were about the laws. I think for us it's much broader. We've only seen provisional outcomes of the report. I think once the final report is issued, we shall be able to distill further into the findings which relate to FIA and see what necessary reforms we need to make to ensure that our services are better. I've seen from the preliminary findings that most of the reforms, fortunately, can be handled internally as FIA, issues of capacity, issues of perceived bias, issues of... So these don't require legal reforms, but just in case there's some level of detail which require legal reform, like Stephen said, this is evidence we can present in our quest to foster legal reforms as part of the consultations we've done with the stakeholders. Maybe to give you assurance, many of you may be aware that issues have been raised before about NGOs being accountable persons in the law. We've been responsive to that feedback, and we've taken steps, very firm steps, to recommend removal of the NGOs from the schedule of accountable persons. And I'm happy to report that the feedback I got as of this morning is that this request has progressed. Because you know the process of amending that second schedule originates from FIA, it goes to Minister of Finance, then Attorney General, and finally it is laid on Parliament. Lucky enough, it's not discussed, it's just laid on the floor of Parliament, and steps are in advanced stages of having that effected. So that is a demonstration that we are responsive to feedback that we get from you. So these talks to your regulator engagements are not just a ritual, they actually can have effective reforms. So on that note, I wish to appreciate all of you for the feedback we received from these engagements. Appreciate DPI, Yona and team for initiating this and sustaining them this far. And I urge you to continue with them because I think we are likely to cultivate more trust between us. Although, like Stephen said, the trust seemed to tilt on the side of the regulators. I need to emphasize that we also need to trust you as NGOs. And as we do dialogue, I'm sure this trust will develop further. And this eventually will ensure that we work together to create safe operating spaces for everyone. Thank you very much.
Panelists, thank you very, very, very much for that commitment. And thank you for the openness, and for sure, cultivating trust was such a relevant theme as we discussed today. So thank you very much. Again, please thank our panelists. I know you're hungry. They are too. Thank you, panelists. Come and we'll take a picture here. Come and take a picture of our panelists. Yona, come and give us one parting shot. We're going for lunch at the terrace. Pick a coupon. It's 2:15. Let's be back at 3. Do a marathon and leave at latest 4:30. Thank you very much. Please, panelists, come and take a picture here.
Thank you, our dear panelists. Mine is just a quick one. This is a journey we are walking. Dear panelists, don't leave us. We have very important engagement in the afternoon. But also key to it, we are building trust. We are cultivating trust. So we are going to integrate all the opinions here, share what we would call the management copy to the panelists for their internal reforms, but then also have a public version. What I did not specify in the morning is that we had both closed sessions and open sessions. So in the closed sessions, there were really very deeper dives where the regulators shared their concerns with us If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and there is no truth in us. So we also need to have a self-reflection as the sector. Thank you, and may God bless the lunch that we are going to have.
Amen. Thank you, Yona. Please have a nice, beautiful lunch. Let's be back at 3 on the dot. Our panelists will be ready, and whoever is in the room, we shall talk to the person in the room. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful lunch. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Lazarus. Thank you, Godwin, not here. And of course, thank you, Patricia, once again. Okay, let's go for lunch. Let's be back at 3. Thank you. Yes, Rajab, 3. We're ready to start. Welcome back from lunch, friends. I would now like to invite our next panel, our last panel. It's 3:15. The program says at 4:40 we should be receiving closing remarks from Mrs. Sekaja. So I would like to invite in a very special way our panelists from the Uganda Revenue Authority. Please come. Mr. Twaha, is it you? Please come and join the panel. Mr. Stephen Mugabe, are you here? From the Personal Data and Protection Office, that's the manager, Data Protection Affairs, and of course Bernadette, I think, from our National Social Security Fund. Please join me in welcoming our panelists so that we can start. If you can get help, McLean, can we get help from Serena to replace the water? Okay, so on our last panel tonight is Miss Bernadette Nasuna Semakula. Yes, Bernadette is the area manager, Kampala West. Please please, can we welcome Bernadette with a big hand clap. Bernadette, thank you so much for your time. That is National Social Security Fund. We have on the panel Mr. Stephen Mugabe. Stephen is the Manager, Data Protection Affairs at the Personal Data and Protection Office. Stephen, thank you so much for coming. Please welcome Stephen. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Twaha Kayondo. He's the Officer, Domestic Tax, and he's representing the Assistant Commissioner, Business Policy. Please welcome Twaha. And of course, we had Twaha's colleague, Dorothy. Is that the name? Dorothy from URA as well. And we have the desks behind there. They'll give us the support. So, Bernadette, we'll start with you. Are we in the room? It's NSSF, our money. URA, where our money goes. Data protection, where our information is. So those are all interesting stakeholders. Okay, Bernadette, you've had the issues right from when James was presenting his report, but also the questions that are coming up on from the floor. On the challenges, also with information, capacity, awareness around obligations. What are really NGO obligations in relation to NSSF? And also, how are you seeing the compliance levels? Are we stagnant? Are we improving? Too many whistleblowers now within the sector? But now, what is the trend, and how do you see that coming in terms of compliance? Bena, over to you.
Thank you, Sheila. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all awake. It's a challenge to speak after food, but hope we shall keep you alert today. So, Sheila, just to give you some statistics. Last year, NGO compliance, NSSF, was at 79%. Yeah, that's good, out of an overall 57%. Currently, we are at 66%, it means it has gone down. The reasons could be that we are having more NGOs registering, and probably they are not compliant yet. But on the overall, NGOs are doing better than many other sectors. So that's a good thing on your side. The challenges we encounter with compliance with the NGOs, we find that there's irregular funding from donors. Like you've been all saying, many of your donors probably pull out or take long to finance you, so you find challenges to contribute regularly your NSSF obligations. So that's a big challenge. The second one is staffing. We've noted that a number of NGOs have volunteers or casual workers they do not pay for, and this comes up as the fact many NGOs bring on board staff who are not budgeted for, probably when the NGOs were starting or the projects were starting. So you find at the end of the day, they cannot pay NSSF for them. So, of course, there's the bit of being unaware of whether we should be paying for volunteers or casual workers. So, as a matter of awareness, all employees, whether casual laborers or volunteers, for as long as you're paying out an allowance to someone, you should be paying NSSF for them on that money, unless you're paying out a benefit in kind. Benefit in kind, it means you're paying for their lunch and you're giving to them in kind, they are eating it. Or you're paying for their housing allowance. Or there's a bus that picks them from home and back. But for as long as you're issuing out cash, you're supposed to pay NSSF 15% of that total amount you pay in the month, you remit it to NSSF. So that means everyone you employ, for as long as you're paying them, you should register them with NSSF, get them an account, and we maintain an account for them as staff. How can NSSF support you in that? NSSF is countrywide spread. We have done a lot of digitization and awareness online. We've done a lot of self-service, and I want to recognize the gentleman from Kalamba. The survey was talking about going digital, and NSF has done that. So our appeal to you is come with us. We want to go digital. We don't want you to spend money moving up and down, okay? So we've done a lot of sensitization. However, we have a relationship manager attached to each and every employer. So if you are not aware, we have our desk there. They will tell you who your relationship manager is, and they will give you their contact. Okay, go away with it, and this person should be able to support you even online. Simply call, and we shall support you online. We have a lot of engagements. If you need us to come and sensitize your employees, we can come there. I want to acknowledge the lady who said we went to Moyo. We will come to your premises because we have a lot of services that we deliver. We have financial literacy programs that we give online and physical, and they are free of charge, which takes me to the issue again in the survey about facilitation. All our services are free of charge. So whoever asks for facilitation, please whistleblow. We have a whistleblower platform online. Whistleblow and tell us what's happening, who is asking you for this money, and then we shall follow the due process. We have other products like voluntary contributions. The new law brought in it opened up the sector. Every employer, for as long as you're employing someone, even if it's one person, you're supposed to contribute. But also give us an opportunity as the existing members. Whereas your employer can contribute 15%, you can also do a top-up. So many people have taken up that option of voluntary top-ups. You can contribute as much as you want. We start at as low as 5,000. And again, the team on the desk will support you on that. You can pay using mobile money, FlexiPay, that is both Airtel and MTN mobile money and FlexiPay. And you can pay online. So all our services, majority are electronic, unless you need to use the service and you want to come into the offices. But we also have a toll-free line, which you can call anytime, and we will serve you again online. Again, in the space of voluntary, we have a Smart Life product that is coming up, again with the new law. You can save anytime and for whatever period you want, because right now the products we had were connected to age benefits, 55, 50, but now, on top of the 45 midterm access in the new law, you can save voluntarily and claim your money anytime that you want on the voluntary side, not on the mandatory side. So those are new things coming up with the new law. So NSF welcomes all suggestions, and we are open to whatever is coming out of the survey. We are an agile organization that keeps changing depending on the circumstances of our customers. So whatever comes out, we hope to be shared with us, and whatever we can pick out, we shall use it to get better. I thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Bernadette. Thank you for making us wiser, but also for really understanding the challenges of NGOs. The issue of volunteers is real. Mrs. Sekaja, you can relate to that, and many of us. The issue of volunteers is real, where you have funding for a year, you can remit, and then after that, you don't have the funding, and you have a pool of volunteers. And how do you deal with that? The issue of funding is real, very real, where you actually cannot remit. So when you spoke, you seem like you really understand the real challenges that we are going through as NGOs. Thank you so much, and I'm sure there will be questions there. And of course, James's report also raised questions around, the accumulated debts and whatever, but which you can also speak to. I have also been informed, Bernadette and friends, that NSSF contributed amount of money to this summit, actually. Yes. So if you're asking Philip where your money is going, accountability, Part of it is here. We've eaten food, we are taking water, the lights are shining on us. NSF. Thank you so much, Bernadette, for that contribution. Really, this is exemplary. Okay, I'll then switch the gears now to Twaha. Twaha.
I'm right here.
You had
Yes.
those issues of tax exemption. For the money, you come quickly, but now we apply for tax exemption. We're not hearing, as if you're not coming, as if you don't want to give us. So, Twaha and Dorothy, thank you for coming. Twaha, please tell us, what are those, how are you seeing the trend in terms of remittance and compliance anyway?
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you back after your lunch. At URA, we are in the business of collecting national revenue. But as we collect national revenue, we are also supposed to facilitate business with our stakeholders. In order to facilitate you, in English, there is a saying that charity begins at home. At URA, we say that charity begins at registration. The moment you have been incorporated, because all the issues that we are going to dive into at the end, you will find that even when the tax exemption perhaps delays somewhere, it will have a connotation from where I said charity begins at registration. The moment you have an NGO that has been duly registered at the NGO Bureau, the gateway at URA to receive any service is to register with us and acquire a tax identification number, which is a unique number that's given to all the taxpayers. When you get this tin, that's when we start to move. How do you get it? We have automated our systems. You can sit at the comfort of your bedroom on your smartphone and apply for a tin instantly for the individuals. And the non-individuals, because of the need to validate the authenticity of the details, we have not yet switched the automation because we need to validate to avoid forgeries. But we are promising that we are moving there. Because of e-government, we shall be able to coordinate and link with the other stakeholders to seamlessly verify your details and have you registered seamlessly and instantly whenever you need it. There are relevant documents that you need to have that have given you the mandate to become an NGO. We will want also to see them. We will also be required to register for the right taxes at inception. Because if it doesn't come out right at the beginning, in the end it is going to cause you issues with the taxman for compliance purposes. You are an NGO, yes. You're starting, yes. You'll be registered for income tax. Then you will say, for us we are not for profit. Why income tax? You are required to register for pay as you earn as a designated withholding agent to help government to collect pay as you earn from the employees that you're going to have. If you are dealing with if you're dealing with many suppliers, there may be a requirement, or you may be designated to be a withholding tax agent. Meaning you will be withholding the different percentages, most likely 6% on supplies of any supplies you're receiving, which is above 1 million. And legal fees and professional fees. That one will be mandatory whether you're designated, please mark my words, because this area is a gray area and it causes smaller challenges to NGOs when they come to apply for tax exemptions. Whether you're designated or not designated, When it comes to professional fees, the law requires that we withhold the 6% on the payments for these services. When we are designated by the minister, then we shall be required to withhold as per required percentages for the different supplies we are receiving. After when we have registered and we are compliant with those obligations, we are required to file monthly pay-as-you-earn returns for those that are having employees. We are required to file monthly withholding tax returns. We are required to file income tax return, and I repeat and mark my words, even when you are a non-for-profit organization, even when you have received a tax exemption certificate that exempts you from paying income tax because you are not for profit, the law does not give you a leeway not to declare at URA. You're supposed to file returns. And this is where we're getting a lot of problems and challenges with most of the NGOs. Because they presume that they are not for profit and they are exempted, they even have certificates, so they don't file. No. All of us are required or mandated, obliged, should be the right word, to file annual provisional income tax returns and final income tax returns. Because these returns will be used to verify the relevant information and documentation that you will provide at the point of application and reviewing of your income tax exemption certificate application. You have annual audited books of accounts. They are simply the ones that will inform the income tax return. What is here is what you put here. We've budgeted so much on salaries and wages, an amount of 2 billion in this financial year. It should be seen. Because, like I started, and I quote that URA is in the business of collecting national revenue for national development. We would want to facilitate your income tax exemption when you are compliant and paying your fair share of tax. Not the income tax, but on the pay-as-you-earn you're collecting from your client, your employees. So we find lots of issues that prolong the period of processing your income tax exemption, if I may go into the survey a bit, because of some of these challenges. You've declared so much in the audited financials, and the audited financials are not speaking with the income tax return at the point of salaries and wages. 2 billion, we are seeing you've only brought at URA 500 million. That becomes, we should verify, because by the time the commissioner issues you with a tax exemption certificate, we are exempting this income that doesn't confer private benefit. The exemption that URA issues under 21 BB of the Income Tax Act, this institution should be a non-profit organization, could be dealing in religious activities, could be totally charitable, could be an educational institution perhaps, if I am to discuss that, whose object is not for profit. You see, there is that aspect of not for profit. So if we come and we see you've declared so much, but they are not speaking with what you brought to us, then there is a question of conferment of private benefit. Then we say, Water Aid International. We need to find out a few of these. Then you come, we write to you, we discuss with you, we rectify. You tell us, Some of these amounts were spent at NSSF and we did not include them at this point. Are we getting? Then, at the point of incorporation, there are relevant clauses that you must mark from today. The dissolution clause of a non-profit-making organization. Pretty often we get these challenges because we go to lawyers like the predecessors who are here said, and you want to incorporate and go and register a limited by guarantee company. And these lawyers don't have much of this time. They have templates. So for them, they will simply pick a few of your details and input your names and location and all that, and fail to amend those specific provisions that matter. Please mark this provision. We have what we call a dissolution clause in the Articles and Memorandum of Association. It is the one that speaks and categorically puts it clear that there will not be or there shall not be conferment of private benefit even at point of dissolution. Because the income that you have used to put up these assets that perhaps will be shared amongst you if the dissolution clause is not speaking, will have been accumulated from income that has been exempted. And therefore, if in the end it is going to be shared amongst the directors, it will confer private benefit, and the law doesn't allow that. So the moment you bring to us in the articles and association of memorandum and articles of association, that doesn't speak, and I quote, that upon winding up, if there are any circumstances that provide that the organization should wind up, for example, the accumulated organization properties after settling whoever the organization owes shall be distributed in a manner to any other organization that has similar objectives. Okay? But the moment you have a dissolution that speaks of when the directors shall sit and determine how the properties are, the going concern after dissolution, it confers private benefit. Those are some of the reasons and the challenges we are finding when we are reviewing and processing your tax exemptions. I saw something come out that the reasons are not clothed well for the delayed and perhaps the rejections. From where I have started from, for us to give you this income tax certificate, I said charity begins from registration. Please ensure, review that the details that are on your profile are okay. Some of the institutions that have responded in the survey that they have delayed to receive a response, also, the challenges we find that even the emails that are on their profile are dummy. They don't work. You send an email and it bounces back. But it's the mode of communication. You go to the phone number that is there. It is for a person who was with the institution 4 years ago and he left. If you have chance, that person will help you and tell you, I left, I am with the local government, but contact so and so. But they are under most circumstances. The phones are off and you remain there until when this institution comes after, say, 6 months, and they are following up. We also need to look at the directors, because these directors are trustees to these institutions. They should be people of a high repute. You've entrusted them to hold this public office or public organization. If they are earning from the institution and their employees, they should be seen on the pay-as-you-earn return. If they are not, and they have other sources of income, they should be duly declaring their incomes in their income tax returns. If somebody has moved out of the institution, please contact at URSB make this resolution and amend and update the status at URA. Because for me, at URA, we shall review what you gave us vis-a-vis what you're giving us in the current documents, and they are not speaking. And that will deter the quicker response. It is also true from the survey that there are some instances where delays have come and they are on our side. It is also good to be honest. The delays initially were there because these tax exemption applications were at your specific offices where you operate. The lady in Moyo would apply and the application gets to Moyo and it is processed from Moyo at a certain point until when it comes to the head office. Someone in Imbarara puts in Imbarara. Somebody in Chisoro comes to Cavalry, and all cutting over the whole country. And because URA was, the officers were putting more emphasis on the point of collection, they were not giving much emphasis on the exemption. However, the good news is that effective November 2023, management saw it important due to the challenges that were raised from the previous engagements that the exemptions be centralized at the headquarters with one team. Wherever you apply from, they come to one team, and trust me, some of you who have engaged with us, you're receiving your exemptions even in 2 weeks, as long as the things are in order, even when they are not in order, but you're responsive to the communication and we rectify, we are processing these tax exemptions as required. At URA, we require a 360-degree compliance. 360-degree compliance requires you to be filing your returns and paying timely to avoid accumulation of interest and penalties. When these interest and penalties come along, at the point of application, there is one way or the other, they hamper and affect the quicker processing. Because even when we have processed and the committee of exemption says go, the person who, the commissioner may query and say, but Twaha and the committee, the chair, Dorothy, you're saying we are exempting this one, but this person owes URA so much. Let them first make a commitment. And that process may take another 1 month. You get? Yet at URA, even when you have a liability, we have a room for dialogue, we have a room for ways on how to break and pay the portions in the memorandum signed therein. So it is not cast on stone that if you have a liability, you will pay the dot and you'll get your exemption. It's a question of agreeing and understanding as long as there is dialogue and communication. And that comes to the other thing that I said, that at URA, whatever we do as a tax administration body, charity begins at registration. If things come properly at registration, then all the other tax administration processes and services as may be required. Thank you. I think I can give Dorothy, if Dorothy can add anything.
Yes, Dorothy, do you have anything to add? Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Am I okay? Can you hear me? Yes, thank you for that presentation. Just maybe to just add on a bit, just to let you know that the process for income for exemption, of course, URA comes in at the point of granting exemptions for NGOs. That is where our interaction happens when you want to apply for exemption or when you want to comply. Now, of course, the process starts online, like already mentioned. You place your application, you lodge your application at the URA web portal, and that is when we start that processing. Now, as part of the requirements, the key areas that we look at is we are first going to, yes, you say you want to be exempted. The law highlights different areas or different categories for exemption. So we'll look at your eligibility. If you say I'm a charitable organization, that is one of the areas we are going to look at. If you say you're charitable, then we will ask for documents that relate to this, what you do, your activities. We are going to ask for your audited financials. We are going to look at your annual reports, and all of this is just to interrogate and confirm to us that actually what you claim you say you do as per your articles and memorandum is actually what you are doing on ground. So one of the areas we test is eligibility. Are you eligible? Are you a charitable organization or a religious institution? Because that is what qualifies you as an exempt institution. Then thereafter, I think he put a lot of emphasis there. We'll also look at your compliance. Because many NGOs believe that you are inherently exempt. And that is where most of our challenges have been. So you find a person assumes because I'm an NGO, I'm not supposed to file returns with URA. I have no compliance obligations with URA, but the compliance obligations still stand. There are areas where you need to comply when it comes to filing your returns, filing pay as you earn for your employees, filing withholding tax returns for suppliers. That's for those who are designated. And if you're not designated, then you still need to file or account for withholding tax on professionals. And professionals here, I mean, they could be consultants, you could have had dealings with lawyers, you've had dealings with your auditors. So we expect you to hold 6% of that fee and account for it to URA. That's where the obligation comes in. Then we also have areas of the trustees or the directors. I think that's also one of the biggest areas we've had, where you find many NGOs do not account for their directors or persons, let me say persons associated with the entity. We also interrogate the compliance for such persons. So our expectation is that the compliance for your related parties must also be up to date. So those are basically the key areas. We look at your eligibility, we look at your compliance, documentation. There are a list of supporting documents that we require from you. We have a few samples here, which we shall share out with you. And for those who may not get, we can always share online if you share with us your email addresses. So as long as all that is in place, then acquiring the income tax exemption should not be an impossibility. We have granted exemptions, and we still grant them as long as you are compliant and you are able to meet the obligations that we expect of you. But I want to give you that assurance that yes, many NGOs have obtained exemptions, and we do grant income tax exemptions. And possibly to remind us that even when you have an income tax exemption, it doesn't mean that you stop complying, you stop filing your income tax returns. We still require the obligation to file still stands, even with an exemption. Because the filing of the returns is information for URA. You as an NGO, you may possibly be exempt, your income is exempted, but you have dealt with the interactions you've had, the business, the transactions that you have had. We need this information. So you find that this is still information to us, and that is why we still require you to file. Yes, thank you. Otherwise, we are available. The office is open. The process is now much simpler, like he has said. Initially, it was a bit complex because the process was being handled in our offices countrywide throughout the country, and that caused a bit of the delays. And management saw it fit that if we centralize the process, we shall be able to have faster processing of these cases. And as at November 2023, the process is much faster, it's much simpler. One-stop point of any issues, any challenges, you can always reach us on the 4th floor Business Policy Office, the URA Tower. We are available to support you and offer you service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Twaha. Exemption. Okay, we'll now move to Stephen. Stephen, you were the darling of James this morning, the Personal Data and Protection Office. We got very good feedback from the report that James presented. But I'm sure even with that feedback, there are challenges that you are still seeing, some kind of trend in terms of compliance, but also in terms of challenges. What common challenges are you sort of witnessing and seeing or sorting out from NGOs, and how are you responding to some of those? Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. I want to confirm that whatever James said is 100% correct. But like you said, we still have a few challenges with the compliance from NGOs. And I think the feedback is based on how we handle the challenges that the NGOs have. Our office expects that all NGOs adhere to the principles of data protection. And we expect the NGOs to achieve this through 4 main tasks. That is registration with the office, reporting any data breaches, handling complaints, and filing annual compliance reports. Now, what are the challenges that we find with the NGOs in those key areas? One, with registration, we still get quite a number of registrations submitted on the online portal that are incomplete. Probably sometimes it is because they have deadlines, they want the registration done, and someone submits an incomplete form, but our office is always ready to get back to the NGOs, to get back to whoever is registering, to let you know where the issue is so that your registration can be completed very fast. And then the other challenge that we have is delays in application for registration and renewals. It's a requirement for renewal of licenses by the NGO Bureau that you have a valid registration certificate from the Personal Data Protection Office. So towards the end, the expiry of one's license, they will register today and expect you to deliver the certificate the next day so that they are able to meet the deadline with the NGO Bureau. It becomes a bit challenging when we receive quite a number of applications at one time, and added to the fact that some of these are sometimes incomplete, it becomes a bit of a task. Sometimes the NGOs feel we are not giving the right attention, yet on the other hand, it's the delayed submission. So we encourage everyone to make sure, give it a minimum of 1 week. I'll guarantee you that once you submit and everything is okay, a minimum of 3 days, you'll have your certificate out. And then the other challenge is once the registration is done, whoever has registered and received the certificate feels, now I'm compliant with the Data Protection and Privacy Act. Compliance is a journey. When you register, we take you through different steps to ensure that you comply. We offer online trainings. These happen monthly through webinars. You can reach out to us for specific training in case you need to. We share compliance assessment toolkits to guide you so that you're able to check yourself and see where you have any gaps that will allow you to be able to comply. And then one of the biggest which is top of our agenda as an office, is awareness. I know NGOs comprise of our biggest number of registered entities in the office, and for that we appreciate the efforts from the NGO Bureau and DPI, because with DPI and the NGO Bureau, we've received the numbers increasing every time there is a gathering like this. But we still need to continue the awareness. Even while here, I received a question of someone saying, now, Data Protection Office, where do you keep our data? Okay, there is still that awareness gap where people think as Data Protection Office, we are the ones keeping people's data. So it's important that we continue to create awareness, and as indicated earlier on, we do collaborations with different regulators to work together and continue to spread the word of awareness. It's top of our agenda. We'll be reaching out through different fora to create awareness. Last on the biggest challenges is the annual compliance reporting. It's a challenge. We receive very few compared to the expected reports. It's a legal requirement that all registered entities with the office do submit annual compliance reports. Now, what is it about the annual compliance reports? It's basically telling the office how your data protection compliance has been through the year. You tell us what has gone on in your compliance journey with the Data Protection and Privacy Act. If you registered with the office indicating that Stephen Mugabe is your data protection officer, through the 12 months, have you had any changes? If you didn't have a particular policy, have you made any efforts to put that policy in place? Have you had any breaches that have exposed any personal data to unauthorized individuals? You indicate that through the report. We review and we are able to guide you and provide you with action points to improve your compliance. So we expect that all registered entities submit the annual compliance reports. And we are making an effort to have that also fully automated so that it makes it much quicker. Every time you report a breach to the office, it is captured and you'll find it in your template of the annual compliance report. So we urge and ask everyone who is leading out any registered entities to ensure that those reports come out. If you have any breaches, report them to the office so that we can provide you the right guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. Please appreciate Stephen. I know we are getting tired now. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you so much, Twaha. Thank you so much, Bernadette. And of course, thank you so much, Dorothy. We are going through the plenary. We have a very, very vibrant and active online audience. They're asking some questions, so I'll start with them and then come here and then go this side. Income tax is based on end of year balance. Is that right? That's a question. Anonymous. Mwanje says non-profit versus non-government versus social enterprise with regards to tax. How does that translate? Non-profit, non-government versus social enterprise. Are they one and the same thing? Diana, are there instances where an organization is winding down and the donors want their funds back? For instance, sell assets and send back proceeds. That is if there is no organization that speaks the same language as the one winding up. I don't know, Twaha, if you get that one. Opening bank account, organizations are asked for TINs. And yet when registering with URA, organizations are asked for bank account details. Can this anomaly be sorted out for NGOs? That's Barbara. Regina, if we got the TIN as a company limited by guarantee before registering with the NGO Bureau, can we deregister the company TIN and apply for the NGO TIN? Twaha Dorothy, is that one clear? If yes, what are the requirements? Then Mbale Women of Courage Initiative, thank you very much, our dear facilitators. Can NSSF allow us have voluntary accounts, which you talked about, which permit us to deposit any minimum of 5,000? I'm asking this because upon failure to have funds, at least our accounts at NSSF are not dormant, voluntary. We request the type of taxes we should subscribe to avoid penalties, that list of taxes for NGOs. This one for KCCA, I don't know if KCCA, if they're still around. KCCA, can they allow us to have lower fees for our premises? Not necessarily not to pay little, but sometimes NGOs reach areas of no money but need. Lastly, Diana says, are there instances where an organization is winding down? And I think I read that one, yeah. So those are online, please online, you're not left alone. Your comments have been passed on. So let's start from this side and then move on to this side. One question, that was our rule, but also very brief.
Thank you very much, our panelists. My name is Namasa Juliet Faith from Busoga Governance and Social Accountability Network. My question goes to the panelists from data protection. Why is it that FIA does not charge a fee and you charge? And then I also expected you to tell us the fee that you charge, because not all of us here know that. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you so much, our panelists. Once again, I'm Nabuf Aida from United Religions Initiative, Great Lakes, based in Intinda. My inquiry goes to Dorothy. My inquiry goes to Dorothy. Okay, is it okay now? Sorry about that. My inquiry goes to Miss Dorothy. Income tax incorporates both, is it Dorothy? Oh, from URA, yeah, him. Both. Okay, so, okay. Income tax incorporates both provisional and the final tax, because we are required to pay provisional for the final tax. My inquiry is for non-profit making organizations. We all know that they do not have any profit and they are NGOs with no income generating activities. How should we approach the provisional tax? Because for provisional, you're supposed to pay something. Is there a nil provisional tax? Or because for final, there is nil final tax, but for provisional, we are not sure whether we are supposed to pay something or we are not supposed to pay anything.
Okay. Thank you very much. Provisional.
Then to NSSF, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, for NSSF, in the event of funding constraints, what is the best course of action? Because on our side as NGOs, in case there is no funding and we are filing new returns, we keep receiving default notifications. So kindly advise us on how to go about that.
Okay. Bernadette, new returns, the notifications still come in. How do we sort that out? Okay. This table, yes. Hey, you come this side. Charles. Jovia.
Oh yes, I'm Jovia Komjisha from Mbara City. I just want to ask that lady about NSSF. There are some businesses which actually employ many people. It is a business. It is even registered as a business, but it does not want to remit NSSF of course, to NSSF. And you might find that even your child has been working in that business for more than even 6 years. When you talk about that, they will say that for us we are not supposed to do it. to subscribe to NSSF. So, is there a way now, those businesses also, those business people who are actually, they are manipulating our children, how can they also make sure that our children also benefit from that? Thank you.
Mother speaking for child. Thank you very much, Jovia. Still this side, Charles.
Thank you so much, Sheila. NSSF still. There are situations when we get messages when you delay to pay the NSSF monthly kind of payment. But there are scenarios again whereby you send a message even before it's not yet time for penalty. How does that happen? And two, at what level do you start penalizing someone? How long does it take to start penalizing someone when people have not paid?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. How long does that take? Yes, my dear. Introduce yourself. Where are you from?
Thank you very much. My name is Mgerwa Kasim Habib. I coordinate a team of young people in Masaka under the Center for Younger Generation Empowerment. Mine goes to URA. On the procedure of acquiring a TIN number. This is a case that happened to me last year. I used to get messages from URA to file returns on a TIN that I don't have any idea of. I would get messages around December, if I'm specific, that you go to your Masaka offices and file your returns. I think you will clarify on that, because I don't have that TIN number. I even have it here because they would quote it.
Okay.
Yes, the other one goes to NSSF on the voluntary savings. As it is voluntary for me to open up an account with the NSSF, how voluntary is it to acquire the funds? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mugera. The booth is behind there also. You can take that TIN number. Mugera, you can take that TIN number there and they can also check for you in the meantime. Okay, Philip, and then I'll come back up there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm speaking to the guy of the data protection.
Stephen.
Stephen, I need your attention before I make a submission. You know, at times, what confuses me is how does government communicate? At what level do you guys communicate? What lessons do you learn from your other sister agencies? The reason is that your entity is very infamous, as in the understanding of what you do, your mandate in Uganda. Two, at inception, you start on a foot of making payments. Financial intelligence is now becoming more popular and it's becoming quite easy for non-state actors to comply, because on inception, they took time to domesticate the conversation and train. And because it's an E approach, they made it simple, no charges. Yours equally is an E approach, and you started on a foot of making payments, when actually you're not visible. I'm wondering, did you benchmark on the performance elsewhere before you came in the country as a government entity, and you thought by prioritizing the payment, it would really make you or your work easy? Then the very last one, data everywhere we go. Ugandans, we are having data fatigue, because everywhere we go, they ask for personal data. Who is managing this data? How would you relate with NIRA? How would you relate with the ministry, NITA, you? We are having that fatigue of data as institutions. So at what level do you harmonize?
Okay.
I thank you.
Thank you, Philip. The issue of harmonization of data, that's really important. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, you haven't spoken.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
By name is of Consumer Rebecca from Resource Rights Africa. My question is about the VAT. As NGOs, we are VAT exempted, but our suppliers, when they're issuing us the quotations, even the invoice, they include on that VAT. How is it? Some, not all of them, by the way, because we deal with the hotels, we deal with the radio stations, we have car hire, we have garages for car services. So some issue their invoice and quotation with VAT. So how best can we treat that? Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. VAT. Thank you. Anyone this side? Yes. Your names, don't forget.
Yeah, thank you. I'm James again, James Malinga, Mountains of Hope. URA. We ran short of funds, I think a year ago, and reported to Natete branch. But we keep receiving the messages, non-compliance messages, threatening actually, every week almost. Fortunately, even the names of the persons sending are included in the emails, and yet those are the same people I reported to. I don't know how I can be helped on this. At least NSSF understood, and they no longer send such messages. And then secondly, still to NSSF, I discovered of recent that I was born in 79, not in 81.
Yeah.
I'm 45. I discovered I can now access my midterm, at least. So, is it possible to change the data in the system that I was born in 79?
Okay. Okay, James,
Yeah.
thank you very much, James. Just hold on. Anyone? Thank you, James. I'm coming that side, no worries. Anyone here? Anyone there? One short one, please.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Binezero Hirwa Gilbert. I come from Let's Help International Organization operating in Chejegwa district. My question goes to Steve Mugabe from PDPO. While we collect data from our beneficiaries, sometimes they don't want us to share their data information. So having your certificate means I have to share with you the data I keep, or it guarantees me that I have the right to collect data from my beneficiaries. Because otherwise it will be insane if I share with you the data of our beneficiaries whom we signed that we will never share their data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We are moving to the next side. Yes. Flavia, you haven't said a thing. Okay, you will. Just hold on.
Thank you. Thank you, Shida, and all the panelists. My name is Flavia Zarango, and I work with Human Rights Science and Promotion Forum. I have a question for URA. Is there any benefit of being a tax agent? Because I heard you saying, I don't think we have an option of refusing. We are already your tax agent, but I want to know how we benefit from this. And then, is there a plan in future for us to have one form that is consolidated, so that when I'm filing returns, I'm using the same thing to file everything? Because we had 4 entities in the morning and 3 and others, so you end up filing like 100 times a year. So is there, as we move on digitalizing things, could we find a way of having one form where we go to that website, fill, and that form satisfies URA, satisfies the data protection, and everyone at once? Because we are really fatigued. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia. Twaha, do you pay us for being tax agents? What are the benefits? She's asking. Can we claim the money for being your tax agents? Your neighbor.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Muya James Jemo. I work for ASEMP, Africa Center for Energy and Mineral Policy. I have a question to DPO. Are these trainings or awareness raising sessions by DPO ongoing? You were talking of at least doing some awareness raising sessions. Then, if the trainings are done, are they free of charge?
Okay.
And then a suggestion, to my know, DPO is not such that popular in the country, or in my region, in Karamoja. So is there any plan that DPO is having to popularize?
Okay.
If not, I suggest you do one. Thank you.
Thank you. James, concise and to the point. Here and then there. I'm coming like this.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Madam Sheila. I think mine.
Your name?
Frank Lopek Moski from Moroto, once more. For NSSF and URA, we accept all the water penalties that they are always threatened on us. But I hope in the future, just like someone said, they tell you reminder one, reminder two, along the way, even though you have complied, just because of that SMS coming into your phone, I hope you can also consider in the future our mental health. We get stressed sometimes about these kind of things.
Okay.
And then the question for PD.
No, I'm not stopping you. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm saying that they're not hearing properly.
Hey.
So let's do a little bit and then you speak a little bit slowly.
Okay. I was acknowledging the fact that we have the compliance obligations to NSF, URI, when all the necessary obligations that we're supposed to pay. We accept that, but on the part of repeated reminders, we feel in future we get a systematic approach. When someone has cleared or has complied, you don't send to them again an SMS, so it stresses us. Then,
did you hear that one? That you stop, we paid, you stop reminding, we already paid.
Then for PDPO, I just don't understand, like some of us who handle small data, we are not like MTN that gathers everything, including your biometric details. Why should you bother small organizations that they just deal with the small beneficiaries when more about data protection? So we only have data for our staff, for our board members, for our trustees. So is it really necessary for us, for everyone to comply with you? And then on the issue of the money, the payment, I think people have already talked about it. I hope one day you come slow with us, but we are ready to comply with you. Thank you so much.
Stephen, you have heard. Come slow on us. So that data, for board members, for trustees, that is little data.
It's only internal data actually. I don't know why we don't check actually with any other person unless necessary. Maybe they want to confirm that you have really a working board. Who are they? You have this number of staff. Who are they? We only share with the relevant parties. So any other thing beyond that, I don't understand.
Don't understand. Stephen is there. He'll help us understand. Okay. Introduce yourself.
Okay.
One brief one.
Yeah, my name is Ronald Ofoirworth.
Ronald.
I come from Nebi District NGO Forum. Nebi District NGO Forum, which is a civil society organization working in the greater Nebi, the 3 districts of Nebi, Zombo, and Pakwach. The organization I represent has many members, particularly these are indigenous organizations, CBOs, FBOs, and local NGOs mostly. Now, my observation straight to NSSF is that the new laws, which has now brought on board that anybody can be paid NSSF, I want to say is a very big disadvantage, particularly to upcoming NGOs, because many do not have the infrastructure to sustain this. If you look at the infrastructure required to manage payment, you have one bank 50 kilometers away, and this is a small NGO starting. You need to open an account, you need to liaise with the URAU, because now you're not going to say you're going to pay when you're lacking some of these. My challenge is that many of the CBOs find themselves forced to become NGOs by the current legal regime, particularly the NGO Act. If you're operating in one sub-county and tomorrow the local government separates into two, you either stop operating in one area or you are forced to move higher to qualify. Otherwise, you will be operating outside the law. So that's a big challenge that just even if people are being paid piecemeal, they should be paying this thing. It's not realistic to many of these people. And to URA, I have a small question. Are we expected to pay wages are wages of casual laborers subject to withholding tax? Imagine a scenario where I'm doing a project, I have 20 casual laborers, and maybe they earn 10,000 a day, and I want to pay them over, instead of paying them daily, I'm paying them maybe weekly or bi-weekly, but the amount exceeds 1 million. Am I expected to pay withholding tax?
Okay.
And lastly, for PDPO, we appreciate that it is easy to work with you, particularly online, but we have one major challenge. Validity of your certificate is too short. 1 year and you're paying 100,000 every year is too burdensome. And generally, to all regulating authority, we should realize that when you're first dealing with the NSSF, before you finish already, URSB is with you, financial intelligence, PDPO, NGO Bureau, and so we might end up just doing regulation only for our sake, particularly in rural areas, people who are not yet doing well. Gone are the days when donors used to pour money to civil societies. These days, very few succeed. I'm speaking on behalf of these small NGOs coming up. In other words, this too much regulation is killing down these small NGOs. In the end, we're only having big international NGOs forced to be the one to work locally in the sub-counties because the local ones are getting out of touch. Thank you very much.
Even big ones have problems also. What's your name again?
Ronald Foirwa.
Ronald, thank you very much. Is the compliance, the framework, is it facilitative of small organizations or is it killing organizations? Yes. Now I'm going to be very strict because it is 4:30.
Okay, I'll be brief.
Okay.
I'm called Evelyn from TLC, Fort Portal. My question goes to URA and also to NSSF. Yeah, let's put aside salary earners. Most projects you find we are employing, we employ, how they call them? Sorry? No, volunteers, yeah. So are volunteers supposed to pay for URA? And are they supposed to also remit to NSSF?
Thank you very much. Issue of volunteers, thank you so much. Okay, we're moving. That was very concise, thank you. Okay, one short one, another one.
Thank you very much. My name is Weche Robinson.
Robinson, one short question.
I am coming from Lira. I work for Serve Uganda. Mine is going to the URA. I got surprised one day when I went to URA. I thought I was dealing with an officer, but I was dealing with a driver. Actually went there because there were a lot of penalties that I needed to sit down and talk about it with an officer who was sending me an email. And when I went there, first of all, this driver asked me, "Are you going to pay?" Yes, I told him, yes, I'm going to pay. And then he began to, I think he knows the process. He began to help me because I had about 800 that I had to pay. And I wanted to pay, I wanted them to help me so that they can reduce on the payment. And after going through with the system, he told me, you can pay 400. And then I told him, yes, we're going to pay using the bank account. But he told me, man, I thought you were going to pay cash. But now you're paying with the check again. With all this time I've been spending with you, again you're going to pay with the check. And I told him that's the process we have to do, because we are running an organization. We at least from 100,000 we're supposed to write a check. And then I think the best URA can do, I think they have to identify people who are potential to work with, because I think some of these people who collect revenue are even more vulnerable than the people they're getting money from, because you find they're getting money every day, and then they are not always satisfied with the little they get from people. So I think they have to be more organized in their ways of getting money. And then going to NSSF, we had this scenario where we always get a lot of messages. Even when I was seated here, I got a mail telling me, actually they called, telling me that, you have to file your return, you have to pay your penalties is due. I think at some point, the messages are too much that you can't even if you've responded, they're still coming the next day. I don't know if you don't have a good system that can guarantee has.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The questions are very clear. One short question.
Yeah. This is Frederick from Butambala. This is to URA. You are so much based in cities. And some of us, the districts that are locally based in the rural areas, the access to your offices at times is a problem. What is your plan to make sure that you reach down to us such that we don't have these double expenses? We pay taxes, then we have transport, then we have airtime, all that kind of stuff. We don't have a lot of money like revenue.
Okay.
The last one is, I'm just re-echoing this question. What is our contribution as NGOs in terms of tax payment? Okay. Because we pay taxes, but we want to know exactly how much we contribute to the national budget besides the services we give to the community.
Very good question, receiving applause. Thank you, Frederick, on the issue of decentralization, access, but also contribution. Okay, I'll move to the front now. Looks like here is no one. Okay, one short question, please. Alan, louder.
Okay, it's a direct question to URA. This is Alan. Why is URA offices are not always accessible to persons with disabilities? I am puzzled why you always use higher floors. In Igulu, URA office is on the 3rd floor. And there, a lady there said at the head offices on the 4th floor. I don't know why URA is not accessible. How do you expect someone with a wheelchair climbing stairs to the third floor? it shows that you surely not considering the issue of personal disabilities. I don't know, do you want people with wheelchairs to roll back and fall on steps? The second question, why URA loves using tax agents? From my experience, when you go to URA, I had my complaints because they locked my TIN number. And from nowhere. And they are giving me a lot of reasons which I'm not aware about. So they locked my TIN, and they are saying that I should forward I go to the tax agent, and the tax agent is not a staff of URA. Why are you using the tax agents? And they cannot actually handle my issue. So now I'm spending my money on the tax agent, and they are like milking money from me. So I think it's better to solve this issue in offices with the right personnel. Finally, as I conclude, another personal story is that URA is repeatedly sending me messages like other colleagues have been talking about. And they are telling me that I have houses, I'm a landlord. I don't have any house anywhere. And you're asking me to pay monthly charges. Which charges are you talking about? Yet I don't have a house. I'm not a landlord. Every day you're hiking the prices from 1 million, now they are 7 millions. And that's why you have locked my TIN number. I don't know anything. I'm green about that being a landlord. I think there is somehow frauding things, conning people around there in URA that we need to, I think you need to clean the house. Thank you so much.
But we claim the landlord bit. May you own the houses. Yes, but raising really important points. The issue of that confusion, but also the third floor issue. That's a big issue. Okay, I'm going this side now. We are really badly on time. It's coming to 4:40. So, one question brief.
Thank you. Atweta Abdul Wahab is my name, and I'm the Executive Director, Hope for Peaceful Families Foundation Uganda, from Barara City. Mine goes to Twaha. For how long does the organization be able to apply for tax exemption? Maybe can an organization qualify after 1 year of operation, 3 years, for how long? Okay. Then another one goes to Mr. Stephen. It's on annual registration. In your statement, you have stated it clearly that it is subscription, and you have connected it with the permit renewal. For example, my permit renewal is for 5 years. Are you meaning that I should come back to Data Protection Office after 5 years when I'm going to renew? So when I compare it with the previous information about Personal Data Protection Office, is that every year I have to register. It is the only government agency that register every year. At least we can bring the two, but of which your fee is always constant, 100,000. Can we have the renewal at least reduced from the registration? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point. Okay, we'll move now to the next table. Yes, let's be brief. We are really hard pressed for time.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm John Rex Achila, the RCC Mbale. First of all, I would like to thank the researchers for these presentations which have been generated and so important. But I want to advise Dr. James that the research that was conducted was collecting more of the perceptions of the regulated on the regulator. I think sooner than later, let us also have the reverse. Secondly, I would like to encourage everyone present here, as part of the regulatory bodies, as an RCC, I would like to request that we improve our readability on the existing laws. I have personally appreciated, for you, the organizers of this workshop, I've appreciated the way the dialogue has been conducted in this workshop, in this summit. It has brought us closer to each other. For us, we have been listening to hear the cries of the NGOs. But we have now absorbed to say, we are ready to listen to them. And if we continue with this kind of dialogue, I am very sure we shall close the gap that is there. But my appeal is that, can we have more of these workshops now conducted at regional level so that we catch a bigger population and a bigger participation? But let's get closer to the laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. RCC, and thank you for the support at the regional level. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Kakuru?
Thank you very much. My question goes
Your
to...
name and where
My name is Kakuru Robert. I come from Kabale, Chijezi, and I head an organization called Kick Corruption out of Uganda. We are neighbors to URA offices, Kabale and friends. So my question goes, the first one goes to Twa. Twa is, I wanted to, first of all, learn from you. The experience the citizens are complaining about is the management relationship you have with tax agents, and why do they particularly rent around your offices? And then when they go for services, at URA, most of your staff advise them to go and see the agents to guide them. Doesn't that speak to us that you could be the owners of those agents joints or businesses? And doesn't that show that you have insider trading yourselves by creating that? Why you refer? Now URA looks like hospitals where you are sick and they say go to pharmacy A. All doctors are referring to pharmacy A or pharmacy B. So what's that business with URA? Okay. The other one is, I have an experience. We applied for an income tax exemption certificate. It almost took 2 years. We were remaining with 2 months. The certificate came, and then after those 2 months, we were supposed to again apply. How long does it take, and why is it so short? And how convenient do you think, as a manager, as an administrator of the tax, to us? And then lastly is to Bernadette. Bernadette, my question will go to your audit department of the NSSF. Is it by design or the way you manage your auditing function to go to an agency, an NGO, and you want to audit, and then you carry all the files of an agency to your office? Is it a design? First of all, it looks like policing, it's chaos, and we thought auditing process is a learning process. So could it be part of your management styles? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kakuru. The issue of NSSF audit, that is really key. Tax agent has come back again, Dorothy and Mr. Twaha. How is that? Okay, here. No one. Yes, Albert, short one.
Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Albert Taremwa from Kavali. It's a short and brief observation. It's been raised both on NSSF and URA. But my concern with URA concerning the messages is that a message is written by one person and signed off by another. So we don't know who to respond to, the writer or the one who has signed off. Because one is maybe Doreen, then the person signing off is maybe Joram. Now, DPI, personal data, people who have phone covers of this nature. You realize that these covers basically come from Rwanda. And these phone covers have tracking devices. I don't know whether your office is aware of that or it is an issue, that is generated from the security agencies that needs your attention. Because when they are tracking me, they are tracking what I'm saying. That means I'm not safe. And also that goes especially to hotels. We check in, like someone said, we are data fatigued. Other than the NITA, the NIRA, and so on, we are also giving the same personal data to every place we check in. Please advise on the way forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over now to our panelists. It's 4:45. It might be impossible to respond to all the issues. I know you'll try in very summary, but we can still keep the engagement and the talking going. So anyone can take the floor. And thank you very much, plenary. Yes, Bernadette.
Okay, thank you, Sheila, and thank you everyone for those questions. One, just to give a general comment. A lot of them are feedback, which we shall take positively. And as I said, NSF is agile. We agree to change. And for the case of SMSs, that's what I would say. We are going to take that as feedback. But our messages are automated. If you have not paid for more than 3 months, you should receive these messages automatically. The system will send you a message automatically. However, we shall engage and see how to make it easier on your side. For the member who asked about the funding, how much, what can we do? What is the course of action? So we require that you formally write, because we need to keep that on record, and it's good for the future in case you have an audit going on. You have that information so that that period is not audited. But you have to make sure you're not paying anyone during that period, because you could file new returns just because you're not paying formal salaries. But there are people you're paying allowances. Those are the people who come and whistleblow to us. And when they come, we have to look for that money. So write formally and engage with the branch or the relationship manager you're attached to. You should be able to take that into account anytime we come to your premises. Voluntary, yes, you can open up a voluntary account. I talked about it, and the minimum is 5,000, and you can save anytime. I mentioned that we are going to start to allow you to withdraw anytime you want on the voluntary account. So take note, we are simply waiting for regulations from the Ministry of Gender. When they are approved, you can save as much as you want towards a particular goal, which you choose yourself. It's fully automated on your phone. You choose a goal, you choose how long you want to save, and you save as regularly as you want. It is voluntary. And when you want to withdraw, you can withdraw anytime you want on that voluntary account. So the mandatory account is still governed under the existing benefits. For a business that was not paying, that the lady has gone out, I hope she can get, okay, she's there. Yeah, so she mentioned that there's a business that was not paying for like 6 years for her daughter. We request that you encourage that daughter to whistleblow on our platform. Go to the website and whistleblow, and then we shall go in and talk to the management of that organization and see what we can come out with. It is anonymous. They don't have to reveal their names, but we'll request for some documentation so that we have some proof when we go in. How long does penalty start? Penalty starts the month you fail to pay. NSF is due on the 15th day of the following month. So if you don't pay, then penalty will start being charged. It's 10% of the amount that is due. However, I don't know whether in the act you know it allows the MD to give a waiver. So if there are any challenges on your side, the MD can give a waiver. Don't be shy to apply. It is your right. Okay, the change of date of birth. Now I would ask, what did you declare with NERA? Because NERA, as you all know, is the primary organization for deaths and births and biodata. So we will have to go back to NERA. However, I'm sure when you're changing that, you would need a deed poll, affidavit, all that. So you do it in NERA. When you're done, then you can come to us with those same documents. Okay? For the lady who said, can we have one form for all organizations? For NSSF, you can't, because this money doesn't go to the consolidated fund, it's members' money. So we need a schedule. So that differentiates us from the rest of the organizations. We need a schedule which shows whose money it is that you're submitting and which accounts we are going to credit. Okay, I think. Volunteers, I said volunteers, you have to pay. You know, the concept with NSSF is that we are saving for old age. Every time you wake up in the morning to go to work, you're growing old. As much as your organization is gaining or making profits or, you know, doing the service it's supposed to be doing, you're growing old. So that volunteer girl or boy, they are growing old. Please save for them. So it's not exempted. They are not exempted from NSSF. I talked about the message, audit files. Is the gentleman around?
Yes.
Okay. So the audit files, like I said, NSF, we do a lot of online work. So when we come to your organization and you don't have online files, then you have, otherwise we'll tell you scan and send online. As we are ready to receive any online document, as long as it is officially from your organization. But because many people don't have soft copies, then they choose to give us the files. So if you have online documents, please share those ones, because as we are more onto online services than, you know, physical services. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernadette, for the attempt to respond to some of those issues. Twaha, one question I have here is, I would like to know if NGOs are required to pay stamp duty as you respond to.
Let me start from where you've stopped.
Okay.
It depends on which transactions NGO is dealing with. For example, if they are in a matter of, say, they procured land in the names of the organization and they are in the process of transferring, the law requires them to pay stamp duty. I think that one is clear-cut. Then back to the questions that came from online. The first one is about income tax based on end of year or whatever. Income tax is based on the trading period, which is normally a normal accounting period for government that starts from the 1st of July and ends on the 30th of June of the following year. However, we split it into two. This question appeared somewhere again about provisional and then the final. The law provides that you file a provisional return within the first 6 months when you're diving into the financial year. The provisional is simply painting a picture, and therefore, for purposes of the NGO, because you'll have to file your return when you've acquired your audited financials, which is the final, then the provisional can be a nil. Then the final one, you'll file it after 6 months when the financial year has lapsed. For example, if it is the 30th of June, then we expect a final return by the 31st of December of that year. Then non-profit, NGO, what is it? An ungovernment organization may be profit, may not be profit. It depends on the objectives that were spelled therein at the point of inception and the point of incorporation. And the memorandum and articles spell out this loud. Then some organizations decide to sell off assets when they are winding up. I have seen circumstances where the funder or the donor has conditions attached that say the organization assets that you use in the execution of a specified program as partners with them shall remain property of the donor agency. And therefore, at the point of closure of your project, these assets, cars, and whatever will revert to, for example, those dealing with USAID, you know this very well. Most of their assets remain a property of the donor country, the donor agency. But where you're winding up and the assets are yours, you're not supposed to sell, because when you sell, unless you're saying you're selling and you're giving all these assets to an institution that has similar objectives. But when you sell and there is sharing that confers profit, confers private benefit, then it is deemed against the manner in which the law was framed to allow you get the exemption. We want a tin at URA, and then we want a tin at bank when you're opening. Which one should come first? I think there is a problem there, because the bank will want a tin, and at URA we will say come with a bank statement. This has been rectified. When you get to URA, we shall give you a tin, and then we shall require you to update your profile. Remember, I told you that charity begins at registration. Because now we require a bank account that you didn't have, the onus is and the obligation is on your side to amend the moment you've attained a bank account and provide the details on the side of URA, such that we have future smooth processing of the other tax administration processes to avoid delays. Then, which taxes do NGOs supposed to pay or are required to register? Like we said, even when you're exempted, you're supposed, or it's mandatory that you have a tax head called income tax on your tax profile. You only qualify to be exempted when you've satisfied the requirements therein, and the tax exemption certificate has been issued for the time period, which is normally 2 years, and you reapply. Then we have pay as you earn, where you collect on behalf of government from the employees that you employ. You're simply a collecting agent, which money belongs to the employees. And then withholding tax, you will be required to register for withholding tax when you have been designated by the minister, depending on the amounts of transactions and supplies you deem dealing in a specific period, because it is reviewed. Then the minister gazettes a list and appoints you a designated withholding agent, and therefore systematically implying that you are required to register for withholding tax as a tax head to ensure that you file and declare the 6%, the 15% from foreign services. And then if you are not designated, like we said, the 6% on professional fees will be withheld by you and filed even when you are not registered or designated. Juliet was talking about, and this has appeared several, so I will merge. where they're talking about tax agents. First of all, URA services are free. There is no service that is offered at URA at a cost. However, the Tax Procedures Code Act provides that in the event that you are to use a tax agent, you will appoint them by yourself through your credentials and name them as your designated appointed tax agents, for which you will be dealing, URA will be dealing with them with authority from you on your behalf. There is no such a thing that URA will tell you, bring a tax agent. It is not, where it is happening and they are telling you, it is not mandatory. The law provides that in the event that you're going to provide us with a tax agent, you appoint them yourself. For other reasons, if I may clarify, for purposes of customs, because I didn't pick whether a person or some of the aspects or point of line you're asking is from the customs point. For customs, it is an international requirement that tax bodies from the world customs protocols, there are different laws that came and brought this. You are supposed to deal with a clearing agent who is certified, registered, and has been given a certificate to operate as a clearing agent to help you clear your commodities. It's international standard, it's international protocol. So if you're looking at those tax agents where you are referred to get a tax agent to help you clear ABCD, that is international protocol. And then, of course, provisional versus final, I have talked about. Then someone talked about that he has a tin, he doesn't know about it, he's receiving messages, he was in the middle there. I think I would want to get this tin and probe more, but in most cases, we are using a data-driven approach. And in one way or the other, if it is not you, your detail, your credentials were used by someone, one, to register for umeme in multiple meters, two, to register for national water in more than 1 meter. Okay? So when these are provided at URA and Twaha has more than 3 meters registered in his name for national water utility, umeme, it is automatic presumption and conclusion that perhaps you have rental property, and in that manner, the authority has registered you, and then it is not cast on stone. If you so provide that, please, that other house is for my mother, and there is evidence to that effect. The other house is our upcountry home, and it is there really. In Imbarara, the Imbarara office can come and see what actually happens there. Then such a tin that has been registered without your knowledge can be deactivated. These tins are not cast in stone. However, we will also accept that we have many Ugandans who don't want to pay their fair share of tax. And so we are using these other methods to discover them. And we've discovered many, and they are paying their fair share of tax now. So that you need to get URA. If at all the gentleman is here, I will interest myself to get that tin, and then I'll dig out the details to see that that is resolved. Then, when you're procuring items for organizations, you're not exempted from VAT. They are giving you invoices. I pronounce myself this way. The tax exemption certificate you get are solely for income tax. It is only those institutions that are listed in the first schedule of the VAT Act as exempt organizations that shall be exempted from paying VAT. And those are international listed organizations: World Bank, African Development Bank, United Nations, that caliber. VAT is a tax whose effect and burden is borne by the final consumer. And in this event, most of the organizations that are non-government organizations, not for profit, the items you procure, they are in the line of a final consumer. And therefore, it is against that background that you see that the supplies you get have the 18% factored in. Someone called James talked of 18 that is no longer using, but is still he reported, and they are still sending messages. Was that from Natete? I suppose yes. I remember.
It's an organization.
Yes.
Yeah.
An organization ran out of funds, reported to Natete. There is a formal way to do it, not merely reporting. I request you to again visit either Natete or at the fourth floor, the third floor of the URA tower, which is register maintenance, and fill a form called deactivation form. Because if you simply reported, perhaps it remained on the desk of someone where you reported and it was not put in the system. It's the reason why you're receiving recurrent reminding messages. There should be a formal deactivation, and the tin will be deactivated until when you resume active business. Upon resumption, you will apply for reactivation, and the tin will be reactivated. Frank from Moroto, oh no, Zarango Flavia. The benefits that accrue from being a tax agent, incidentally, there are no benefits that accrue from being a designated withholding tax agent. This list comes from the Minister of Finance and gazettes you to help government collect the 6%, the 15% from services that you're importing as final taxes from those foreigners, and remit them to government. So there is no totally private benefit you may get as a designated tax agent. Ronald Frank from Moroto was talking about being reminded all the time, even when they have paid. I think we apologize because these are automated systems. And where we don't remind, again, it becomes a challenge. And people will hold us accountable that you did not remind us. Volunteers, as long as they are above the threshold for pay as you earn, you are supposed to withhold and declare their payee to URA. Whoever dealt with a driver, that was unethical. We have a whistleblowing mechanism that is on the URA portal. You ought to visit and totally get help. And we dig out this because we operate on 3 core values of professionalism, integrity, and patriotism. Okay. There were several questions, but if time is not our best ally, then I can stop here. Thank you.
Time is not our best ally. Twaha is here, Dorothy is here, we have the booth there. But that clap was it clapping or are you saying what? Warming up. Thank you, Twaha. Sorry for cutting you short. Time definitely is not. And URA was a hot cake, or is still a hot cake here. But we have the contact. You have Twaha there, Dorothy is here. The booth is behind there. Please don't go without sharing those TIN numbers, especially. Okay, Stephen, a few minutes.
All right, thank you. One, we appreciate the feedback. I have about 4 questions that I will answer as one. One question said, why do we charge as PDPO, yet FIA doesn't charge? Another question is around annual registration. The registration and annual renewals. Why 1 year? That's such a short time. One said, working with you is easy, but the challenge is the validity of 1 year, yet we have to pay 100,000 every renewal. Okay, one started by saying the office is infamous. Why are we making people pay to register? One, the office is in place to implement the Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019 and the regulations of 2021. The law requires that all data collectors, controllers, and processors register with the office. It is a mandatory requirement that as long as you're handling personal data in your work, in your processes, in your operations, you register with the office. And the legal requirement is that you renew the registration with the office every year, and the payment is 100,000. So whatever the office is doing in terms of registration and renewals is as required by law. However, we take the feedback. Unless the law is amended, we have to implement the law as is. One asked, did we benchmark anywhere to see that we need to charge for implementation of the law? The answer is yes. The only mistake we did is we are charging little. Elsewhere we benchmarked, the fees charged are based on your income and audit books of accounts. For us, we have, the law prescribes a flat fee of 100,000. So maybe as you propose the revisions, we could look into the annual income and see how much should be charged for that purpose. Someone said, for us, we handle very little data. Why bother small organizations? We handle information of our staff, our board members, and a few beneficiaries. The law requires that as long as you handle any personal data, you need to comply with the law. There is nothing as little personal data. Personal data is personal data, and it needs to be handled with the prerequisite care. So it's important that you follow the guidelines within the law. We have registered with the office a gentleman from Chakatu, and your beneficiaries, when you're collecting data, say you don't share their data. Once one says don't share their data, please do not, because the consent they have given you is to use the data for only the purposes they have provided. Giving you a registration certificate, it is for statutory purposes, but it does not mean that because you have a PDPO certificate, now you can share the data you have. No. Instead, it puts further obligations on you that you need to handle the personal data with more extra care, because you are aware of your obligations as provided for at the point of registration. Lastly, I'll talk about the concern regarding phone covers that have tracking devices. One, it is against your privacy to be tracked unless you want to be tracked in any way. For that case, if you do not know who is tracking you, it makes it worse. So it's important that we take care of our privacy. Let's know the devices that we are using. If it is your phone, know what services you have activated. Let's take that caution. The information provided in hotels, say check-in, you provide all your personal data and the like. It's your right to know why the hotel is asking you for that personal data, what they are going to use it for, who they are going to share it with in case they have to. So take a further step, find out why that data is being collected so that you can be able to know how much to provide of your personal data for the purpose of the service that you need to be provided. That's all from the questions directed to PDPO.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Stephen, please appreciate Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Twaha. Thank you, Bernadette. And thank you, Dorothy. Please stand here for a photograph for the panel. Yona, please come and thank the panelists as you prepare to invite Mrs. Margaret Sekaja to close. We have really talked to our regulators, haven't we? Haven't we? We have talked and talked to the regulators. But that clap, is it clapping for? Dorothy, please. Dorothy, please, quickly. Come and take. Yes. As Yona, Dorothy, please come. You can help me take this to Yona as well.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You want another rap? Haven't you talked to your regulators? Thank you, our dear panelists. I'm happy that we've been able to reach this moment. A moment that defines one thing, but talk to your regulator. For some of you who have been with us on our upcountry engagement, talk to your regulator ends at night. 6, 7, and people are not willing to leave the room. It's one of the activities that has 99% level of concentration. So clap to yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for considering again the time to listen to our regulators, but also to ask key questions. We are now coming to conclusion, and I must say this. Thank you, our dear regulators. I think you've had insights from the people. They still have and yearn for knowledge. It's something that we are going to have as a permanent mechanism of amplifying the compliance obligation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our donors. Thank you, Ford Foundation. Thank you, AJWS. Thank you, GIZ. Thank you, Global Center for Comparative Studies. One of our regulators, NSSF, was the only regulator that contributed to this series. Thank you, NSSF. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take a lot of your time, but to say that the report that was presented today, those are preliminary findings. We are going to integrate some of the issues and concerns that have come out from here to come up with a final report. And we shall call you for the launch of the report. It's a very detailed report that is going to greatly inform the regulatory framework in this country. And we hope that our regulators are going to take the findings in good faith. I'm glad to say that we've already gotten a lot of commitment from several regulators, and they're ready to implement some of the recommendations that we are putting in the final report. They have the blueprint, they have the blue data, but we still feel that we need to refine it to a fine finish. To our online guests, please, thank you. It's unfortunate to say that we are not paying for your data, but you've committed from morning to be online and participate in this series. I'm glad to also inform you that the online guests are beyond Uganda. We have several guests from the Eastern Southern Africa, Western Africa. Someone has just called me from Europe watching this and following the discussions. They are borrowing a lot from our engagements today. And I'm happy that Uganda is presenting a model of independence spaces for dialogue. Without wasting a lot of time, again, allow me call one and only McLean, that's your brand. She's a mentor to most of us. We are proud of her. She put Uganda at the face of the world during her service at the UN as a special rapporteur for HRDs. She has made a lot of reports in line with the situations of HRDs in the world. We are proud of you, Madame Margaret Sekaja. Please come and give us our closing remarks. As she's coming, we shall engage you again virtually on several engagements. One of the questions that has come up is the element of beneficial ownership. We are to do a regional, that is continental event on beneficial ownership coming soon, June 26th. We are also running several studies on aspects of securitization across the region, and also have further engagement within a few weeks from now. Please follow us online, but we are here to be your civic advisor. Madam Margaret, please.
Good afternoon or good evening, I think. All protocol observed. I must start by appreciating the donors whom Yona has already listed. Thank you for facilitating this. I want also to thank DPI, give them a clap for this good idea of bringing people together to be able to exchange views and share on a day like this. I'm addressing you here in several capacities, but the major one is as a representative of civil society on the NGO board of directors. In this regard, I would like to say that we are here to dialogue. And dialogue is one of the most important things we can have. I think without dialogue, everything goes haywire. But I must appreciate that you have asked good questions. You've been very organized, and I think you've benefited from this. Dialogue cannot go without having trust. mutual trust will help us to work together and to drive compliance by the NGOs in all the respects you've had. So trust, dialogue, complements what is being done by other people. As you know, there are several forums which are also trying to bring up harmony within the NGOs, and one of them is the dialogue with the Minister of Internal Affairs. Some of you, excuse me, some of you have attended that dialogue. This one complements what we do with the dialogue with the minister, bringing up issues. And that one also brings in other government agencies like police, prisons, intelligence agencies, and the like. So I hope that civil society has benefited from this summit and that it will help you to contribute to a higher level of compliance. I would like to appeal to all NGOs to embrace all efforts designed to enhance sustainable relationship with the regulators and the government of Uganda. Ultimately, the efforts of the government and the NGO sector should be geared towards improving social, economic lives of Ugandans, fostering a society that believes in good governance and accountability, as well as a society that respects everyone's human rights and fundamental freedoms. In this respect, NGOs remain committed to working positively with all the regulators to achieve these goals. I suppose I'm talking on your behalf as NGOs, that you are going to work with the regulators. After this discussion, I think the way forward is for us to continue with the discussions and be able to ensure that we benefit from this. Some of the issues picked up from the discussion show that we actually need a one-stop center for NGOs to report, and I think this is something we can advocate for. The multiplicity of the regulators is also a big challenge from the discussions. We must also take into account that some of the NGOs do not have funding. They've been affected by all the changes which have gone on for a long time, as you all know. So it will be very important to share this with our regulators for them to appreciate how to handle this. And I think a discussion like this is also very, very helpful. I want to thank you all. I want to say that basically, I thank upcountry participants. They are very patient. They are very reliable. Could the people from upcountry please stand up for a big recognition? You see, that's really encouraging. You are very reliable as far as we are concerned. You always attend, you always participate, and you always take into account what you have discussed. So I want to thank you. I thank Sheila. I think she's done a good job. But lastly, as I know the time is not on our side, we give a very big clap to DPI. Yona, please come forward. Thank you very much. And I think I'm speaking on your behalf to appreciate this fora and also appreciate the efforts which has been put in. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I wish you safe travel, those who are going back, and a good day for you who are still here. So thank you very much, and we hope that in future you will still answer to the call to come and contribute and be able to move our country forward. I thank you very much. Wow. And I close this summit.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sekaja. I would like to invite, thank you so much, Mrs. Sekaja. I would like to invite the DPI staff, James as well. Please come and take a photo moment with Mrs. Sekaja. Please, DPI staff, if we have a Civic Advisory Hub, the directors, if they are here of DPI and Civic Advisory Hub, quickly, it's 5:30. James, please come. We never took a picture of James. DPI staff, I know you're very humble. You don't want to be in Butala. And for sure enough, they are not here. Okay, we have James. They are coordinating. Okay, let's take that picture. McLean, a director, please come. Fred, please run. Hilda, please come, run. Want to take that picture? Bira, you DPI stuff? Okay. Hilda, we're waiting for you, and Fred. I don't see Helena. I don't see Edson, but I know what's going on. Okay. So thank you very much. There, go. Here. Hilda, here is, the steps are here. Yes. James.
I forgot to thank our consultant for the report. It's a good beginning. We are hoping we'll get a lot from it. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Okay. We are saying, what? Trust. 1, 2, 3, go. Trust. One more. 1, 2, 3, go. Trust. Thank you very much. Can we have the national anthems? Don't go. Let's go. Let's just stand there. That two. I hope you're ready. Let's all stand up. A stanza each. Thank you very much. God bless you, and journey mercies for those who will be traveling. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sekaja. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to our sound system and service providers. Thank you so much. Hilda, do you have any announcements to make? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Johnny Massis. God really bless you.